FBI Myths and Misconceptions, a manual for armchair detectives. Debunking cliches for those who read, watch, and write crime dramas about the FBI or have always wanted to be a special agent, by Jerri Williams. This FBI manual is dedicated to my parents, Buford and Odessa Williams. I'm blessed to have grown up in a loving home where books were valued and reading was encouraged. If the art of the detective began and ended in reasoning from an armchair, my brother would have been the greatest criminal agent that ever lived. Sherlock Holmes, Sir Anthony Conan Doyle, the Greek interpreter. The mission: public perception of the FBI. I'm a retired FBI agent, reliving my glory days, writing crime fiction about greed and corruption, and hosting FBI Retired Case File Review, a true crime and history podcast featuring interviews with other retired special agents. I'm on a mission to show the public who the FBI is and what the FBI does through my books, my blog, and my podcast case reviews with former colleagues. Most people have never met an FBI agent in person. What they know about the FBI comes from popular culture, their only connections being those made by reading books and watching TV shows and movies about the Bureau. Of course, there's always what they've heard and seen in the news media. Is that you? Well, what if the things you've been reading and watching were stuffed with cliches and misconceptions? Do you know who the FBI is? Do you know what the FBI does? Depending on your generation, your early knowledge of the FBI might have come from watching Jimmy Stewart in the 1959 movie The FBI Story. Baby boomers also remember well The FBI, the television series starring Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. It was one of the most popular shows on TV from 1965 to 1974. Today, the public continues to be intrigued with the FBI, reflected in an attention-grabbing collection of best-selling novels, major box office hits, and popular TV shows, all powerful promotional tools, practically commercials for the FBI. These entertaining films and fiction are also recruiting tools for those who might want to join the FBI. Television viewers recently enjoyed a reboot of the cult classic X-Files, where agents Fox Mulder and Dana Scully investigated paranormal phenomena. Shows like The X-Files heighten curiosity about the FBI. Throughout FBI Myths and Misconceptions, a manual for armchair detectives, I'll introduce you to a number of successful portrayals of the FBI and others that are not so successful. I've always been a reader and a storyteller, and after serving 26 years as a special agent in the FBI, I have plenty of stories to tell. During most of my bureau career, I worked major economic fraud investigations and was amazed at the schemes con artists and corrupt corporate and public officials would devise to steal other people's money. I was fortunate to have been assigned several complex advance fee, Ponzi scheme, and business-to-business telemarketing cases, and to have received numerous awards throughout my career, including 4 United States Attorney Awards for distinguished service. I have also had the opportunity to work bank robberies and drug investigations. The one thing I know for sure is, with a gun, you can steal hundreds. With a pen, you can steal millions. Nearing the end of a successful career specializing in cases targeting fraud and corruption, I was appointed to serve as the media representative and spokesperson for the Philadelphia division during my last 5 years. In that role, I was responsible for educating and informing the media and the public about the FBI in an effort to mold and massage people's perception of the FBI. That meant that I was often in front of local and national news media. I was also tasked with answering questions about the FBI when asked by crime writers like the Philadelphia-based best-selling author Lisa Scottolini. I worked with producers and directors from the History Channel, America's Most Wanted, the Discovery Channel, and big-budget films on their FBI-focused projects, and I've appeared on the long-running CNBC show American Greed when one of my Ponzi scheme cases was featured on the show. After I retired from the FBI in 2008, I was hired for a high-profile corporate position in media relations and public affairs and learned even more about the value of public perception. I'm telling you all of this to explain why I care so much that the FBI be portrayed accurately and fairly, and how I'm uniquely experienced to take on this mission to show the public who the FBI is and what the FBI does. Fortunately, while producing and hosting my podcast, FBI Retired Case File Review, I've been able to directly introduce the public to former FBI agents. The episodes provide a behind-the-scenes look at some of the FBI's most famous cases, along with not as well-known investigations. I believe it's important to satisfy the public's curiosity about the Federal Bureau of Investigation by showing the human side of special agents and how they handle the challenges of working for the Bureau. During almost every interview, one of us comments about some aspect of the case or an investigative method that had been inaccurately portrayed in books, TV, and movies, or as a cliché. Over time, I've noted numerous misconceptions about the FBI that we repeatedly discussed. My colleagues and I have found these falsely drawn portrayals annoying and frustrating. Just as some attorneys don't read or watch legal dramas, and some doctors avoid medical shows and novels, there's a good chance that some FBI agents aren't reading that best-selling book series or watching that popular show depicting the FBI. They can be difficult to engage in without hurling the book across the room or wanting to throw a shoe at the TV. I gave a presentation to the New York chapter of the Mystery Writers of America, MWA, regarding my original 10 myths, and also noted them in FBI Retired Case File Review, Episode 50. In Episode 100, I increased the number from 10 to 20 and presented the expanded FBI reality checklist during presentations to the Delaware Valley chapter and the Atlanta chapter of Sisters in Crime. My well-received speech and the anniversary podcast episodes are the inspiration and foundation for FBI Myths and Misconceptions, a manual for armchair detectives. FBI Facts versus Fiction. Why should we care if entertainment media gets things wrong about the FBI in books, TV, and movies? First of all, an educated audience is mentally thrown out of a story each time they read or watch something that's inaccurate about the FBI. That's not good. I'm sure writers want to keep readers and viewers engaged. Second of all, when someone writing a crime novel, script, or screenplay gets essential facts wrong and falsely portrays FBI procedures and personnel, hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of people now believe erroneous information about the FBI. It makes more sense to break the rules after you learn what the rules are. If fictional FBI characters are relegated to investigating only one or two types of violations, or if they are written in negative and unflattering ways, when real FBI agents call someone on the phone or show up at a business or home to investigate actual crimes, the response and cooperation they receive no doubt will be influenced by the last book that person read or TV show they watched about the FBI. And inaccuracies in film and fiction could have life-changing consequences for someone accused of a federal crime and on trial. Based solely on the depiction of trials and how agents testify on TV, members of the jury may have expectations about what they see and hear in court and the investigative actions of FBI agents. It's not difficult to understand how their vote for or against a guilty verdict could be influenced by preconceived notions instead of the facts presented. I'm aware that many of the cliches and misconceptions presented in FBI Myths and Misconceptions, a manual for armchair detectives, are intentionally written into books, scripts, and screenplays due to time constraints and the need to create well-paced scenes and fully developed characters. These shortcuts are needed at times to tell a story in an entertaining way. Retired FBI agent Bobby Chacon, my co-host for FBI Retired Case File Review Episode 50 and Episode 100, works as a writer and technical advisor for television and film. He calls these intentional errors creative compromises. This is especially true for TV shows. During the creative process, it is understood and accepted that in a 1-hour drama, 42 minutes to be exact, taking into account commercials, showrunners must quickly move the story from beginning to end. Attempting to create an accurate portrayal of an FBI investigation is an almost impossible task when the investigation must be solved in less than an hour. FBI agents must accept that when authors are crafting their novels or writers are drafting a script for a primetime TV show or feature film, they are writing for a general audience. They are not writing for the professional law enforcement officer or FBI agent. The truth is that most readers and viewers simply want to be entertained, and they're not all that concerned about accuracy or being educated. Facts are simply things that don't always move the action forward. I mentioned earlier that most readers and viewers have never met a real agent, but it should also be noted that most scriptwriters have never met an FBI agent either. Bobby Chacon told me that on many of the shows he's worked on, he is the first FBI agent that those preparing the script have met. I must assume that the majority of the authors of thrillers, crime novels, and mysteries with FBI characters are writing their stories based on what they've learned about the FBI from other books, TV shows, and films. That would account for the common cliches and misconceptions that are repeated again and again. The most important thing for the writer is the story. That means that those creative compromises mentioned earlier will, most likely, need to be made in order to tell a good tale. First, the storyline and characters are created, and then the details are layered on. Facts are added last to complete and deepen the plot, but the story must always come first. From the FBI website, frequently asked questions. How accurately is the FBI portrayed in books, television shows, and motion pictures? Any author, television scriptwriter, or producer may consult with the FBI about closed cases or our operation, services, or history. However, there is no requirement that they do so, and the FBI does not edit or approve their work. Some authors, television programs, or motion picture producers offer reasonably accurate presentations of our responsibilities and investigations and procedures in their storylines, while others present their own interpretations or introduce fictional events, persons, or places for dramatic effect. For armchair detectives who want to learn about the real FBI, in FBI Myths and Misconceptions, a manual for armchair detectives, I'll provide a reality check. My reality checks should not be confused with criticism. As I previously acknowledged, due to time constraints, sometimes corners must be cut, and creative license must be used to move matters along quickly. I get it. I really do. But to counteract the CSI effect, a term that refers to the unreasonable expectations created from fictionalized evidence collection and depicted investigative results in the hit TV show by the same name, I'm going to respectfully point out a few issues. I'm not a professional entertainment critic, but I've developed my own rating scale because I know the kind of scene that makes me want to throw a shoe. Throughout FBI Myths and Misconceptions, a manual for armchair detectives, in addition to breaking down cliches and reviewing FBI films and fiction, I'll be introducing you to a number of retired FBI agents I've interviewed and sharing with you quotes and snippets from their episodes. Number 1. FBI profilers hunt serial killers. Serial killers. FBI agents and FBI cases are often used as inspiration for writing fascinating thrillers and crime stories. However, if you were to place these fictional tales into distinct categories based on the more than 200 violations of federal law under the Bureau's jurisdiction, a majority of the books, TV shows, and movies would fall under the category of FBI profilers investigating serial killers. Although serial murders are atypical of most murders, and serial killers usually operate in a general geographic area, the proliferation of books and shows on the topic give the false impression that serial killers are roaming throughout the country one step ahead of the determined profilers hunting them. This is probably one of the most prevalent cliches about the FBI. I blame the public's fascination with serial killers and FBI profilers on best-selling author Thomas Harris. The Silence of the Lambs is unquestionably one of the most popular thrillers about the FBI and serial killers. Jack Crawford, the FBI profiler character featured in Harris's novel, was created after Harris attended classes at the FBI Academy taught by FBI agent John Douglas. Douglas was one of the pioneers of the Behavioral Science Unit, BSU, now known as the Behavioral Analysis Unit, BAU. But The Silence of the Lambs is a blessing as well as a curse. Based on its success, serial killer plots are now a bona fide story genre. The CBS TV series Criminal Minds is also a testament to the genre's popularity. In addition to crime fiction and dramas, true crime books and movies have also capitalized on the popularity of serial killers, as have an abundant number of podcasts. These celebrity monsters are captivating a voracious audience and becoming almost an obsession for some true crime and horror fans. Several crime thriller authors have highly successful book series featuring FBI profilers as the central character. From the FBI website, Serial Murder. Serial murder is a relatively rare event, estimated to comprise less than 1% of all murders committed in any given year. However, there is a macabre interest in the topic that far exceeds its scope and has generated countless articles, books, and movies. This public fascination began in the late 1980s after a series of unsolved murders of sex workers occurred in the Whitechapel area of London, committed by a still unknown individual who named himself Jack the Ripper and sent letters to the police claiming to be the killer. Just the facts. The FBI's involvement in serial killer cases has evolved under federal law. For example, the Bureau was authorized to investigate violent crime under interstate travelers in 1994, and serial killings specifically in 1998. The FBI may investigate only when requested to do so by an appropriate law enforcement agency. Don't forget, serial killings are still local murders. Homicide detectives, where the deaths occurred, will remain actively involved in the investigation. The FBI works these cases with the cooperation and contributions of our local partners. The Bureau is also authorized to provide a variety of support services, from laboratory and behavioral analysis to crime statistics collection and the sharing of criminal identification information and history through our long-standing services and systems. However, as stated in the Criminal Investigative Analysis, Practitioner Perspectives, a 4-part report written by J. Amber Shearer, M.A., and John P. Jarvis, Ph.D., when they were assigned to the FBI's Behavioral Research and Instruction Unit, the primary goal of criminal investigative analysis is to examine all of the behavioral information and provide advice to the requesting agency, rather than being involved in the actual investigative process. Obviously, the FBI's involvement in serial killer cases is complicated and multi-layered. Consequently, serial killer novels and shows, no matter how well written and entertaining, are inherently inaccurate. FBI profilers are not running down dark alleys or crawling around in dark basements hunting for serial killers. The primary goal of a profiler is to conduct behavioral analysis, also known as profiles, on unknown subjects, known in FBI jargon as unsubs, in an attempt to discover additional information and clues to identify the person responsible, assist in the resolution of hard-to-solve cases, and prevent future violence. The agents assigned to the BAU examine information submitted by one of the FBI's field offices on behalf of or in coordination with a local law enforcement agency and provide insight based on research and interviews regarding who might have committed the crime. Although they play an invaluable role in the investigative process, in most situations, FBI profilers are not actively involved in serial murder investigations. Dramatic scenes with profilers capturing a serial killer just before he murders his next victim are the Hollywood versions of how BAU profilers do their job. I don't want to diminish the contributions of profilers in any way. The highly educated and trained FBI agents assigned as profilers to the BAU conduct important and comprehensive work, utilizing their education, training, and backgrounds in psychology and criminology. They review entire case files, complete with investigative reports, crime scene photos, and witness interviews, and they consult with investigators over the phone and occasionally in the field to provide a thorough assessment of the case. Before contacting a potential witness or source, agents may consult with a profiler to discuss the best way to approach the person and obtain their cooperation. Profilers may also suggest techniques that can encourage a subject to provide a confession. Profilers are investigative tools for agents to use to solve cases. They may also interview victims and visit prisons to speak with serial killers responsible for similar crimes to gather criminal histories and analytics. The process of becoming an FBI profiler is highly competitive. Unlike in The Silence of the Lambs, rookies need not apply. Here's a quote from retired agent and former BAU profiler Jim Fitzgerald in Episode 3, Forensic Linguistics and the Unabomber.
Every one of the FBI 56 field divisions has agents who we specifically train to sort of be the liaisons between us and the local law enforcement agencies and maybe even their own FBI office. And they'll collect information, gather information, talk to, some of the police officers involved in a case or their fellow agents. And they'll contact us and say, hey, we think we have a new case for you. And then that person will be brought on board. Then we'll deal with the police officers, our own agents, and the case will work from there. So, yeah, people like Ray Carr were invaluable, certainly during my profiling career at the FBI, and he always knew how to put a case together and present just the facts we needed for us to take it to that next level.
Agents in the field are often the first to learn about a difficult-to-solve case from a local law enforcement agency. They discuss the matter with the detective assigned to determine if it would be helpful to have the BAU review the file. Here's a quote from retired agent Ray Carr, Episode 2, Carl Gugazian, Tracking FBI's Most Prolific Bank Robber.
When there's an unsolved homicide, an unsolved rape, an unsolved tampering with products, threat assessment, kidnappings, expertise for search warrants, interview strategies, all these different things are things that are worked out of the National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crime down in Quantico. They send agents from the field down there and train them. Now, I would have the opportunity not just do a 2-week stint down at Quantico, but I came back for a 4-week stint, and I went down for several other stints, 30 days at a time, working in the unit to hone my skills that would allow me to better serve the state and local police departments within the Philadelphia area. So as they would bring cases to us, I would review them, get them ready, and then in conjunction with Quantico, I would work those cases with the local police departments. The only cases that are ever brought to the unit are cases that the local and state agencies feel are unsolvable. So they're bringing it and asking for us to do an analysis, looking at the behavior that's occurred within the crime scene and the behavior exhibited by both the victim and the offender. So although we can't give them a name, we can give them the type of person they should be looking for based upon the interactions that occurred within the crime scene. The opportunity and the chance to make a difference. What everybody and all your listeners see on TV, what they watch, we get to live firsthand. It's like having a ticket to the greatest show on earth.
At any given time, there are 15 to 20 full-time special agent profilers assigned to the BAU, working on developing criminal profiles for unsubs guilty of a variety of macabre violations. I worked as a special agent for 26 years, and I know of only 2 FBI agents assigned cases involving serial killers. They worked in the field, not at Quantico. Currently, there are approximately 13,500 FBI agents, and I can assure you that 99% of them are not hunting serial killers. Terrorists? Perhaps, but not serial killers. However, there are agents who have had the opportunity to speak with some of the most infamous serial killers. In episode 132, Jeffrey Dahmer, Interrogating Serial Killers, retired agent Dan Kraft talked about interviewing serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer 4 times and explained why he doesn't watch serial killer movies.
When you watch TV or a movie or read a book about a serial killer, and it has become its own genre, I kind of look at serial killer crime fiction as kind of fantasy because there's so much about it that is just over the top. Usually you find out about a serial killer after the fact, after they've been caught. You're not chasing them down the street as they rack up one more serial killing after another.
Sometimes we do get them as suspects, and you are chasing them. Not always after the fact. Sometimes you can put a couple cases together, and then when you can put the victim with the suspect, then all of a sudden it starts coming together, and then you're trying to catch them before they kill another one.
I was talking primarily about when the investigator, the agent, is in harm's way, that the serial killer now is turning on them. And as they're investigating, they're trying to evade and not be harmed by the serial killer. That usually doesn't happen.
Yeah. Well, I do not watch that stuff on television. I lived it. I don't want to watch it. I don't read any of that. For one thing, it's not always accurate. But it's entertaining for some people. But I don't watch that, and I don't read about it. I don't want to. I lived it. It's not exactly like it is on television, and these victims are real. The worst part of this job is we see the victims. It can be difficult.
FBI Film and Fiction Review: The Silence of the Lambs. The central characters in the best-selling author Thomas Harris's book, The Silence of the Lambs, and the 1991 Academy Award-winning movie, it won Best Picture, Director, Actor, Actress, and Adapted Screenplay. By the same name are FBI trainee Clarice Starling, her mentor, FBI profiler Jack Crawford, and Dr. Hannibal Lecter, a former psychiatrist locked up in a high-security prison for the criminally insane. In the film, the roles are played by Jodie Foster, Scott Glenn, and Anthony Hopkins. The Silence of the Lambs is unquestionably one of the most popular novels and movies featuring the FBI and serial killers, a classic of the genre that illustrated the public's interest in being entertained by sadistic tales of serial murderers and the brave people who hunt them down. Clarice Starling is summoned from her new agent training for a special assignment. Crawford asks her to interview Hannibal Lecter, not revealing that his true goal is to gain insight from Lecter regarding the identity of a serial killer known as Buffalo Bill, who has kidnapped and murdered 6 women. The bizarre and troubling relationship that develops between Starling and Lecter is the primary focus of the story, along with Starling's allegiance to the FBI in Crawford and the search for Buffalo Bill. Thomas Harris's work developed into a highly successful franchise. The Silence of the Lambs is book 2 of the 4-book Hannibal Lecter series. The other books in the series are Red Dragon, Hannibal, and Hannibal Rising. Each was adapted and made into a movie by the same name, in addition to a movie named Manhunter, which is the first film adaptation of the Red Dragon novel, and a TV series named Hannibal. I remember watching this movie and being scared to death. I probably viewed most of the scary scenes with my hand partially covering my eyes and having to peek through my fingers. With all of its reality flaws, The Silence of the Lambs is the best book and movie of the genre. My rating for Silence of the Lambs? I kept my shoes on my feet, but during the movie, I loosened the laces just in case. Mindhunter. The Netflix series Mindhunter 2017 is a fictionalized version of the true crime book Mindhunter Inside the FBI's Elite Serial Crime Unit by retired agent John Douglas and co-author Mark Alshaker. The main character in the TV show, FBI special agent and hostage negotiator Holden Ford, was inspired by the work and life of John Douglas. The show takes place in the 1970s, and Agent Ford believes he could enhance his negotiation skills if he could delve into the mindset of the hostage takers, as well as applying this newfound knowledge to unsolved serial murder cases. The show's tagline is, "How do we get ahead of crazy if we don't know how crazy thinks?" Holden, along with his partner, FBI agent Bill Tench, and psychologist Wendy Carr, develop a program designed to allow investigators to anticipate the behaviors of unidentified serial killers by studying the actions of known violent criminals and the psychology of murder. Holden and Tench travel to facilities around the United States to interview incarcerated serial murderers about their crimes and motivations. In the TV show, the conversations the agents have with the serial killers were based on the recorded dialogue from FBI taped interviews with real-life murderers Edmund Kemper III, Monty Rissell, and Richard Speck. The TV series storylines focus on the emotional effects their work has on Holden and Tench's personal life, as well as on their relationships with their FBI bosses. Agent Holden is played by actor Jonathan Groff, Holt McCallany plays Agent Tench, and Anna Trove stars as the consulting psychologist, Wendy Carr. A New York Post article dated October 21, 2017, references John Douglas's reaction after he consulted on the Netflix miniseries. Quote, "They're going by the book, and I'm very pleased. Watching the series is like reliving my life all over again." Unquote. Have you watched Mindhunter yet? In my opinion, it is one of the best TV crime dramas ever made about the FBI. I love the fully developed characters and the fresh way the FBI agents interacted with loved ones and the violent, deviant murderers they visited in prison. My rating for Mindhunter? No footwear was removed during my viewing of this series. All laces stayed tightly bound. Criminal Minds. As of this writing, the popular TV series Criminal Minds, 2005 to 2019, is in its 15th and final season. Here's a description of the show from the CBS website. Quote, "Criminal Minds revolves around an elite team of FBI profilers who analyze the country's most twisted criminal minds, anticipating their next moves before they strike again." Unquote. For the most part, each episode features a new predator, an unsub responsible for the latest heinous crime, who the team of profilers must identify, locate, and apprehend. With the support from analysts assigned to the Behavioral Analysis Unit, BAU, the team, often risking their own lives, tracks leads that will help them solve the next case. I've never watched an entire episode of Criminal Minds. I'm not really into a weekly dose of serial killers and deviant sociopaths. No judgment, but it's just not the type of show I watch for entertainment. However, lots of viewers disagree with me. As I mentioned before, the series ran for 15 seasons. So what do I know? My rating for Criminal Minds? Has anyone seen my shoe? Number 2, the FBI doesn't play well with others. Law enforcement partners. How many movies have you seen where a local detective or sheriff is working on a case and the FBI shows up, is rude and condescending, and tries to take over the investigation? I'm sure you've watched that scene with a dour-faced and overbearing white male in a suit in movies and cop shows like Die Hard and Law and Order. That is the worst. The storyline has been used for so long that it's self-perpetuating. Based on books and films, some police officers expect the FBI to come in and act that way. In real life, FBI agents meeting local law enforcement for the first time must deal with those stereotypes and the resulting resentment and suspicion before they can deal with the crime they're there to investigate. In those instances, agents must first break down resistance before they can do their jobs. The Bureau doesn't take over cases from local agencies. The FBI has no hierarchical authority over local and state agencies. State and local law enforcement agencies are not subordinate to the FBI. If a crime occurs and the FBI shares jurisdiction with another agency or the FBI's assistance is requested, the FBI will work closely with local and state police in an informal partnership, or, for certain cases, a task force is formed combining federal, state, and local resources and manpower to solve a crime or prevent one. In most situations, a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, is drafted and signed by agency heads to establish responsibilities, financial obligations, and procedures. Here's a quote from retired agent Bobby Chacon, Episode 8, Jamaican Gangs and FBI Dive Teams.
This is one that infects our relationships. This is something I battled when I first came in the mid-'80s to the FBI, and working in New York City, you had a lot of old seasoned detectives that, would say, the FBI's here, whatever. And I think that was a vestige of the old days, but certainly in the 30 years since I've been in, it's not the case. But I think writers use it as a weak way to bring conflict into their stories. Every story needs conflict. And so, this is a very weak cliche that writers still rely on to bring in conflict. But some of my best partners that I worked with in my whole career were detectives and maintained friendships. And when I was with the dive team, on at least 2 occasions, I can tell you that our dive team went into a high-profile case, made the recovery of the victim, and never told anybody we were there because it was their jurisdiction. We did the recovery. We gave the credit to them. We left town without ever taking credit, without ever anybody knowing we were there.
Why do some writers tend to rely on this inaccurate portrayal? I understand it's used in an attempt to add conflict to a story. I'm aware that the number one rule of fiction is that it's not a story until something goes wrong. Yes, every story needs conflict, but writers should innovate that old cliché and create new and unique ideas to bring tension to their police procedurals and thrillers, instead of relying on that stale and false scenario. During my career, I worked primarily economic crime cases, and my subjects were frequently charged with wire and mail fraud. That meant that I often worked with the United States postal inspectors. Some of my best investigative partners were postal inspectors. I maintain those friendships to this day. That's not to say there are never any turf wars where federal agencies fight to maintain lead jurisdiction over certain investigations. The FBI is the United States' primary law enforcement agency, with enforcement of more than 200 categories of federal law. Other federal agencies, such as the Internal Revenue Service, IRS, the Drug Enforcement Agency, DEA, the Postal Inspection Service, USPIS, and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, ATF, are single mission agencies charged with enforcing specific violations and laws. Where concurrent jurisdiction may exist, the FBI works closely with these other agencies to ensure there is no duplication of effort or complications due to miscommunication. Although most jurisdictional issues can be reasonably resolved with agency heads sitting around a conference room table, that does not mean past disagreements have not resulted in dire consequences for the United States. The FBI and the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, failing to share vital intelligence and it having an impact on our national security has been documented in numerous books and films as a leading factor in the tragic events that unfolded on 9/11. Those lessons, hopefully, have been learned and resolved. The FBI has embraced the task force concept since the early 1980s, collaborating with other federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies for combating violent crime and drug activity, as well as terrorism threats. Task forces have proven to be an efficient method for agencies to tackle specific crimes and national security concerns together. Violent Gang Safe Streets Task Forces and Joint Terrorism Task Forces, JTTF, throughout the country bring together the resources and manpower of all the agencies combined. FBI agents respect and value the contributions other agencies bring to the table and strive to maintain collaborative relationships with all law enforcement partners. The FBI's relationship with its law enforcement counterparts has been built on years of mutual respect and collaboration. In Episode 7, Tracking Top 10 Fugitives, retired agent Jeff Covington spoke about working in the early to mid-1990s on the Philadelphia Division Fugitive Task Force with local and state law enforcement partners.
There was a need for the FBI to team up with some of our local partners to try to put a dent in the exploding amount of violent crime. Our new SAC, Bob Ryder, brought that program in. We partnered up with major crimes in Philadelphia with a court warrant unit from the Court of Common Pleas, the Pennsylvania State Police. We all signed memorandums of understanding. Each one of those guys was sworn in as a special United States Marshal so they could have all the powers that the FBI partners. We teamed up in about 8 teams, and they could get anywhere we went to. If we went over to Jersey, they could go. If we went down to Delaware, if we went to Baltimore, that special designation, Special United States Marshal, allowed them to carry their guns and have the same powers that their FBI partners had. It's good in a lot of ways, again, debunking that myth that we can't work with other people. Also, they had resources. They had warrants that they supplied us with. They had sources. They had other local influence that we needed, even though the FBI is big and powerful. We can't do everything. 99% of our warrants actually came from those units, state police, court warrant unit, and the major crimes. Also, these guys know the turf. And that was probably one of the biggest things. They know their way around the city. If we have a problem, they can get cars out to us. And it also fostered a real good sense, not only with us, but in the public, that law enforcement can work together. There were 50,000 unserved violent crime warrants at one point on the books, and there was nobody looking for these guys. They didn't have the manpower. The Fugitive Task Force was designed to try to put a dent in those things. And believe you me, Jerry, we did. We even trained together when we went to firearms. Each of us went to a safe streets school teaching situation so we could build up the professionalism of the task force and kind of make it into a unit that was actually quite formidable. One guy turned himself in when he heard the task force was looking for him. We got a good reputation going. You don't mess with the Philadelphia Fugitive Task Force. You're better off turning yourself in.
The task force concept is a win-win for all participating agencies. In Episode 69, Triple Murder Safe Street Task Force, retired agent Jenna Davis talked about supervising a Safe Streets task force and the advantages working on a team with multiple agencies provides to law enforcement.
And this is the beauty about a Safe Streets task force, any kind of FBI-sponsored task force. We have the ability to use not only the federal, legal system, we have the ability to use the state and the local jurisdictions as well to get process on our criminals. The FBI uses the Safe Streets Task Force program as a way to assist local jurisdictions with specific crime problems that sometimes needs the ability or the resources of the FBI and other agencies to address. So back in 1992 or so, we started our first Safe Streets task forces, and currently we probably have over 150 of them across the country. And what the Safe Streets task forces do is they go to their local departments, identify agencies and personnel that would fit together to kind of address a specific crime problem, violent crime. It could be fugitives, it could be gang violence, it could be drug trafficking. The task force that we started in the Baltimore division was a Safe Streets task force addressing violent crime and cold case homicides. And so we had a mixture of local police officers from the county in Prince George's County. We also had a couple of auxiliary members from other jurisdictions, and then we had some folks from the state police in Maryland. The FBI pays the overtime associated with these police officers who work on the task force. We worked as a team, and basically it's a way to kind of augment the resources of both departments. They are deputized. They go through the same background investigation that special agents go through. They receive a top secret security clearance, and they have access to FBI systems as far as records and report systems. They also have access to FBI vehicles and have access to FBI equipment to work the joint investigations. And the other important fact about the task force officers is that they really are under supervision of the FBI. On some occasions, we will deputize supervisors from the other departments to work as a team, depending upon the size of the task force. So you'll have an FBI supervisor and a local supervisor working with the task force. But the majority of the time, everyone is under the FBI supervision.
FBI Film and Fiction Review, The Looming Tower. Written by Lawrence Wright, this Pulitzer Prize-winning nonfiction book about the rise of al-Qaeda details the intelligence failures that culminated in the attacks on the World Trade Center. It was recreated in 2018 as a 10-episode TV drama. The series traces the rivalry between the FBI and the CIA in the late 1990s in the midst of the growing threat of terrorist activity from al-Qaeda at the direction of Osama bin Laden. The interagency conflict depicted in The Looming Tower is alleged to have been responsible for both agencies missing the many clues that indicated the tragedy of 9/11 was imminent. The series portrays real-life FBI agent John O'Neill, who was in charge of the FBI's counterterrorism unit in New York, and Muslim-American agent Ali Soufan. Both agents are featured by name in the series and are played by Jeff Daniels and French actor Tahar Rahim. My rating for The Looming Tower? No footwear was removed. All laces stayed tightly tied. Retired agent Ali Soufan in episode 154, USS Cole Bombing, The Black Banners, shared his thoughts about having an actor portray him on the Hulu TV series, The Looming Tower. I have to ask you, what did you think about the series, and what was it like to have someone play you? The actor who played you was so good. I kind of had a little crush on him. He was so
I will
vulnerable. Yeah, please do.
Yeah, I think Tahar did a phenomenal job. And I think overall, the Hulu series kept true to the spirit of the story. Definitely, they put some drama here and there.
The firefight in the street and through the apartment complex, I thought, was a little over the top.
Yeah, I mean, they put some drama, but that's normal with Hollywood. But when it comes to the spirit of the story, I think they kept it true to their word that they wanted to, stay factual. I think it's always weird for me to watch it because as a person who lived through a lot of these kind of things, know many of these characters, I kind of would like to, in our mind, especially as FBI agents, we kind of have only the facts, right? So we don't have place for the drama. We don't have place for exaggerations. We don't have place for any of these kind of things. So every time I see it, it's kind of like you see that the graph is going, crazy up and down. Like, no, that's not exactly what happened. I'm the worst person to watch the series with. But overall, I think I agree with you. They did a good job.
Number 3. Most FBI agents are white males and female agents are single. Special agent statistics. Although recent books, TV shows, and movies portray the FBI as a highly diverse organization, the old image of white men in dark suits is still somewhat accurate. Approximately 70% of special agents are white males, so this cliché of only white male agents is not too far off the mark. However, I included this statement as a cliché because the demographics are changing, slowly. FBI agents are not confined to the cookie-cutter models from central casting portrayed in recent past. Currently, out of approximately 13,500 total special agents, the workforce also includes 19% women, 17% minorities, as well as individuals of different religions and sexual orientations. During my time in the Bureau, when I told people what I did for a living, my announcement was usually met with raised eyebrows and a confused stare because, as an African-American woman, I didn't look like an FBI agent. It didn't help that I also joined when minorities made up 8.1% and women made up less than 5.8% of the special agent ranks. Currently, Black women make up less than 1%. By the way, Black women made up 0.3% when I received my appointment in 1982. I was one of 23 Black women out of the 8,270 agents serving in the Bureau at the time. All law enforcement agencies should reflect the population they serve, and the FBI is actively recruiting more women and minorities. I'm always in recruitment mode. If you or someone you know meets the basic qualifications, a minimum of a bachelor's degree, between 23 and 37 years of age, and a U.S. citizen, please consider applying for a special agent position. Women and minority agents have been appointed to leadership roles in the FBI. At the time of the publication of FBI Myths and Misconceptions, a manual for armchair detectives, an informal review of the 56 FBI field offices indicated that the assistant director in charge, ADIC, of the Washington field office was a woman, and 8 of the other FBI field offices were also led by women. The number of minority special agents in charge, SACs, was also 8. Among them was 1 minority female SAC. This review did not include Senior Executive Service, SES positions at FBI headquarters. TV shows that are helping to change the stereotype are Criminal Minds, where the BAU unit chief is a woman, FBI on CBS, where the SAC character is a woman, and Designated Survivor, where the assistant director is an African American male and the lead case agent is an Asian American woman. These series help to promote the FBI to eligible men and women who may not have otherwise considered the FBI as a career choice. These TV shows introduce the FBI to more potential candidates than a college career day or a job fair presentation. It's exciting to imagine viewers watching these characters and thinking to themselves, maybe I can do that too. However, I suspect that some women do not consider joining the FBI as a special agent because female FBI characters are often depicted as unattached and childless. The only thing she has in her life is her job. Applicants may wonder where a family would fit in. Seldom do you see female and male agent characters dropping their children off at daycare or preparing a healthy meal for their families. The typical female agent in movies and TV shows is portrayed as single in relationships and singular in focus. Married women candidates are those looking to one day have a life that includes a spouse and kids, may not believe the position will work with the demands of raising a family. On the contrary, most veteran female agents, like their male counterparts, are married and have children. It can be done, but like any other high-pressure position, it requires support to navigate the long days with unpredictable hours and out-of-town travel. Granted, it's easier for writers not to have to address life outside of the FBI office if they make agents single and childless. In writing my crime fiction series featuring FBI agent Jerri Wheeler, I made sure to enhance and, yes, complicate the development of her character arc by giving her a not-thrilled-about-her-job husband and 3 active kids at home. During my FBI career, I raised 3 kids while on the job. Admittedly, this was possible because my husband, a high school history teacher, took up the slack when I needed to get into work early, stay late, or travel on assignment. He was also home with the kids every summer. Being an FBI agent with a family can work. Understanding and supportive spouses, as well as a community in the form of relatives, friends, and neighbors, are the keys to success. I also worked on a squad where I managed my own cases. That meant, for the most part, that I decided when I needed to interview a witness, execute a search, or make an arrest, never on parent-teacher conference days or sports events nights. Things get complicated when you're assigned to a squad or task force where decisions are made for the team. The FBI has excellent benefits for their employees, including vacation time and paid holidays. No matter where you're assigned around the country, you'll be able to take off to visit family and friends. Another inaccurate portrayal of agents who are women involves the overemphasis of the physical attributes of the actresses portraying them. On the ABC series Quantico, the lead character, Special Agent Alex Parrish, seemed always to be wearing low-cut and tight-fitting clothes. In the real world, all agents wear attire appropriate for the specific work environment. Women do not have to look or act like the guys, but if there is an arrest or a search, they'll be sporting the blue nylon raid jacket with the gold FBI letters, khaki pants, sneakers, and the baseball cap too. And when it's time to go to the office or testify in court, the female agents will be wearing an appropriate business suit or dress topped with a jacket to conceal their guns. I can assure you that instructions on distracting bad guys with your cleavage are not covered in the training sessions taught at the academy. History of diversity in the FBI. The following post, prepared for the FBI's 100th anniversary, appeared on the FBI website. From the FBI website, FBI 100, the top 10 myths in FBI history. Myth number 5. There were no minority agents during the Hoover years. The FBI was hardly way ahead of its time in providing equal career opportunities for all Americans, but it is not true that the FBI was unwilling to hire minorities during Hoover's tenure, or, as a variation of the myth goes, was reluctant to hire minority agents until ordered to do so by President Kennedy in the early 1960s. The fact is, many minority special agents worked in the FBI from the early 1920s forward. An African-American agent named James Amos, for example, investigated major cases in New York from 1921 to 1953, while the Striders, an African-American father-son agent team in Los Angeles, served with distinction from the 1940s through the early 1970s. Hispanic agent Manuel Sorolla served in a number of our Western offices from the 1920s through the 1940s, and Filipino-born agent Flaviano Gruero served ably in the 1940s. All told, there were dozens of minority special agents on our rolls before Hoover died in 1972. It should be noted that most of the minority agents mentioned in the section above were hired during the period when agents were not required to have a college degree or attend the FBI Training Academy, which opened in the 1940s on the Marine Corps base in Quantico, Virginia. Once the new formalized recruitment and training criteria were established, 20 years followed before minority agents were hired and welcomed at the academy. I respect the contributions of the brave men who had worked as special agents before these changes, but I'm not inclined to ignore the discriminatory practices and disparate treatment that existed during the early days of the Bureau. It is a fact that prior to 1962, the FBI hired no fully qualified African-American special agents, and Director Hoover was under pressure by Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy and the Department of Justice to diversify the professional federal law enforcement ranks of the FBI. Several African-American support employees have been given the title of special agent, even though they did not meet the college requirements, were not allowed to attend the FBI Academy, and were not allowed to perform many of the duties described in the special agent job description. The first two fully qualified and college-educated African-American candidates to attend the FBI Academy, Aubrey Lewis and James Barrow, entered on duty together in the summer of 1962. A year later, in the summer of 1963, Wayne Davis and another African-American candidate, John Kerry, attended the FBI Academy and joined the Bureau. In Episode 14, Director Hoover and FBI Diversity, retired agent Wayne Davis spoke about being one of the first African-American agents hired in the early 1960s, the history of diversity in the FBI, and its importance.
Hoover was under a lot of pressure to diversify his special agent force. There were a lot of minorities in clerical, or what we call now, I guess they still call them support positions. Back in those days, we called them clerical positions. The agent's staff was severely lacking. And Mr. Hoover really wasn't making any efforts to hire in that regard. Bobby Kennedy was the Attorney General, and he made it very, very difficult for Hoover to not do what he wanted Hoover to do in the area of minority. He was attempting to diversify the ranks of the Department of Justice in general and the FBI in particular. No minority, fully qualified, school-trained special agents. There were about 5 or 6 or 7 individuals who, through length of service, carried special agent credentials, but they didn't really have the full qualifications that agents are required to have. And I can name them. Jimmy Young worked 42. That's the 42 classification, the deserter cases. When the director came to New York, Jimmy was his chauffeur. When the heat was on the director, he named Jimmy Young as a special agent, but the work that he did was very, very limited. There was another fellow in New York, Harold Carr, who got special agent credentials, again, because of long and loyal service. But Harold Carr stayed down in the basement of the building and kept the director's limousine polished. In Chicago, there was Carl Mason, the same story. Carl Mason did limited investigative work, no college education, and he drove the director should the director have to go to Chicago. Miami, the same story. Leo McLaren did the same job in Chicago. And in Los Angeles, it was the Striders, Jesse Strider and his son Bob. They did investigative work, but they pretty much drove the director when the director came out, maybe to go to the Trek at San Diego. But that was the extent, pretty much, of black special agents. Carried credentials, didn't have the full qualifications, but did what they had to do. Those who were in the field offices really did do some limited investigative work. I spoke with Jimmy Young on several occasions because I had to go to New York to work on a special assignment. I got a chance to talk with Jimmy Young then. And Jimmy felt good. He wore a suit and tie, and he did the job. But it's interesting. They sent me in on special, and I teamed up with another fellow who they sent in from Miami named James Barrow. They didn't send Jimmy Young out to do these things that they were asking Jim Barrow and I to do, because we had the qualifications. We could write the reports. We could contact the informants and everything. And I think the fellows who were not fully qualified but carried the special agent credentials felt good about seeing the new breed. 1962, 2 fully qualified black special agents were hired. One was Aubrey Lewis, and in his class was James Barrow. Jim Barrow had been a clerical employee in the New York office who had the education and had worked for the 3 years that was required, passed the examinations and everything. Aubrey Lewis, I believe, was teaching in Montclair, New Jersey at the time, but Aubrey Lewis was an All-American athlete graduate of Notre Dame University, an all-star football player and track star. So he had that as part of his credentials, so to speak, when the FBI hired him. When they sent him to training school, that was 1962. Ebony magazine had an article on him. Poor Jim Barrow didn't even get his face in the picture, but Aubrey Lewis was the star, so to speak. The poster boy, he was a nice-looking fellow and the whole 9 yards. So those were the first 2. That class went in the summer of 1962. Yours truly and another fellow named John Carey came through the following year. During that whole year, they weren't able to find anyone else, apparently, that Hoover liked to go through training school. So John Carey and Wayne Davis were the second 2 to go through the FBI Academy at Quantico, Virginia. FBI agents are the people who are out there on the street talking to people, developing sources of information, being that first line of people who probably have never met an FBI agent. And with this country being as diverse as it is, my feeling is that that's reason enough for the FBI special agent position to reflect the diversity in this country.
History of women in the FBI. Most are under the impression that there were no female special agents before or during Hoover's tenure as the director of the FBI. However, that's not correct. The following are excerpts from a narrative on the history of the Philadelphia Division, compiled by a former Philadelphia chief of clerks. Only female agent hired by Hoover was assigned to Philadelphia. Historical accounts refer to 1972 as the year of the first female FBI agents. Although that term is technically correct, there were 3 female agents in the Bureau of Investigations in the 1920s. When J. Edgar Hoover took over the Bureau of Investigations in 1924, later to be renamed the Federal Bureau of Investigation, there were 2 female special agents on duty. They resigned shortly after that, but another female agent, appointed in November 1924, served until 1928. Lenore Houston applied for the position of Special Agent of the Bureau of Investigation in June of 1922. She received glowing recommendations, and on January 14, 1924, Bureau Director William Burns appointed her a special employee. Her salary was to be $7 per day, plus $4 a day instead of subsistence when absent from her office of assignment in Philadelphia. She handled white slave law violations. At the time she entered on duty, she was 45 years old and single. She was a high school graduate, had 3 years of college, and had completed a business course. Congressman William Graham wrote to Director Burns on several occasions to urge that Special Employee Houston be designated a special agent. On November 6, 1924, Hoover took his advice and notified the appointment clerk to make the change. During her time at the Philadelphia office, Miss Houston received excellent performance ratings. She also earned salary increases, and by April 1, 1927, her yearly income was $3,100. On August 29, 1927, Miss Houston traveled to the Washington field office, where, allegedly, her work got steadily worse. On October 20, 1928, she was placed on leave without pay through November 7th, at which time her resignation was effective. A report dated December 30, 1930, indicated that Miss Houston had been confined to a hospital, suffering from hallucinations, and threatened to shoot Hoover as soon as she was released. It would be 46 years later, and just days after Hoover's death, before women would be allowed to serve the FBI again as special agents. In the FBI's early days, women served almost exclusively in traditional jobs as secretaries and file clerks. During wartime, women in the FBI, like everywhere else in America, began to train and work in positions previously dominated by men. By 1948, 1/3 of the FBI's employees were women, a fact that surprised those who thought of the FBI as strictly male. Women held technical and complex positions, and, at times, they volunteered to help out male agents by posing as their dinner dates or by eavesdropping on conversations in ladies' rooms. In the 1950s, women began to show a real interest in becoming special agents, but the Bureau's policy prohibited their hiring, citing a need for a streamlined force, hazards on the job, and problems associated with transfers. Change was slow in coming, as illustrated in an excerpt from a 1971 Bureau policy statement. Quote, "It is not the intent of the FBI to confine the special agent position to males without there being very good reasons to do so. Lurking in the minds of those bent on defying the law must be the ever-present concern for the prowess and the ability of the FBI agent. The response by our agents must be quick and is frequently military in nature, with one man supported by others making the initial move, such as bounding into a room. He must create the impression that he is intrepid, forceful, aggressive, dominant, and resolute. Our work involves basically man against man and is a body contact profession," unquote. After a lawsuit and a series of executive orders, just 9 days after Hoover's death, the policy also expired. This must have been a relief for many women who had received the following letter forwarded to them from FBI headquarters less than a year before. "Dear Miss, fill in the blank, I am glad to learn from your letter received on, fill in the date, that you are interested in a career in the FBI, and enclosed are publications regarding the opportunities available and the requirements for employment with us. Because of the nature of the duties, Our special agents are called upon to perform. We do not employ women in this position. We must have agents who are qualified to cope with any situation they may face. As you can see, however, women do hold many important positions in this bureau. Sincerely yours, John Edgar Hoover, Director. Among the FBI's first female agents in modern times were a former nun, Joanne Pierce, and a Marine, Sue Rowley. With their unique backgrounds, it appeared that the only thing they had in common was that they were at least 5'7" tall, a height requirement which was not lifted for male and female agents until 3 years later. During my bureau career, I was often the first female FBI agent most people had ever met. It is perplexing to me that law enforcement is still considered a non-traditional career for a woman. Being the first women agents must have been challenging for Pierce and Rowley. If I'm honest, I must admit that my early days in the Bureau weren't always easy. I joined the FBI at a time when everyone was still getting used to female agents. I could share some eyebrow-raising war stories. Fortunately, in spite of my shaky beginnings, it had no effect on what I was able to accomplish during my career. When you're trying to make a name for yourself and create a positive reputation in a job where there are very few women, you are aware that you have the responsibility of saying and doing things that will, hopefully, help the women coming up behind you. A female agent will no longer be considered a novelty when women are fully integrated into the law enforcement workforce. Currently, women hold only 12 to 15% of policing positions, even though more than half of medical school and law school students are women. Two equally demanding professions once considered off-limits to women. But law enforcement is still not a widely preferred career choice for women. Being a successful woman in the FBI and other local, state, and federal agencies surrounded by men requires the usual police skills and fitness, but above all else, it takes determination and confidence in one's abilities. But success in law enforcement for a woman is not being one of the boys. It's being one of the team. It's not important that you get invited to go out to a club or play a pickup game of basketball after work. What's important is that you get invited along on interviews and arrest. Of course, if you're the case agent, you get to do the inviting. FBI Film and Fiction Review, Wind River. This 2017 feature film is a crime thriller about a female FBI agent who teams up with a veteran tracker with the Fish and Wildlife Service. Together, they, with the assistance of the local tribal police department, work to investigate the rape and murder of a Native American woman on a Wyoming reservation. The movie follows FBI agent Jane Banner, apparently single and childless, who is assigned solo to solve this crime as a highly competent investigator who knows how to handle herself. The movie stars Elizabeth Olsen and Jeremy Renner. Although there are things the movie gets wrong, the fact that Agent Banner was sent out alone is not one of them. There are FBI agents throughout the country who are assigned to represent the FBI's interest in remote areas. Those agents rely on their relationships with local law enforcement for backup and assistance. In Wind River, it is explained that Agent Banner arrived from Las Vegas to investigate the young woman's murder. In real life, an agent would not have been dispatched from the Las Vegas division, but instead from one of the 4 satellite offices or resident agencies, Cheyenne, Casper, Lander, and Jackson Hole, within the Denver Division's Wyoming territory. Another misconception the movie makes involves the numerous gun battles Agent Banner encounters. In an actual situation where a Bureau weapon is discharged, the FBI would have immediately deployed a shooting review team to investigate, especially when there are fatalities and an agent is shot. I explain more about shooting incidents in chapter number 14, where I discuss agents being involved in gun battles. In spite of these inaccuracies, I found Wind River to be entertaining and recommend you watch the movie if you haven't seen it yet. My rating for Wind River? I kept my shoes on my feet, but during the show I loosened the laces just in case. Miss Congeniality 1 and 2. This comedy, released in 2000, features Sandra Bullock in the title role of Gracie Hart, a female FBI agent who goes undercover as a contestant in the Miss United States beauty pageant in order to bring down a terrorist threatening to bomb the pageant. Single and childless, Gracie is as far from being a beauty queen as one can get. Her basic beauty routine is washing her face and maybe brushing her hair. She's not the type to be concerned about putting on makeup or wearing pretty dresses. However, when the investigation requires an agent to join the competition as a participant, Agent Hart gets a makeover, becomes a contestant, and eventually solves the case. In Miss Congeniality 2, 2005, Gracie Hart, Sandra Bullock once more, is asked to be the FBI spokesperson for yet another case centered around the Miss United States beauty pageant. This time, Miss United States and the beauty pageant host are kidnapped. Agent Hart is reluctantly teamed up with Agent Sam Fuller, played by Regina King, a female FBI agent who has anger management issues, and they fly out to Las Vegas to rescue the kidnappers' victims. These two films are not the only comedies where Sandra Bullock played a "I'm just one of the boys" female special agent. She played a similar role in Heat, co-starring Melissa McCarthy, who portrayed an unkempt, disgruntled female cop, but with a much better love life. Yes, these films are comedies, and actually pretty funny. However, the female law enforcement stereotypes were on overload in these three movies. Single? Check. Acts like one of the guys? Check. Childless? Check. Most agents, whether male or female, are employed in a managerial level position before joining the FBI and know how to carry themselves in a professional manner. No wonder women are hesitant to consider law enforcement as a career, as these are the images presented to them. Not very attractive role models, pun intended. My rating for Miss Congeniality? Has anyone seen my shoe? Number 4. The FBI only hires accountants, attorneys, police, and military officers. Unexpected agent. Early in the FBI's history, when agents investigated mostly white-collar and civil rights cases, agents with legal and accounting backgrounds were preferred. Much later, as the Bureau acquired additional violations under its jurisdiction, such as bank robberies, organized crime, and illegal drugs, candidates with experience and degrees in criminal justice were also sought. Currently, the FBI's recruitment efforts for special agent positions target candidates from a wide variety of backgrounds, people working everyday jobs, such as teachers, nurses, sales managers, linguists, cybercomputer specialists, pilots, and engineers are encouraged to apply to the FBI. I was a juvenile probation officer with a bachelor's degree in psychology before I was hired. The Bureau is in particular need of candidates working in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields. These individuals are ideal for FBI positions involving forensic science, computer technology, cybersecurity, electronic surveillance, biometrics, and encryption. You might be surprised to learn that there are agents in the FBI who were employed as dentists, medical doctors, and scientists before joining. There are even a few former professional athletes. The FBI is looking for hard-working and self-motivated individuals. If there were times in your life when you had to overcome obstacles and successfully persevered, these are the things to note during your panel interview, as well as your current accomplishments. Candidates should be prepared to review the FBI core competencies and evaluate their life experiences with regard to what the Bureau expects from employees. Investigators will conduct a background investigation for applicants being considered for the special agent position. The best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. Depending on how long you've been out of college, former professors will be interviewed, in addition to recommendations from current and previous employers, associates, and neighbors. If you're looking into the FBI before obtaining the required 4-year bachelor's degree, I encourage you to major in a degree program that is of most interest to you. If that's criminal justice, then by all means major in criminal justice. If you think you might like accounting, then please go for a degree in accounting. But none of us know what the future may hold. You don't want to end up in an industry that you only entered because you were trying to become an agent with the FBI. There are many individuals in law enforcement who see the FBI as the next step, the next level. Therefore, obtaining a minor or gaining expertise in an area that you truly enjoy could make you more competitive, such as fluent language skill, intelligence gathering, or experience in forensics. But certainly consider majoring in any of the degree programs offered at accredited universities. The FBI is looking for candidates from all disciplines. Competitive candidates for the special agent position are working in positions with managerial responsibilities and perhaps a few direct reports. It's not your job title that matters. Make sure you're the best at what you do. Make sure you shine and stand out among your peers and coworkers. Age and other basic requirements. Some TV shows and films cast actors who appear to be too young or too old for the role of an FBI agent. Although the qualifying age to join the FBI is 23, the average new agent is 30 years old and has worked a managerial level position for several years before receiving an appointment to the FBI Academy. FBI characters in film and fiction would be portrayed more accurately as more seasoned and experienced, but not too old. The mandatory retirement age for federal law enforcement officers is 57, though an agent can receive a limited extension up to the age of 60 if his or her continued service is in the public's interest. Most agents, however, retire from the FBI in their early 50s to start post-FBI positions while they're still marketable. Ageism exists even for FBI agents. I retired when I was 51. I enjoyed watching a TV show on TNT Network called Good Behavior, starring Michelle Dockery and Juan Diego Botto. A reoccurring character, FBI agent Rhonda Lashiver, was portrayed as cynical, sarcastic, and just plain rude. Ann Dowd, the actress who played her, although perfect for the refreshingly unique part in every other way, seemed too old for the role. During one of the episodes, when the character remarked that she was 62 years old, my assessment was validated. 62? She should have been retired 5 years earlier. This bitter and disgruntled FBI character was hanging on to her job by a thin thread. No one would have granted her an extension. Why does it matter? Because hundreds of thousands of people who watched Good Behavior now have inaccurate information about the retirement age for FBI agents. If you're writing a book or you're producing a movie about an FBI agent, the characters shouldn't be too young or too old. For anyone who knows the real age requirements, it's going to take their focus away from the screen or off the page. In addition to the age and educational requirements, candidates must be a U.S. citizen, be able to obtain an SCI, Sensitive Compartmented Information Clearance, and comply with the FBI drug policy. To learn more about the qualifications and employment requirements to apply for the special agent position, visit FBI.gov. FBI Film and Fiction Review, Quantico. The TV series Quantico ran for 3 strangely unconnected seasons, 2015 to 2018. The show followed Alex Parrish, played by Priyanka Chopra, during the first few years of her mercurial time as a special agent, starting with her time at the FBI Academy in Quantico. Upon graduating with a bright and productive career ahead of her, she instead becomes the prime suspect in a deadly terrorist attack that takes place in Grand Central Station in New York City. The second half of the first season has Alex trying to prove that she is innocent with the help from her new agent classmates. I joke that whenever I attempted to watch Quantico, I kept getting distracted by Alex's beautiful, thick, wavy hair, or by the nagging question I had regarding why her uniform tops were tighter and cut lower than any of the other female trainees in her class. But regardless of these diversions, for the most part, in Season 1, I found that the agents' interactions and the FBI Academy were portrayed as bright, shiny, exaggerated versions of the real thing, with the following corrections. FBI new agent trainees are not called Nats. New agent trainees are not all young and good-looking. The FBI prefers to hire individuals with several years of experience, which means a new agent trainee class may have several older people, up to 37 years of age. Also, the FBI has no policy against hiring unattractive people. Having sex with classmates, either on or off campus, is prohibited. New agents are expected to respect the personal property of classmates. Sneaking into classmates' rooms to gather intelligence about their past indiscretions by removing files and downloading data from laptops is neither condoned or necessary. After the thorough backgrounds conducted on each trainee, no secrets are left to be revealed. Season 1 introduced the FBI to a new and diverse generation of boys and girls who now dream of becoming FBI agents when they grow up. But Season 2's CIA infiltration and Season 3's Black Ops plots crossed into the land of make-believe and didn't bother to portray anything close to how the real FBI works. My rating for Quantico? Has anyone seen my shoe? Number 5. One agent can work a major investigation alone. A career like no other. Often, due to time constraints, writers don't have the luxury of developing multiple characters. Instead, they create one composite character to represent a few different players. It would be impossible to recognize all the individuals involved in a real-life major investigation. Creating an accurate portrayal of each participant is an unachievable task if the case must be solved within an hour to 2 hours. So even though it takes a team to work a major investigation, books, TV shows, and movies are written to allow the main character to portray the roles of several agents, giving the impression that one agent can conduct an entire investigation by herself. However, during a major investigation in the field, assistance with surveillance, searches, arrest, monitoring wiretaps, transcribing tapes, and more is always needed. An entire squad or office gets involved and plays a part in the success of the operation. As the saying goes, it takes a village. Composite characters are a major complaint of FBI agents watching and reading these crime stories that dramatize a true FBI event. Time constraints dictate that one actor portray one agent on the case, but is shown conducting parts of the investigation that were conducted by others in real life. I can imagine that it is hurtful and frustrating to see the contributions of coworkers or yourself ignored. But that's the entertainment business. It may be surprising to learn that when agents sell the rights to their life stories, they often lose the ability to object to creative changes made. A case where nary a gunshot was fired in real life might have the agent involved in several firefights during the fictionalized version. When real cops watch cop shows, it can also be annoying for them to see agents and police officers acting like Rambo, battling teams of bad guys. Confronting multiple armed suspects alone goes against all logical law enforcement tactics and arrest procedures. That's not to say that there aren't any hotshot agents in the FBI who believe they are saviors of the universe. In the FBI, we call them blue flamers, usually young agents so eager and energetic that, similar to a rocket at launch, they have fire shooting from their backsides. However implausible, if writers believe it's what the audience wants, then those scenes will always be included in the script. Case agents, file reviews, and sources. Another irritation is when an agent on TV appears to be assigned to work every violation under the Bureau's jurisdiction, with no distinction regarding what squad they're on. FBI agents are assigned to squads based on related federal violations. I admit to a small infraction of this issue. In my FBI Philadelphia Corruption Squad series, featuring Special Agent Jerri Williams, she's assigned to both economic crime and public corruption cases, even though in the real Philadelphia division, these would be violations worked on 2 different squads. I wrote the novel this way because I want Jerri, my main character, to be able to work a variety of fraud and corruption cases, regardless if the crimes were committed by individuals, corporations, or public servants and officials. So I guess I'm guilty of squad blending too. Many squads have 10 to 30 agents working under one supervisory special agent, SSA. Although agents will need some support to work their investigations, every case has a case agent who is primarily responsible for the administration of the entire investigation. On non-task force squads, agents work alone. They'll team up with a squad mate for cooperation and safety concerns. However, the FBI requires agents to assume an almost entrepreneurial ownership of their cases. Each assignment is like running a business. FBI agents must figure out the manpower and resources needed, and there's no one standing over them checking on their daily progress and making sure they're doing their jobs. Every day, they get to decide what they're going to do. It's a remarkable freedom that requires tremendous self-discipline and motivation. Every 90 days, the squad supervisor reviews the agent's case files, looking for documentation that they're pulling their weight. This is one of the primary reasons the average age of new agent trainees is 30 years old. The Bureau is looking for people who can hit the ground running, who have the skills, experience, and confidence to work autonomously. In most cases, the FBI is a second career for individuals hired for the special agent position. During my time in the FBI, physical files were pulled and dropped off in the supervisor's office for his or her review. Whether or not this was a back-breaking task with a heavy load of main and multiple sub-files depended on the size of your caseload. Agents could be assigned to one major investigation or 30 cases in various states of active and pending status. Nowadays, it's all computerized. After the files are examined, the supervisor goes over each case to provide an assessment, and if applicable, suggest investigative tools and techniques for the agent to consider exploring next. Accomplishments, such as how many interviews, searches, arrests, indictments, trials, and convictions have been logged in since the last file review, are maintained on an FBI Form FD 515, Accomplishment Report Form, informally known as a stat sheet. It's a highly visible way to determine if an agent is pulling their weight. Incentive awards, yearly bonuses, and merit pay increases are based on these recorded accomplishments. Squad members are often watching to see who has the bigger cases and the most stats, valuable bragging rights. The FBI can be a competitive environment. No one wants to be known as an empty suit. On a task force or organized crime squad, several agents may be assigned as case agents to focus on the major players targeted in the investigation, and the other members given the task force of opening files on minor players and spin-off cases. Local and state law enforcement officers on the task force or squad are partnered with agents who, for the most part, assume the administrative responsibilities for their portion of the investigation and assess the work their partners produce. For example, the agent would be the affiant on a search or arrest warrant filed in federal court. Conversely, the advantages of a task force include the ability for the local law enforcement officer to obtain a state warrant if the case requires. The primary focus of FBI special agents, no matter what squad or violation they are assigned to investigate, is to collect and assess intelligence. That's because the FBI is not just a law enforcement agency. It's also an intelligence-driven agency. Every field agent is evaluated on his or her participation in the collection of human intelligence, HUMINT, and everyone they speak with is considered a potential source. Gathering human intelligence is a mandated requirement and documented meticulously. Agents are evaluated on the number and quality of their key sources, also referred to as symboled sources, informants, cooperating witnesses, and assets. The ability to communicate with people who are able to provide direct knowledge of criminal activity is one of the most important roles of an investigator. From the FBI website, frequently asked questions. What is the FBI's policy on the use of informants? Although it is legally permissible for the FBI to use informants in its investigation, special care is taken to carefully evaluate and closely supervise their use, so the rights of individuals under investigation are not infringed. The FBI can only use informants consistent with specific guidelines issued by the Attorney General that control the use of informants. Here's what retired agents I've interviewed have said about the development and handling of sources. Retired agent Judy Tyler, in Episode 4, Drug Cases and Informant Development, spoke about why informant development is important to the FBI.
I work as a contractor providing instruction for the FBI for agents on developing and operating informants. Sometimes at the FBI Academy, and sometimes it's at another location in Virginia. I can't really talk about a lot of it, but part of it is done in role play, which is a great way to teach. It's better that the students make mistakes on me than the public. So they interview me and try and figure out my motivations and things like that. And I can teach in roles so that they get it. And it's a great way to teach.
And I don't know if the listeners understand that developing informants or human intelligence sources is key to the FBI, because that's one of the many tools that we use to gather information, to gather intelligence.
Yes, I would say that's the cornerstone of every case in the FBI. Every single case is made with information from the public. And I'd say that's probably the most important skill to have to be able to work with people.
And I know it was when I retired, and I retired about 7-8 years ago, every agent was required and expected to develop informants. I take it that's still the case.
Yes, that hasn't changed. As I said, that's really the bread and butter of our jobs. Any case that is a success has informant a component to it.
And I would imagine that the reason that you were selected to be hired for this job is because during your years working drug investigations, that was a very important of your day-to-day existence and success, developing informants, getting these drug dealers and their associates to talk to you.
It was probably one of the most enjoyable aspects of the job, truthfully, working with the people in the public, whether they were drug dealers or not, to put together a case.
Most agents would agree that sources are of value to investigations and should be treated as such. Retired agent Dave Nadolski, in Episode 130, Loomis Fargo Vault Sting Informants, talked about the necessity of trusting and respecting the investigative contributions made by informants.
You know, you see on TV, guy's a snitch, so that's what they call him. And then, he's a sniveling drug addict, and he'll log up and he'll dime somebody out for $5. And you're watching this, and you're looking at, this guy is nothing but a rat. He's a rat. And that is not a way to talk to an informant. That's not a way to treat an informant. That's not my experience. If you want somebody to help you, somebody who's on the inside, because we're all on the outside, you have got to be genuine with them, and you have got to protect them, and you have got to make them want to do it. You have to be selective over who you use. There's informants I've used that have burned me, and I was taken advantage of, but it didn't happen in this case. And this turned out to be the biggest case of my life. And Tony did not regret doing it. He did not regret doing it. He was proud of it, I'm happy to say. Informants are people who have done things different than us, not necessarily approved by us. But if we want to get something done, we've got to travel in their shoes. We have to operate in their world. And we can't do that without them. They're invaluable.
FBI Film and Fiction Review, American Hustle. This 2013 black comedy and crime drama was inspired by the FBI ab-scam operation of the late 1970s and early 1980s. I saw the movie several years ago when it was first released. I watched it again recently, and this time I took notes on the cliches and misconceptions about the FBI. The movie follows a fictionalized version of the actual ab-scam investigation. Bradley Cooper plays Richie, a young FBI agent investigating a con man operating an advance fee scheme. Christian Bale plays the part of the con man. The methods and technical equipment used to gather electronic evidence were accurately depicted. However, the film uses creative license when it comes to the romance between FBI agent and his cooperating witness, Lady Edith, played by Amy Adams, and his physical assault of his supervisor. These are fireable offenses. In the Bureau, there are many prohibitive behaviors, and an inappropriate sexual relationship with an informant or cooperating witness is one of them. Insubordination is another, and assaulting a supervisor or any employee would not be tolerated. The egregious actions displayed during the telephone beating scene were so over the top that I was distracted for the remainder of the movie. In the movie, Richie and his supervisor are also pointing guns at each other. In what workplace would this be acceptable? The movie also stars Jennifer Lawrence and Jeremy Renner. Spoiler alert, at the end of the movie, Richie is fired for misplacing $2 million. This didn't happen in the actual case, which is his third strike. In real life, an agent would most likely be investigated and criminally charged for such an offense. My rating for American Hustle? Has anyone seen my shoe? Retired agent Myron Fuller, in episode 52, The Original Ab-Scam, Con Men, and Mob Guys, spoke about how his cooperating witness, Mel Weinberg, was the inspiration for actor Christian Bale's character in the movie American Hustle.
Most people associate ab-scam with a movie that came out just a few years back, and that's American Hustle.
Right.
So how much was portrayed correctly? I understand that you were consulted. You actually sat down with Christian Bale, and tell us about that.
Yeah, I spent a whole weekend with Christian Bale in his home in Beverly Hills. But Mel was there too. I mean, my purpose of being there was for two things. One, is to keep Mel on track, and also to provide background. Parts of the movie that were real in the sense of what we really did was the banking, the bank at Chase Manhattan Bank. When Mel came forward to offer his cooperation, he was motivated by two things. One, to keep his girlfriend out of jail, his mistress. He was married, but he also had a mistress. And to keep her
so that was kind of similar. That was kind of similar to what they showed in the movie.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that did come through. Plus, he wanted to keep himself out of jail. So that was his motivation to cooperate.
But there are times when an agent's reliance on a source may backfire and cause potential damage to the case and to the agent's career. FBI Film and Fiction Review, The Informant and The Informant. The true crime book by Kirk Eichenwald, published in 2000, is a compelling story of power and betrayal that was also made into a feature film in 2009 with Matt Damon in the title role. The FBI case was an antitrust corporate fraud investigation involving Archer Daniels Midland, ADM, a global food processing company operating a price-fixing scheme to steal millions of dollars from its customers. The case was codenamed Operation Harvest King. Mark Whitaker, a senior executive with ADM, one of America's most politically powerful corporations, became a confidential government witness. However, Brian Shepard and Bob Herndon, the FBI agents assigned to the investigation, learned during the case that their informant was not telling them the whole truth. In the movie version, they can't be certain where the lies stop and where the truth begins. Their rogue cooperating witness had a hidden agenda that nearly destroyed the careers of Herndon and Shepard, played by actors Joel McHale and Scott Bakula, respectively, in the film. The Informant is my favorite narrative nonfiction book. It reads like a cleverly conceived novel. The fact that it is all true is a bonus. The way author Kurt Eichenwald crafted the story inspired me to write crime fiction, where the story is about the characters more than the crime. I must admit that I had to watch the movie a second time before I embraced its dark satire. My rating scale for The Informant: no footwear was removed while reading this book. All laces were tightly bound. However, while watching The Informant, I loosened the laces just in case. Retired agent Bob Herndon, in episodes 148 and 149, The Informant, Price-Fixing Case, Book, Movie, spoke about what it's like to have a book and a movie produced about his case.
There's a lot that went on in this case. The author told me that the book was originally about 1,400 pages. So he had to cut out a lot. Nothing's perfect. The book's not perfect. The movie's not perfect. But what a real testament to people to try to tell a story. And I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Definitely. Is there anything that was in the book or shown in the movie that did not occur or that you want to comment about?
There are things left out of the book, but that's just because, it's just too long. I know in the movie has a scene towards the end of me talking to Mark in prison. Brian's off the case now or doesn't want to have anything to do with Mark. Mark's already been sentenced. The price-fixing case is over. And I'm kind of helping Mark with his pardon, according to the movie, and meeting him in prison. And Mark slips out that it may be
11 million. Yeah.
11 million. So
that didn't happen?
No. I never met him in the prison. But let me say this. Mark did keep changing the amount of the fraud. It was always changing, even up to right before he went to prison, the amount was changing. So that idea is correct. It kept changing. Going past 9.5 million was just to create mystery for the audience, that there's, 2.5 million still hidden someplace.
It worked.
Yes, it worked. I did not work with him on the pardon there in prison.
Number 6. Agents are unemotional and have no sense of humor. Beyond the caricature. The straight-laced, no-nonsense image of an FBI agent is a holdover from the days of former FBI Director Hoover, when agents could be fired or banished to Butte, Montana, for minor infractions such as wearing the wrong color shirt, i.e., anything other than white. There's a story about a young agent at FBI headquarters who found himself stuck on the same elevator as Director Hoover. They did not exchange a single word, but later that day, the young agent was told he had been fired. His infraction? Acne. Director Hoover believed that the agent and his blemished and pocked complexion did not represent the FBI well. Consequently, agents are careful to comport themselves with behavior and appearance beyond reproach. This has become a caricature, creating the mechanical, unemotional body in a suit that has been seen and described in many movies and books about the FBI. FBI retired Case File Review listeners know this image is false. Agents care deeply about the people they work with, the victims and the subjects of their investigations. One of the things that listeners say surprises them the most is how much the agents are emotionally tied to their cases, how much the work and the people involved mean to them. The opportunity to hear and learn about the agent's thoughts, feelings, and perceptions as they attempt to solve their complex investigations provides the public with an intimate view of law enforcement they have never had before. In episodes 126 and 127, Yosemite Park Murders, Child Predators, PTSD, retired agent Jeff Reinick spoke about showing compassion when working with violent crime victims and suspects.
I just want to make sure that you explain what you mean by showing compassion, or making the subject, no matter how bad they are, making them think that, hey, I understand. You know,
exactly.
I know what you're going through. This wasn't your fault.
Exactly. And for me, it's not an interview tactic. I interviewed a kid one time, and in the lead up to talking about the crime, when I was trying to get to know him, I said, if you could have anything in the world, what would you want? And his answer was, I would want someone to love me, and I would want to have someone to love. How does that not affect you? And so that told me that this kid that had committed a murder, he had other things going in his life. And in my opinion, he might have had some mental illness issues. But it also told me that he wanted to have someone, he wanted to be with someone. So I don't judge. It's just not cut and dry. It's not like it is on TV and then you go home and play ball with your kids, It's not like that for me.
The level of emotional engagement discussed shows how seriously agents are invested in their work and that they are not cold or unemotional. And there's also a lighter side to interactions among agents. Perhaps a little joking around serves as a comic relief for the difficult situations witnessed. Practical jokes. Every day in the FBI has the possibility of being different than the one before. What you're going to be asked to do can be unpredictable. You might be expecting to come into the office one morning to handle paperwork, and the next thing you know, you're heading out on an arrest or to execute an emergency search warrant. The FBI has a culture of camaraderie because the agents must depend on each other in order to accomplish their jobs. Because of the long hours worked and the often dangerous missions, squad members develop close personal relationships where friendly teasing takes place regularly. Many of the stories told during podcast interviews illustrate that FBI agents take their jobs seriously, but not necessarily themselves. Agents are assigned to squads based on related violations. Each squad is like a large dysfunctional family. When appropriate, there are lots of laughs and jokes. Just like mischievous siblings, squad members have been known to pull practical jokes on each other. A common prank is when an agent leaves their credentials out on their desk and their official ID photo is covered with a photo of a cartoon character, such as Mickey Mouse or Homer Simpson. Unfortunately for the agent, they usually don't know their credentials have been tampered with until the next time they take out their badge to display to an interviewee. The result is an amusing, albeit embarrassing situation. Careful, though. Jokes can backfire. After reading an email advertising an upcoming firearms shoot being held exclusively for female agents, I remember one agent in the Philadelphia division sending back a reply all message asking, "Is there a limit? How many female agents can we shoot?" Let's just say his joke didn't go over very well. Nevertheless, there are a lot of hilarious stories that are legendary throughout the Bureau and shared among the rank and file. I'm sorry that I can't share many of them with you here. Just take my word on it. They're too funny. With a few exceptions, it's all good, clean fun. In episode 15, Toddler Kidnapped for Ransom, and Ira Einhorn, retired agent Mike Carbonell, talked about the practical jokes played by agents on his violent crimes and fugitive squad.
We put him on America's Most Wanted, and so Richie and I went down there, but we knew he was in Europe. We were hoping somebody from Europe would call us. But he looks like a biker, so everybody that knew a biker in America called and said, Ira Einhorn's living in Arkansas or Southern California or whatever. At the end of the night, I have all these tip sheets that I'm going through, and it says, the fugitive was sighted at this town in New Jersey, which is where I live. Because I said, Richie, look at this. There's a tip in South Jersey. And I said, oh, wait a minute. Well, what the heck? And then it said, and he's living on this road in this town in New Jersey, which is where I live.
Oh.
Says it's a little bald guy with bad breath. Gave my address. One of my squad mates called in America's Most Wanted and put my address. Oh, I howled. I knew who did it. I howled.
FBI Film and Fiction Review. Whiskey Cavalier. When it comes to FBI agents taking their job seriously, but not necessarily themselves, the ABC series Whiskey Cavalier 2019 illustrates that premise well. The charming spy drama follows the adventures of FBI agent Will Chase, actor Scott Foley, codename Whiskey Cavalier, and kick-ass CIA officer Francesca Frankie Trowbridge, played by actress Lauren Cohen. Will is forced to partner with Frankie on international investigations of interest to both the FBI and CIA, but the relationship is complicated. Following an emotional breakup, Will's sensitive side is raw and exposed, and Frankie doesn't hesitate to take advantage of his vulnerabilities to keep the upper hand in the partnership. Together they lead an interagency team of quirky spies who manipulate, play tricks on, and laugh at each other as they tackle their dangerous assignments and kill a few bad guys along the way. I thought Whiskey Cavalier was funny and clever. Unfortunately, the action comedy was canceled after only one season. The show was loosely inspired by retired agent Eugene Casey and the time he spent as an assistant legal attaché, ALAT, in the FBI Paris office. Casey was a technical advisor for the show. The humorous antics and sticky predicaments made for a refreshing and not-so-serious look at the FBI. It was all fictitious and nearly devoid of factual procedures and protocols of the real FBI, but so was The X-Files, and I enjoyed that show too. My rating for Whiskey Cavalier? I kept my shoes on my feet, but during the show, I loosened the laces just in case. Number 7. Undercover agents run their cases. Going undercover. A case needs a case agent. Although the undercover agents, UCAs, play a vital role, the case agent is in charge of the investigation, and the undercover agent and the case agent are seldom the same person. That's not to say that a case agent can't pick up the phone and pretend she is someone else, or, during an initial meeting, introduce herself using a fictitious identity. However, a significant undercover role is not played by the agent assigned to investigate the case. Instead, another agent is selected and approved to assume that part of the investigation. The use of a UCA is considered only after other covert investigative methods and tools, such as the use of informants, consensual monitoring, and electric surveillance, have been explored. Before an undercover agent can be introduced into an investigation, authorization from FBI headquarters, FBI HQ, must be obtained. The case agent prepares a Group 1 R2 undercover proposal that is first submitted for preliminary approval to the SAC of the division, with the concurrence of the U.S. Attorney's Office. The proposal outlines the predication that initiated the opening of the case and the anticipated outcome of the proposed undercover scenario. Once the undercover committee in the field approves, then it's sent up the chain for FBIQ authorization. Once approved, the case agent submits a list of the skills and attributes needed for the UCA role, and the undercover unit at FBI HQ provides the names of experienced UCAs available. The case agent interviews the potential UCAs about the assignment and selects the agent determined to be the best fit. It might help to look at the case agent as the casting agent, producer, and director of the investigation, and the UCA as the actor playing a role. The case agent provides a script to the UCA outlining the objectives of the undercover scenario. Are they seeking to buy drugs, record incriminating statements, or perhaps identify additional targets? Of course, the UCA can improvise and alter the script as appropriate. The case agent handles everything behind the scenes that makes it possible for the UCA to do his or her job. At the same time, the case agent is juggling all the other aspects of the investigation, such as documenting surveillances, wiretaps, and contacts with witnesses and subjects, as well as maintaining expense reports. Here's a quote from retired agent Ray Murrow in episode 138 and 139, Cleveland Police Corruption, Undercover Sting.
All this administrative BS that Dan was dealing with, I never knew anything about it. That's what a good case agent does. If a lot of that had gotten to me, I don't know if I'd have made it through this thing.
One of the most important aspects of the case agent's responsibilities is reporting the status and the results of recordings to the federal judge overseeing the warrants and court orders issued for the case. Retired agent Mike McGowan, in episode 143, Ghost, Working Undercover, talked about how undercover agents are portrayed in books and movies.
Truthfully, I've never been a big watcher of FBI stories only because that's what you and I did every day of our life. And when I came home from work, I wanted to watch something else or do something else. When I see undercover agents portrayed, especially FBI or federal level undercover agents, they're almost always off the reservations doing crazy stuff against policy and procedure, and nothing could be further from the truth. When you work undercover operations within the FBI, you have a very strict series of guidelines you have to follow, both legal, procedural, policy-wise. You just don't walk into a room and do whatever you want. There's a very clear objective and practice that we go through so that when we do present a case in court, the evidence will withstand defense scrutiny. So we're very careful how we set up and execute undercover operations. There's a tremendous amount of oversight. There's a tremendous amount of preparation. So to have it viewed as just some crazy guy going off the reservation just isn't accurate.
Evaluation and training. Being an undercover agent is a voluntary assignment, but not everyone who raises their hand is chosen. Intensive training and role-playing seminars determine an agent's suitability, especially for those going deep undercover with no badge and no gun. An additional agent working on the case agent squad and familiar with the investigation may serve as the UCA's contact agent. The FBI understands how crucial it is for there to be a lifeline available to reach out to the UCA on a regular basis and monitor the UCA's mental fitness to continue the assignment. The contact agent meets with the UCA to check on their well-being and pick up evidence, such as audio and video recordings and the UCA's investigative reports. This agent is also responsible for relaying pertinent intelligence using other investigative techniques to the UCA. A UCA is required to undergo mental health evaluations before and during an assignment. They will return to Quantico every 6 months for an evaluation and stress test. Even so, undercover agents report that it is easy to start empathizing with their subjects and developing genuine concern and affections for the targets of the investigation. The isolation and loneliness experienced by FBI agents going undercover for long-term assignments is an occupational hazard beyond the risk of their true identities being detected. The public is fascinated by stories, true and fictional, about the exploits of UCAs. Agents are required to have a few years of field time before returning to the academy for undercover training. Experienced UCAs are often asked to lecture and teach at the academy, so new UCAs may learn from their experiences. Retired agent Barbara Verica, in episode 18, Undercover Spy and Investment Fraud, spoke about the isolation and loneliness she experienced during a 2-year undercover assignment early in her FBI career, a time before an official undercover training program was established at the FBI Academy.
It was a very difficult case from an emotional standpoint for me.
Especially since you did not have the support of an undercover program because none existed at that time.
That's right. I didn't even have much support from my own squad. I couldn't tell people what I was doing. The only people who really knew what I was doing was the people I worked with. Many times we had difficulty, which is a difficulty with working undercover. For instance, I would tell them, here's what I said to her when she asked me this question. And they would mull it over and said, you shouldn't have said that. You should have said this. I finally at one point said, you have a luxury of sitting around and discussing what I should say and what I shouldn't say. I don't have that luxury. I have to give an answer instantaneously, and you can't be telling me that it's wrong. You're going to have to live with it. So we had a little bit of a problem there, and that was a tough one. I think that training in undercover is very important, and I think they found that out, and I think that's something that obviously goes on now within the FBI.
Oh, absolutely. People are vetted before they're even allowed into the program.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And they should be. They should be. Anybody who's supporting that person should also go through the training as well. You have to understand what this person's going through when they're undercover. It's not easy.
Well, it sounds like it was an emotional time for you, but you made it through. But I can still hear, it was hard for you.
It was hard. It was a difficult time. But as I said, the difficulty came with the fact that 2 years of my life, I felt I couldn't talk to anybody. My family didn't know what I was doing. I couldn't tell them about it. I couldn't tell any of the people I worked with about it, which kind of made me feel very isolated. I certainly didn't go on any dates during that time.
There is the risk of undercover agents becoming too invested and portraying themselves as someone else. Retired agent Jesse Coleman, in episode 19, The Sicilian Mob and Undercover Drug Deals, spoke about the relationships developed with targets while working undercover.
After they were taken down, I was instructed by my superiors that you have to go talk to Eddie, explain to him who you really are, show him your credentials, and show him and tell him that you're really an FBI agent. I did that.
Why did they want you to do that right then and there?
It's a safety issue. First of all, you did not want them to think that you were just an informant. Your life is in much more danger if they think you're an informant than if you're an agent.
Okay. So they do have the respect for law enforcement. An informant, let's kill him, let's get rid of him. But if they knew that you were actual law enforcement, FBI, then there's much less chance of that happening.
Exactly. So I did that. He looked at me, he looked down, and he spit on my credentials.
Mm.
So he was arrested. Now, the story doesn't really end there because months later we're going to go to trial. And these guys are actually going to go to trial. We're wondering, why are they going to trial? I have 200 recorded conversations with them. And we couldn't figure out why. So I go on the stand. I start to testify. I see the two guys looking at me. They stopped the trial. They pled guilty. Why? Because even at that point, they thought they were my friends. They didn't believe that even knowing that I was an FBI agent, that our relationship had gone on so long that I would actually testify against them.
Wow.
And how did I feel? I felt depressed initially after the arrest. It's a natural psychological reaction. I felt that I had stabbed my friends in the back. Then, of course, shortly after I realized that, these are criminals. They weren't my friends. The undercover role at times, and this has happened to undercover agents, it becomes real. The person that you become becomes almost real to you. I was really Jesse Carpenter to a certain extent. I didn't have to go to the FBI office. I really had this car and this money and this jewelry. And when I had to give it up, it was oh, wow, I have to go back to the office every day like all these other guys and sit at the desk every day. And you get over that, but that's something that you really go through, and which is why I never did it again undercover. Some guys, unfortunately, that's all they can do after they were deep cover for a long time because it's just a hard bond to break, to become a normal square again. That's what I did.
If the role is played flawlessly, the bad guys will have no clue that the UCA isn't one of them. Retired agent John Legato, in episode 21, Mob Guys and Strip Clubs, talked about going undercover with Joe Pistone and how even organized crime figures were impressed by Joe's success in infiltrating the New York mob.
Donnie Brasco was my partner. This is after he had come back in, and he was my contact, and it was kind of funny in Florida. And we went down.
This is the Donnie Brasco from the movie.
From the movie, the Donnie Brasco. And I brought two Cleveland Wise guys down there, and we took them on the FBI boat, with the cameras. And so anyway, we're having dinner after about the third day, and we discussed criminal activity. I think it was stolen cars. And the older maid guy, there's four of us at the table. There's me and Joe, and I have a recording on, and Sam and Jimmy. And he says, all right, we don't want to get infiltrated by the FBI. And I look at Joe and I'm thinking, there's 4 of us here. 2 of us are FBI agents. You've almost been infiltrated here by 50% almost, but so he looks at Joe and he says, I'll never forget this. He says, can you read? Yeah, well, I could read. He said, well, I'm reading this book. It's Donnie Brasco. And he starts telling Donnie Brasco about Donnie Brasco, how he infiltrated the Columbos, and how you got to watch, don't do this, don't do that. And I remember looking at Joe thinking, we're burnt. And Joe shook his head no. And so at Christmas, Sam bought 2 Donnie Brasco books, wrapped them up as Christmas gifts, gave me the 2 and said, give 1 to your friend. I said, I'll do that.
Are you serious? So when he first started talking about it, you thought it was like a subtle threat.
I thought he
really knew.
Yeah, but what would you think?
Yeah, but he really was just very fascinated with the book.
Yeah, you know what? Most mob guys watch that movie. They watch all the mob movies, and they critique it. But they watch every mob. I could remember sitting down with these guys. They want to watch mob movies, and that would never happen. And no, we don't talk like that. And that guy's stupid. And they critique it. I always thought it was hilarious.
FBI Film and Fiction Review. Donnie Brasco. This New York Times best-selling true crime book, published in 1988, was written by real-life FBI undercover agent Joe Pistone. In 1997, the book was made into a major movie that was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Adapted Screenplay. Both the book and movie portrayed how, using the alias Donnie Brasco, Joe Pistone went undercover in New York for 6 years and infiltrated the mafia. The movie, however, takes several liberties with the original story, where, posing as a jewel thief, Joe/Donnie provides information to his FBI colleagues on the inner workings of the New York mob and helps to identify significant power struggles within. In the feature film, the role of Donnie Brasco was played by actor Johnny Depp. Actress Anne Heche played his wife, and Al Pacino starred as the low-level wise guy who vouched for Brasco and paid the price. My rating for Donnie Brasco? I kept my shoes on my feet, but during the movie, I loosened the laces just in case. In episode 46, Infiltrating the Mafia, being Donnie Brasco, retired agent Joe Pistone spoke with me about what it was like to have a movie made about his life and the unflattering creative compromises made to his story.
I always make sure I get this out when I do interviews or anything. I never slap my wife.
Yeah, you know what? I was going to ask you that because, and I figured that you'd want to get that out because, that's at the very end. And I thought, if he wants to set anything straight, I am sure he wants to set that straight.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, that was not in the original script. The director put that in on the day of shooting.
Were you there?
Yes, I was. And when I found that out, I had some choice words for the director. We actually interrupted shooting for a few hours. But unfortunately, the director's like the captain of the ship. What he says goes, and I could not convince him that shouldn't be in there. So I lost that one. And also, I had no bag with $300,000 in it.
Yeah. Yeah, both of those, as I'm watching it, because you were feeling for you, the character. Yeah, and then when that happened, it was like, they dirtied it up. Why did they need to dirty it up?
Yeah. Well, it's the movie, so.
Okay. Well, did you cut up a body?
No, that's the other thing, too. Actually, they did cut that gentleman up, but they cut him up with a chainsaw, not a hacksaw.
And you weren't there?
No.
Okay.
I don't mean just to say the FBI, but all law enforcement has really put a damper on them. And I'm still involved, and when I say still involved, because I still do lectures and deal with police agencies. It's a criminal organization, and that's it. I mean, all the resources aren't on the mafia anymore. They're more concerned about the about the Russians, the Albanians, and these organizations than they are the American mafia.
Definitely it was romanticized, but you know the truth, that it isn't as cool and romantic as they make it appear on TV. What did you think about The Sopranos?
What?
Did you ever watch that?
Yeah, I watched a few episodes, and, to me, The Sopranos, it showed how violent they are and the treachery within each group and the jealousy and the envy that takes place within these groups. Now, the boss going to a psychiatrist, that wouldn't last too long in the real world. Everything else, it really showed the down and gritty lifestyle.
Number 8, there is one central database. Technology and data retrieval. It would be extremely productive if an FBI agent or analyst could type a few keywords, tap enter, and immediately receive back a complete profile on a person. Computers are great. Unfortunately, unlike what you see on many cop shows, it's impossible to gather everything ever known about a person from one central database. The National Computer Information Center, NCIC, is an electronic clearinghouse of crime data, but the records are only as up-to-date as the information regarding arrest, charges, convictions, and sentences entered by thousands of law enforcement agencies around the country. To obtain additional information, investigators need to access an endless number of additional online records, documents stored in local, state, and federal computer files. Court districts maintain their own records. The military has separate record-keeping systems. Medical and mental health records are not maintained as one resource. School records are stored in literally thousands of educational directories. Financial documents are indexed under the strict control of banks and credit reporting companies. Most of the information contained in the above databases require a subpoena or search warrant to access it legally. Consequently, it could reasonably take an analyst weeks or months, not seconds and minutes, to gather a comprehensive file on a subject. When it comes to making creative compromises when writing a book, script, or screenplay, accessing search engines to fill in the character's backstory is one of the tricks used to quickly move the story forward. As an author, I recognize the convenience provided by having an analyst report from her desktop everything an agent needs to know to move the action forward. However, when I see some of the data claimed to be accessible via computer search, I have to shake my head and laugh out loud. I wish it were possible with a few keystrokes to suddenly have everything ever known about that person. A frequent scene on TV is one where an investigator in the field calls into the office and within 30 seconds receives a complete dossier on a subject based only on his license plate number. The elaborate details extracted from computer searches are always astounding. A list of a person's known enemies, a repository of a person's elementary or high school friends, a former soldier's military buddies and where they currently reside, a profile listing all of the subject's immediate family members and whether they're living or deceased, a prison inmate's prior cellmates in every facility he was in. Yep, all of these results have been received from data searches conducted during TV shows. Can you really get that type of drilled-down info from a computer search in real life? No way, Jose. I watched one show where they were able to determine in less than a minute that someone was operating a marijuana growing operation by comparing the monthly increase in their electric bill from $150 to $600. Now, I'm not saying that an investigator couldn't obtain that information and come up with a similar conclusion. I'm saying that it can't happen from a few clicks on a computer. As is the case with all situations presented here, that type of information is obtainable, but through dogged investigative legwork, interviews, surveillances, subpoenas, and search warrants. Most viewers understand that these are shortcuts inserted into a crime drama in order to save time. However, it can be assumed that there are individuals who, after watching these shows, believe that they have seen confirmation that Big Brother is indeed all-seeing and gathering information to add to the files they're maintaining on every person in the United States. Of course, this can't be further from the truth. Law enforcement is way too busy chasing bad guys to be concerned about law-abiding citizens. From the FBI website, FBI 100, the top 10 myths in FBI history. Myth number 2, the FBI has files on every American. The FBI keeps investigative files on serious violations of federal law and major threats to our national security. We won't have a file on you unless you're a spy or a terrorist or a criminal or suspected of being one. And we use the word file loosely, as we generally organize materials by cases, not individuals. Some people do appear in our files if they provided us with information or were a victim in a case, or because an authorized third party requested information about them. But this kind of information is held under strict law and for a legally specified period of time. Some people think that the FBI has a vast range of files on all the bad things they've ever done. Not true. Records maintained by the FBI. The FBI does maintain files containing information related to investigations, fingerprint records, and individuals charged with crimes. The purpose of maintaining these reporting systems is to equip the FBI and their law enforcement, national security, and intelligence community partners with the information they need to protect the United States while preserving individual rights. Although the information gathered may be deemed confidential or sensitive, there are no secret files maintained on everyday Americans without criminal histories. The following are the types of records the FBI keeps. Case files. Documents gathered during an investigation are maintained in investigative case files, with sections for interview narratives, FD 302s, of witnesses, victims, and subjects, memos, communications, subpoenas, warrants, charging documents, affidavits, indictments, and informations, etc., photos, evidence and surveillance logs, transcripts of electronic recordings, and even newspaper articles. These files, many with multiple subfiles, are maintained as hard copies and digital records and are an accounting of the progress and results of the work completed by the agents assigned to the investigation. The names and identities of the individuals and entities associated with the case are indexed for retrieval at a later date. Fingerprint files. Most fingerprints on file in the FBI's Integrated Automated Fingerprint Identification System, AFIS, were voluntarily provided by individuals applying for jobs. The fingerprints on files were submitted as part of a pre-employment background check. Also on file are the fingerprints of people who have legally purchased firearms and, of course, fingerprints that belong to people who have been arrested. Upon request, local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies are able to access AFIS and conduct automatic fingerprint searches for matches to criminals and evidence. Criminal history files. The National Crime Information Center, NCIC, is a computerized index of criminal justice information, such as arrest records, warrants, adjudicated matters, criminal record history reports, as well as information on fugitives, stolen property, and missing persons. It is available to federal, state, and local law enforcement and other criminal justice agencies and is operational 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Authorized agencies can make an inquiry and receive prompt disclosure of information from the system in order to properly identify persons in custody, locate and return stolen items, apprehend fugitives, and notify police of missing persons. FBI Film and Fiction Review, FBI. This CBS TV show, 2018, is produced by Dick Wolf, the executive producer of Law & Order. The series' main characters are Special Agent Maggie Bell, played by actress Missy Peregrym, and Omar Adam, O.A. Zidane, played by Zico Zaki, who are assigned to the New York division of the FBI. Maggie and O.A. do not appear to be assigned to any particular squad or have a squad supervisor, and are therefore able to tackle a new and challenging investigation each week. During Season 1, they chase down MS-13 gang members, white supremacists, human traffickers, drug dealers, armored car thieves, and people responsible for bombings, hate crimes, terrorism, serial murders, and kidnappings. They work directly for Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Jubal Valentine, Jeremy Sisto, and Special Agent in Charge, Dana Moser, Celia Ward. A valuable contributor to the team is analyst Kristen Chazelle, Ebony Noel, who is a wizard with computers and electronic devices. From the moment I heard about the show, I hoped it would have an authentic, real-life feel, not just because of the highly successful, gritty, ripped-from-the-headline stories featured on Law & Order, but also due to the fact that in 2016, Wolf's TV production team embedded a film crew inside the actual FBI New York office to capture the behind-the-scenes stories of FBI agents and analysts at work. However, creative license is used often in FBI. Will viewers be able to distinguish what's real and what's TV magic? Regardless, FBI continues to be more than just another FBI action show by presenting the main characters with moral issues in addition to basic policies and procedural dilemmas. Although not perfect, one of the best things about the show is the honest emotional connection the agents express for the subjects, victims, and witnesses involved in their investigations. That's an aspect of the FBI and its agents that is rarely shown on TV shows and movies. My rating for FBI? I kept my shoes on my feet, but during the show I loosened the laces, just in case. Number 9. Agents use intimidation and threats during interrogations. Interview techniques. There's always that scene in a crime drama where an FBI agent or police officer is interrogating a terrorist or violent gang member, and he's an inch away from the bad guy's face, shouting and screaming threats in order to coerce him into confessing. For most communications between agents and subjects, the appropriate FBI term is interview, not interrogation. And agents prefer to rely on their charm and skills of persuasion, definitely not force, to convince subjects and witnesses to cooperate. However, filming a scene where two agents say reassuring and sympathetic words to the hardened criminal sitting across from them probably would be boring. But think about it. The types of bargaining chips an agent has to offer for information are better presented as beautifully wrapped gifts as opposed to steaming bags of poop. These guys have seen it all and don't scare easily. Instead of threatening something the subject doesn't want, say, more time in prison, a skilled interviewer turns the narrative around and presents an offer of less time or no time in prison, something the suspect does want. It's all in the presentation. It's that old honey versus vinegar thing. Suspects are under no obligation to speak with or cooperate with agents. It's the FBI agent's job to convince them it's in their best interest to do so. The key is to figure out what they want and use that as leverage. Many successful plans to get a confession have been modeled from the wily ways of the 1970s TV detective, Columbo, who presented himself as a friendly but clueless nice guy. Plus, information obtained through intimidation and coercion is subject to being thrown out by a judge during a suppression hearing, where evidence is deemed inadmissible and excluded from being used during a trial. Here's a quote from retired agent Eugene Casey, episode 95, Terrorist Carlos the Jackal, Interviewing Strategies.
But the real question is, how do you motivate someone to cooperate in an interview like that? as an FBI agent, the most important thing in any interview is building rapport. And how do you get someone to relax and open up and talk to you?
Another reason that adversarial confrontations are avoided is that, in addition to conducting interviews, agents are always looking to develop informants. Each encounter with someone who has access to information that the FBI does not have access to is an opportunity to build rapport, to build an alliance with valuable and knowledgeable sources in the criminal world. That's why the bad cop versus good cop scenario seems to work so well in TV encounters. The subject rejects the nasty attitude of the bad cop, but is attracted to the more respectful and positive mannerisms of the good cop. But real-life law enforcement officers know that this bad cop is not necessary. Being the good cop means showing compassion and empathy towards the subject or witness, even if you have to fake it. However, those initial interviews can develop into a quasi-friendship and mentoring relationship. The positive changes made by an informant of mine in a mortgage fraud case were recognized in an article in the Philadelphia Inquirer, using an alias, of course. Over the course of the 2-year investigation on which he assisted me and my co-case agent, he had morphed from a Camden, New Jersey street thug, drug dealer, and deadbeat dad into an employed, PTA-attending, single father of 2. I used to keep a photo of his kids on my desk. I'm quoted in the article, "We're just so proud of his complete transformation." Obtaining a confession is the primary purpose of interviewing a subject in custody. However, the secondary goal is to obtain their cooperation or flip them. Be nice to the person you speak with today, and he may become your informant or cooperating witness tomorrow. Here's a quote from retired agent Dan Kraft in episode 132, Jeffrey Dahmer, Interrogating Serial Killers.
I always say 3 things solve cases: witnesses, physical evidence, and confessions. We need witnesses, but they can inherently be unreliable. They only see part of what happens, and they can only remember part of that. By the time you interview them, they're not always sure. But physical evidence is good, and it can be very subtle, it can be very obvious, it can be measured in things that are not present. And then confessions, that's a skill. Learning how to talk to people, getting them to, tell you their deepest, darkest secret.
In most crime dramas, there's a point in the story when a symbolic or sometimes a literal time bomb starts ticking. If A doesn't happen soon, then B will happen. B is usually a very bad thing. Often the time bomb centers on the interrogation scene. For instance, if the agent doesn't get the kidnapper to confess and tell her where the victim is, the victim will die. It's an important part of the story's complications and crisis. But in real life, for most interviews, there is no time crunch or time requirement. Investigators may take their time to develop a rapport, which may lead to the subject cooperating and pleading guilty, perhaps even testifying against associates or higher-ups in the conspiracy. Being respectful and empathetic towards subjects benefits investigative results in other settings as well. When a polygraph is administered, an agent may spend 3 hours or more observing the subject and seeing how they act under stress. That's invaluable. The polygrapher needs to help the person being tested to relax so that they can establish a baseline for comparison. A suspect is never totally eliminated by a non-deceptive polygraph result, but it helps the investigator to reduce the subject's priority and significance for the investigation. This same method is also used in crisis negotiations to stall for time and calm things down. Most negotiators on TV negotiate for about a minute. It's easy to understand why, though, since the TV show format demands that matters be wrapped up quickly. It's impossible to film a scene with prolonged and productive talks during which rapport with subjects is established, additional intelligence is gathered, and operational plans are updated. By the way, the FBI now records custodial interviews, and agents can request authorization to covertly record non-custodial interviews. When I was in the FBI, most interviews, adversarial or otherwise, were not recorded or videotaped. Agents have always been required to take copious notes during interviews and then provide a written narrative recorded as an FD 302 report of interview. In Episode 40, Hunting Fugitives, Wrongful Convictions, retired agent Bob Cromwell talked about the methods he used to convince Jeff Holt, a violent fugitive he had arrested, to confess.
Well, the idea when you get somebody in custody is to take advantage of the fact that you're the first one to talk to them. Because if a guy gets in jail, normally the jailhouse lawyers will be advising him immediately not to say anything. So when you take the person into custody, the first time you grab him is the time to try to get him to speak. So we took him back to the office in Houston, and a young agent was with me, was along for the ride. He sat down with me and Jeff, and we basically had a conversation. I'm a real believer in interviews being very similar to car sales. You know, you develop rapport, you minimize, in car sales, you minimize the purchase price, you rationalize it. Well, in talking to somebody who's done something terrible, you develop rapport, you minimize what they've been accused of, which is kind of tough sometimes when you're talking about really violent crime, but you still do it. You rationalize and you come to the closing. Now, in car sales, that would be, getting the person to buy. In interviewing a felon, it's getting him to talk. What's interesting, we're talking about football and basketball. We even talked about bartending, something I don't know anything about. I asked the young agent with us to go grab Jeff a Pepsi, and he did. And he came back and asked me if he could see me out in the hallway. So I went out in the hallway, and the young agent said, he couldn't understand why I was being nice to this guy. He couldn't stand to be in the same room with him. And I told him, we'll talk about this later. Just go with me here. We're trying to come to an understanding of what this guy is capable of and what he did. So we went back, and basically I convinced Jeff that I knew he was guilty. I was just looking for an explanation. He seemed like a decent person, and there must be a logical explanation for what he had done. And finally, without too much hesitation, he stated that he had a drug problem and he had been high, and he remembered seeing this attractive woman in her house. And he remembered going through a window, but the rest of it was lost to him. He didn't remember anything else. Well, that's a confession, and that's really all we needed at that point in time. I told the young agent actually afterwards, I mentioned to him, I said, we may have just prevented the victim from having to go through a trial, which would have been like going through an assault again. And as it turned out in the long run, partly because of the confession, he went to court and pled. He's still in prison. He's still a guest of the California Department of Corrections.
That's really interesting how you explain your investigative method, because, so many times on TV and in movies, they show it as an adversarial interview, very aggressive. You might have a good cop, bad cop, or one of them's being nice. But everybody in the room in this particular case were really trying to put Holt at ease.
Yeah, that's the idea. That's, in my opinion, in my experience, you get a lot more by taking that route of developing rapport, minimizing, rationalizing. Lots of times people want to talk to you if you're just decent to them.
Yeah, and I agree. I use the same method.
Yeah, I've met a couple that were actually fairly decent human beings. I don't include people who commit rapes in that category.
FBI Film and Fiction Review. The Firm. The Firm, a New York Times best-selling novel written by John Grisham in 1991, was made into a movie, 1993, of the same name, starring Tom Cruise. This crime thriller follows protagonist Mitch McDear, a highly sought-after, recent law school graduate. Instead of going with one of the top New York firms, Mitch accepts a position with a small law firm in Memphis, Tennessee. Badini, Lambert, and Locke offered the best perks: a prearranged mortgage, a lease on a luxury car, and to pay off his student loans. Shortly after he starts working, he learns his law firm's primary client is the Chicago mob, and the FBI pays him a visit and asks for his cooperation. During an intense interrogation scene, they lean hard on Mitch. They tell him that other attorneys at the firm who tried to leave ended up dead. Mitch wants to break free from the criminal law partners, but he doesn't want to be under the thumb of the FBI either. Using the high-level law skills that the firm hired him for, Mitch negotiates with the FBI. He'll assist them as a cooperating witness in exchange for the early release of his older brother from prison and a substantial sum of money. When Mitch's life and the lives of those connected to him are threatened, he must come up with a plan to make sure his lawyer colleagues get what they deserve, the FBI gets what it wants, and he, his wife, and his brother get away with their lives and some cash to make it all worthwhile. In addition to Tom Cruise, the firm stars Gene Triplehorn, Gene Hackman, Hal Albrook, Wilford Brimley, Ed Harris, Holly Hunter, David Strathern, and Gary Busey. I've always enjoyed watching the firm. I watched it again recently and realized I was probably biased because the central crime is based on a fraud. After many years working on an economic crime squad, I'm partial to white-collar crime cases. However, none of my cases involved murder and mayhem. My rating for the firm? I kept my shoes on, but I loosened the laces just in case. Number 10. FBI senior executives are out in the field. Management and advancement. I'm always surprised when the main characters in many of the books I read and the TV shows and movies I watch have management-level FBI agents actively investigating investigations out in the field. For example, a fictional FBI director is supervising an investigation, or the special agent in charge is attempting to convince a subject to confess. In real life, seldom does FBI management, above the supervisor level, go out in the field to participate in searches or arrests. They had their time in the field, but once they moved up the management ladder, their role is to secure the resources and relationships FBI employees, agents, and support staff need to accomplish their work. The last place the director of the FBI, an assistant director in charge, ADIC, a special agent in charge, SAC, or even a special agent in charge, ASAC, wants to be is in the field. What if something goes terribly wrong? I'm only half joking when I say that. In the FBI, the name of the game in moving up the ladder is plausible deniability. Agents often warn each other when upper management gets too involved, an agent has lost all control of his case. Little good can come from the big bosses being on site. If the operation is successful, they can always take credit for the positive outcome back at the office or behind the podium at the likely to be scheduled news conference. The exceptions would be major events and exercises, such as a domestic terrorism standoff or a prison riot. A special agent in charge of a field office may be temporarily assigned as the on-site critical incident commander to oversee the operation. Being a bureau manager is, at times, a thankless job. In addition to having to relocate often, it's high pressure. The best supervisors devote their energy to ensuring that the agents on their squads have all the resources and support needed to work their cases. Others seem to make decisions based on how it impacts their careers. Those kind of managers are definitely not going out in the field. To be fair, one of the reasons FBI management is not often present at arrests and searches is their full confidence in the abilities of the case agent and squad members. Most people would be surprised at the autonomy and complete responsibility that field agents have when it comes to managing their caseload. All possible scenarios concerning arrest and searches are prepared and reviewed before the arrests are executed. With input from their supervisors, case agents, who else knows the targets better, design arrest plans that are reviewed and signed off on by senior management. I always get nostalgic when watching scenes in shows where agents are gathered just before a raid at a staging site in some parking lot near the home of their target. There is nothing like that feeling of anticipation and the buzz of adrenaline when you have on your FBI emblazoned raid jacket over your protective vest, weapon with extra ammo, and a game plan to execute. You don't know how much I miss that. At the field office level, the FBI has a much flatter and more efficient organizational structure than most city police departments. At the lower level, there are the street agents working together on a squad. Then there is the squad supervisor. An assistant special agent in charge, ASAC, manages several squads and squad supervisors, and the ASACs all report to a special agent in charge, SAC. The three largest of the 56 FBI field offices around the United States, Washington Field Office in D.C., the New York Division, and the Los Angeles Division, are each managed by an assistant director in charge, ADIC, who is assisted by SACs responsible for specific program violations. The territory of each of the 56 field offices covers part of the state, all of the state, or several states by way of satellite offices known as resident agencies, RAs. An RA is managed by a supervisory resident agent or a senior resident agent, depending on its size. Many are staffed by only one or two agents who handle every violation under the FBI's jurisdiction. Talk about autonomy. Their supervisors may be hours away. The FBI headquarters organizational chart is more layered. There are additional levels of bureaucracy, with supervisory special agents overseeing programs, not people, and unit chiefs, section chiefs, in addition to a confusing number of deputy, assistant, and associate directors. There is, however, only one director of the FBI. Although the FBI follows some paramilitaristic rules, foremost the need to respect the chain of command, agents in the field are able to meet with senior management on a relaxed first-name basis. No need to salute and stand at attention until addressed. Most recent FBI directors make it a priority to visit each field office and shake hands with the troops, including retired agents. I'm proud to have photos with almost every director of the FBI appointed during and after my FBI career. Director Sessions, Free, Mueller, Comey, and Wray. The only exception is Director Webster, who led the Bureau when I first joined. I've heard that during Director J. Edgar Hoover's tenure, meeting him was a risk. If he thought an agent's handshake was too weak, or that you wore a disheveled suit that reflected poorly on the image of the FBI, you could be banished to a field office far away, like Butte, Montana. Recently, I heard a story about how critical management used to be in Hoover's day. An agent received a memo to his file that he was due a merit pay increase, but it was being denied because of a misspelled word discovered in one of his written reports. The fact that managers aren't able to be actively involved in investigating cases, and the frequent transfers between the field and FBI headquarters are some of the reasons many agents in the FBI have no desire to apply for supervisor positions. The special agent position is one job where people are fighting to stay at the bottom. I served for 6 months as the acting supervisor of the Cherry Hill Resident Agency out of the Philadelphia Division. It covered 3 counties in South Jersey. During this time, the division was preparing for an inspection of all administrative and investigative aspects of operation. I spent those months pulling data to put together the statistical charts and narrative interrogatories that highlighted the RA's accomplishments since the last inspection. I hated being stuck behind a desk. So, although I had previously applied to be the supervisor of the economic crime squad I had been on for 11 years and was devastated, read pissed off, when I wasn't selected, I quickly learned that not getting that job had been a blessing in disguise. Instead of applying for the open RA supervisor position, I took on the media representative and spokesperson role for the last 5 years of my career. That position proved to be one of the most influential and rewarding experiences of my time in the FBI. In episode 121, Watergate, FBI Public Perception Today, retired agent John Minderman spoke about the status of FBI leadership when Director J. Edgar Hoover died.
Hoover, being such a dominant character for so long, left a tremendous void in his wake. And I think we were really feeling that when this case came along.
Can I make an observation? Of course, I wasn't with the FBI at that time. I didn't join the FBI until 1982. But from what I've learned and read and heard, Hoover was such a leader that he made so many decisions that everyone around him was afraid to make decisions. They didn't know how to make decisions, and they knew that if they took the chance to decide on something and they were wrong, that they could jeopardize their job. So it sounds like once he died, there were all these so-called FBI leaders who did not know how to lead.
That's absolutely the case. You very succinctly laid out, I think, what exactly the problem was. The problems that were faced and the way they were overcome in dealing with J. Edgar Hoover did point to this whole area of dominant, singular, almost obsessive control to the detriment of developing leadership underneath you to support your direction as the head of the organization, and perhaps even to have people prepared to fill in when you were absent or when, in this case, actually died May 2nd. So to ensure that the agents stayed in line, a la the Hoover mentality, I guess is the best way to put it. So Felt had this very, very strong reputation, and there were others, specific names of whom I'm not aware, but there was that general atmosphere of fear rather than kind of a healthy leadership style in the underlings beneath Hoover. So these are the men who took over, so to speak, and were supposed to be driving it, but they really didn't have the experience.
Agents may blame their differences of opinion with management on the number of years their supervisors have been away from the field. However, a supervisor may have valid administrative concerns that the agent has not considered. Retired agent Gary Nesner, in episode 101, Waco, Stalling for Time, spoke about how important it is for negotiators to have the support of management.
I found a passage, a couple of sentences that I thought really highlighted some of these issues. You say, hostage negotiation is about managing yourself and the people around you. And then you go on to say that that doesn't just mean the person on the phone, that you also need to manage up, make sure that your commanding officer is paying attention to what you're doing, supporting your decisions, and then fending off attempts to take actions that would undermine those negotiating decisions. I guess that's what you're explaining to us right now.
That's exactly what I'm explaining. And part of the problem lies into many commanders in the FBI historically, and I suppose even today, are more tactically oriented. In law enforcement, we tend to be action-oriented folks. We see a problem, and we solve a problem. And if people don't comply with what we want them to do, we tend to want to use our force to make them do it. And negotiations is quite a different and a more subtle and a nuanced approach. Sometimes it's not fully appreciated. Going back to the information in my book that you just quoted, one of the big challenges for someone like me is to not only deal with the people on the other end of the phone who are trying to get to surrender peacefully, but to deal with decision makers to make sure they understand this is why we're doing it this way. And that clearly was an issue and a problem we had at Waco.
FBI Film and Fiction Review, Manhunt, Unabomber. This 2017 8-part television series loosely follows the FBI's investigation of Ted Kaczynski, who is known around the world as the Unabomber. Although multiple agencies, including the FBI, ATF, the Postal Inspection Service, and numerous state and local police, worked to identify and apprehend the Unabomber for nearly 17 years, the series covers the part of the investigation when investigators obtained and began to evaluate the infamous Manifesto for Clues. Through a number of flashback scenes, we are shown some of the incidents where 16 bombs exploded throughout the United States, killing 3 and seriously maiming and injuring 23 victims. The series, following a fictionalized version of the real investigation, highlights the contributions of FBI profiler Jim Fitzgerald, played by actor Sam Worthington, who battles dismissive bureaucratic FBI leaders who are wary of his pioneering use of forensic linguistics to narrow in on Kaczynski's use of several quirky phrases that include, "eat your cake and have it too." Actor Paul Bettany plays Ted Kaczynski. Because I'm aware of the many creative compromises made with the true story, such as the use of a composite character to represent the work of case agent Max Knoll, I wasn't able to fully immerse myself in the story. I interviewed Knoll in episode 56 and 57 of FBI Retired Case File Review. My rating for Manhunt Unabomber? I kept my shoes on my feet, but during the show, I loosened the laces just in case. In episode 3, Forensic Linguistics and the Unabomber, retired agent Jim Fitzgerald reviewed his career as an FBI profiler and his work on the Unabomber investigation. On another occasion, I spoke to him about the miniseries, Manhunt Unabomber, and what it was like to have an agent play you in a TV show.
I was in Atlanta where they filmed everything. I'm actually watching Sam sort of pretend to be me back in 1995, saying words that I told the writers I actually said back then, and in an office that looked just like a mid-90s bullpen. That's what we FBI agents called our desk and squad areas. The word I keep coming up with, I can't think of a better one. This whole process, Jerry, is surrealistic. It's dreamlike. I'm pinching myself saying, that's really me on the screen, you know, and it's not. It's an actor portraying me, but he's doing a pretty darn good job at it. And yeah, the Natalie character, who is my girlfriend now, she played no real role. There was another linguist, an older man by the name of Roger Shy. He is a well-known professor at Georgetown University at the time. He had just retired, and a forensic linguist. And I actually met with him, and we went over the manifesto for a few hours and what are some of the, you know, words and language connections to it. And me not being a linguist back then, I was very impressed with him. I told the screenwriter and director, and they both liked this Roger Shy character, but they thought they'd spruce it up a little bit once they met the real Natalie, my real partner, and they made up a character like her who was doing a postdoc at Stanford, which the real Natalie did, but only a few years later. So that's creative license, dramatic license, whatever you want to call it. What I'm telling everybody is my character, as portrayed very well by Sam Worthington, is a composite character. While the language parts I basically own, and anything the viewer sees about linguistics or language, that was more or less me as portrayed by Sam in the miniseries. But there are some other parts. It was actually other actors who did it, but they can't keep bringing in different actors in different roles to portray all these things. So again, composite character, but nonetheless, it's a story very well told about an agency who was really frustrated after 17 years, meaning the FBI just couldn't solve this case. They brought me in to help out as a profiler, and I wound up really kind of switching hats and putting on a linguistic hat, or at least a text analyst hat, and together we helped solve the case. Yeah, and the real bosses were not clueless. They were very much hands-on, and I'm writing my sort of life story in a 4-book memoir series, and it's a journey to the center of the mind, book 3. And the last chapter is chapter 20. It ends with the Unabomb case. And in it, I describe the supervisors and the SAC, the ASAC, and some other agents I work with, all very positively. And yeah, we had some arguments and debates, but in the long run, we came together, and again, we wound up solving the case.
While some shows may deviate from the facts in order to enhance the dramatic value, others attempt to stay as close to reality as possible. FBI Film and Fiction Review. Waco. This 2018 six-part TV series was based on the true story of the 1993 siege of religious leader David Koresh's Branch Davidian compound in Waco, Texas. It covers the 51-day period in 1993 where a standoff between the FBI and the Branch Davidians developed after ATF agents attempted to execute arrest and search warrants at the compound. A deadly gun battle ensued, resulting in the death of 4 ATF agents and 6 Branch Davidians. Many of the details about the alleged siege and investigation were pulled from the book Stalling for Time, My Life as an FBI Hostage Negotiator by retired agent Gary Nesner, and the biography of Branch Davidian survivor David Thibodeau. By using both books, the series attempts to tell the story from the viewpoint of both sides of the conflict, which ends with the fiery death of 76 Branch Davidians. The FBI hostage negotiator character in the series, played by Michael Shannon, uses the name Gary Nesner. But the real Nesner told me that the role is a composite of all the negotiators assigned to the siege. The series highlights the internal battles fought by the leaders of the FBI and the Branch Davidians, as each side sought to find a way to end the standoff. Actor Taylor Kitsch stars as David Koresh. My rating for Waco? No footwear was removed during the viewing of this series. All laces remain tightly bound. Retired agent Gary Nesner, in episode 101, Waco, Stalling for Time, spoke about the use of composite characters and creative license during the making of the TV docuseries Waco.
They purchased my book rights. They also purchased the book rights of David Thibodeau, one of the Davidians who survived the last day of the fire. And their goal was to have his book tell them what was going on inside and my book telling them what was going on outside. And I thought that was a good approach to take and served well. I had inputs into all 6 scripts. Some of my recommendations they embraced and some of them they didn't for reasons of dramatic license and otherwise. And I was on set on 2 occasions to watch some of the filming and again was able to make suggestions to the actors and directors. And again, some of that was embraced and some of it was not for a variety of reasons. What you have is I'm the only real FBI agent's name that they use in this series, and mostly because of legal liability reasons. You also have some artificialities in any dramatized series. There's a consolidation of characters. In other words, the things that my character does were done, but not necessarily by me. They make other characters composite characters. In Waco, we probably had 6 or 7 negotiators per shift. In the movie, there's just 2 because they don't want to introduce the audience to 6 or 7 different personalities. So there's a lot of these artificialities that you see, but the core story, I think, is what's really important. And having seen all 6 episodes, I think they've done a real good job. There were some issues that came up that, I recommended some editing tweak changes, and I'm pleased. I'm sure there were people from the Bureau that were involved that will see it and will see a ring of truth to it and legitimacy, and there will be some that don't like it. And, that's just the way it is. From the 6 episodes I've seen, I would challenge anybody to say, hey, what part of it didn't happen that you feel strongly about? I think the person today that knows only vaguely about Waco and never really knew what happened is going to get a real education if they watch this series.
Number 11. FBI agents work for federal prosecutors. United States Attorney's Office. The FBI is its own entity. In some local municipalities, detectives are assigned to the district attorney, DA, office and work under the direction of an assistant DA. But in the federal system, FBI agents work with, not for, prosecutors known as Assistant United States Attorneys, AUSAs. Basically, the FBI investigates, and the United States Attorney's Office, USAO, prosecutes. However, they consult often on the merits of a case and the status of the investigation. When an agent initiates an investigation, he may consult the USAO for an opinion on the prosecutorial merits of a case, especially for complex matters. The FBI's job is to gather the facts and evidence and present the results to the local U.S. attorney. Both agencies fall under the Department of Justice, DOJ. The USOA considers whether probable cause exists and if all the elements of the crime have been presented before deciding to bring the case successfully to trial. There's no need to continue to gather information if the AUSA believes that it would prove to be too difficult to convince a jury to render a verdict of guilty. I had a case once where the corporation agreed to pay a $3 million fine for overcharging its customers, but none of the owners or officers were criminally charged with fraud. I wanted to take them to court, but the AUSA didn't believe the testimony of my cooperating witness would hold up under cross-examination. Another misconception is that prosecutors go out in the field with agents to participate in investigations, searches, and arrests. With few exceptions, such as being present at an off-site command post to prepare contemporaneous warrants needed for a search or takedown. This doesn't happen. Usually, the AUSA is back at his or her office and available by phone to assist with obtaining the needed warrants and court orders. The majority of interviews are conducted by FBI agents who then record their notes in FD 302 reports of interview, which are provided to the AUSA. Agents and prosecutors do participate in some scheduled interviews together, especially proffers and witness preparation sessions. Occasionally, during the last stages of a case, the relationship between agents and the AUSA can become frustrating and even contentious. After months or years of investigation, when the case is nearing indictment, the agent may believe that they have gathered all the necessary evidence to charge the subjects, but the prosecutor still wants more before they believe charges are ready to be filed. As this occurs, agents jokingly admit that they can start to sound like impatient children on a long car ride as they conduct additional investigations and provide more evidence, repeatedly asking the AUSA, "Are we there yet?" When it's finally time to move on to the prosecutive stage, the AUSA uses all the agent's work product accumulated in the case file, such as FD 302 reports of interviews, transcripts of recorded conversations, documents, physical and forensic evidence, and surveillance memos and logs to prepare the charging document, either an information or indictment. A criminal trial is where the investigators and prosecutors come together as a team. The AUSA is in charge of the court proceeding. However, because the case agent has been intimately involved in developing the facts and gathering the evidence presented in the information or indictment filed against the defendant, once the trial begins, the case agent is customarily seated next to the AUSA at the prosecutive table. Federal case law recognizes case agents as part of the legal team. After months and years of conducting interviews, reviewing records, comparing witness statements, logging transcripts of conversations picked up on wiretaps, and collecting and submitting forensic evidence for analysis, the agent has become the subject matter expert. It is acknowledged in case law that the prosecutor will require assistance from the investigator to keep it all together. The time just before a case goes to trial is called the prep time, and it's where the agent works closely with the AUSA to organize the evidence and coordinate witness testimony. This is why, in spite of the fact that they may be called to testify as summary witnesses later in the trial to clean up things or clarify evidence entered, seldom is the case agent sequestered. It is typical for witnesses to be denied access to court proceedings before their turn on the witness stand. In order to avoid their testimony from being shaped by what they hear or see in the courtroom, or to ensure they don't conform their testimony to support the testimony of others, they are not allowed to sit in the courtroom and watch any of the court proceedings. Based on the value and significant role of the case agent as a member of the prosecution team, an exception to this restriction is regularly made. The TV show Law and Order illustrates the dichotomy between the investigation and the prosecution of a criminal act. The first third of the show features the police detective gathering the evidence. The second third of the show has the officers meeting with the assistant district attorney to obtain subpoenas and warrants and prepare to charge the suspect. The last third of the show takes place in the courtroom, where the ADA presents the case to the jury. At the conclusion of each episode, the detectives and the prosecutors share the responsibility for the final verdict. The trial is where the agent and prosecutor find resolution for their hard work. The ultimate payoff for all the long days and personal sacrifices made during the investigation comes when the jury foreman announces a verdict of guilty. The best is when the defendant, after reviewing the evidence against them, decides to enter a guilty plea and reject a trial altogether. Of course, an acquittal can be devastating for all. Agents and prosecutors who find that they work well together can become a formidable justice squad, choosing to team up over and over again. I certainly had my favorite AUSAs who were assigned to the Eastern District, Pennsylvania, United States Attorney's Office. These were the attorneys I really clicked with. That meant if I had a case, I could call on them directly and give them a heads up to ask that they be assigned the case so that we could continue working together. When preparing for and during a trial, which can last for weeks if not months, agents and prosecutors spend a lot of time together, working late evenings and weekends. The process is more bearable if they actually enjoy each other's company. In episodes 138 and 139, Cleveland Police Corruption, Undercover Sting, retired agents Dan Estrom and Ray Marrow spoke about the frustration of gathering additional evidence to support the prosecutor's desire for an airtight case.
Before the third week, I get called to a meeting at my undercover apartment before we go the next Friday night. And Dan's there and Rick is there, as well as the two AUSAs. They do not like the fact that I'm not counting the money, and they do not like the fact that Bud is taking all the money and supposedly paying the cops.
Let's give you a little background here for your imagination. You've got a huge room, and you have got police officers, some of them in uniform, standing guard on a door while you have a crowd of people gambling, and they're inside the casino, so there's no way that they can claim lack of knowledge. I'm showing these tapes to the prosecutors, and they're saying that's not enough. So you can imagine the conversations, and this is a family show, so I won't get into it, that we had and some of the things that were said. But unfortunately, when they have to prosecute it, they have the final say. So Ray was given instructions that he's going to convey. But just keep in mind that police officers in uniform standing inside of an illegal casino, guarding the door and checking people as they were coming in and leaving was not sufficient for them to be charged with anything.
In addition, throughout the night, I would pull the cops aside, put them in front of a camera and just talk to them. Hey, you get your money? Everything okay? You see anything? And so we were getting that conversation as well. So I go to this meeting and they tell me now I got to count the money. And I said, have you guys not listened to the other tapes? Bud won't let me count the money. They said, you got to count the money and you got to do it with each police officer. So naturally, I'm upset and I'm really angry. But as usual, Dan calmed me down and said, look, we'll figure it out.
When the case agent and the USA have established a close relationship and they begin working with an informant, the prosecutor may seem like the big, mean, critical parent in the threesome. FBI Film and Fiction Review, The Wolf of Wall Street. No one knows for sure who nicknamed Jordan Belfont the Wolf of Wall Street. Many suspect that it was Belfort himself. Nevertheless, the moniker turned out to be a great title for the book he published in 2007 and the feature film directed by Martin Scorsese and starring Leonardo DiCaprio that followed in 2013. The story covers the years when Belfort rose from a junior stockbroker on Wall Street to the mastermind of the brokerage firm Stratton Oakmont, a securities scam based in Long Island, New York, where he and his associates defrauded investors of millions of dollars through fraud and stock manipulation. It's an unbelievable tale of temptation, corruption, and greed, the kind of FBI crime stories I love to read and write. Jordan Belfort was eventually caught by FBI agent Patrick Denham, who is portrayed by Kyle Chandler in the movie. The Denham character was based on real-life FBI agent Greg Coleman, and I asked Coleman if there was any truth to the outrageous antics of Belfort and his business associates portrayed in the movie. He said some of their real-life actions involving sex and drugs were worse. After cooperating, Belfort served 22 months in prison for the securities scam and money laundering charges. The movie also starred Jonah Hill, Margot Robbie, and John Bernthal. My rating for Wolf of Wall Street? I kept my shoes on my feet, but during the show, I loosened the laces just in case. In episode 107, Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort, retired agent Greg Coleman talked about the acrimonious relationship between the prosecutor and Belfort and the creative compromises made in the film. I read Jordan Belfort's book.
First of all, he said that you were too nice to be an FBI agent. He nicknamed you OCD, and he hated the Assistant United States Attorney. He had a name for him, but since this is a clean podcast, I can't say that name out loud. What was your relationship with Jordan Belfort?
Well, let me address the prosecutor thing without going into name calling first. I understand that. I mean, you have to remember the prosecutor is the lightning rod here. Even though I'm doing all the work behind the scenes, the guy who he's the bearer of the bad news is the prosecutor. And so when we came to Belfort and we gave him an ultimatum, a deal that he had to take, and he had to take it within 24 hours or to be subject to the full prosecution, the prosecutor's the lightning rod for that. So I understand that the two of them did not get along, did not like each other. I do wish the movie had tracked some other aspects of the case more closely. I would say overall the movie is probably 70% accurate.
What's wrong? What would you have liked to see different?
I don't think they ever made clear the difference between the Securities and Exchange Commission and the FBI and the two investigations. The SEC was done with their case by 1994. What Belfort was ultimately charged with had nothing to do with the SEC's case, although their case was the genesis of ours. I mean, you have to acknowledge that. But the crimes that Belfort committed, most of them, and certainly the international money laundering aspect of it, was not involved in the SEC case. They weren't involved in that. And in the movie, there's a merging of civil and criminal SEC and FBI. I don't think they ever make that distinction clear at all. I think they merged the two together, and it's never made clear. The other aspect, for example, Belfort, when we arrest him, he pleads guilty and cooperates right away. In the movie, he's played by Leonardo DiCaprio, and in the movie he says, look, I'm not going anywhere. They're not coming. You'll have to come get me out of here. It's a big, rah-rah cheering type scene, but that actually isn't the way it worked. Belfort was actually much smarter than the character in the movie because Belfort understood he's going to jail for 21 to 27 years if he doesn't cooperate against other people. Whereas in the movie, he does the stand-up thing and doesn't cooperate. Same thing is true for Todd Garrett, whose name in the movie is Brad. In the movie, he's a stand-up guy. He goes to jail. He doesn't rat anybody out. In reality, he cut a deal with us to give his wife a pass and cooperated against Belfort and became a pretty good witness for us, brought us some physical evidence like deposit slips from the Swiss bank and things like that that we ultimately used against Belfort. I just think some of the events in the movie, if they had tracked them closer to real life, it actually could have been a better movie. But I understand, hey, look, you're in the movie business to make money.
Number 12. The CIA hunts spies in the United States. Espionage. When most people think about espionage, they think about the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA. However, when it comes to averting threats to national security in the United States, the FBI is the lead agency. The Bureau's intel mandate is to safeguard the nation from theft of trade secrets and intellectual property and political interference directed against our democracy and citizens. The distinction between the two agencies is important because, unlike the FBI, the CIA has no law enforcement authority. FBI agents conducting counterintelligence investigations are able to utilize the Department of Justice criminal legal processes, and individuals caught spying in the United States can be tried in court and sent to prison. The exception is if the persons accused of committing espionage are foreigners in the United States under diplomatic cover. In that case, the spies have diplomatic immunity and cannot be prosecuted. The only recourse is to expel them from the country, unless, of course, the FBI can recruit them and convince them to become double agents. Let me step back for a moment and provide a basic understanding of the difference between working espionage as an FBI agent and as a CIA officer. That sometimes gets confusing for people. The main thing to understand is that the CIA's mission is to gather and analyze foreign intelligence to collect information on the status of another country's economy and defense. It is the FBI's mission to prevent foreign governments from gathering and analyzing America's intelligence, especially when this activity impacts on our safety. This is known as counterintelligence work. Here's a quote from retired agent John Whiteside, Episode 9, NSA Spy Espionage Case.
CIA case officers, their job is to collect intelligence overseas from foreign countries, political information, economic information, military information, information on things like coal production and whatever is going on in any particular country. That's their job in the CIA. The FBI has a counterintelligence function. We are to identify, penetrate, and neutralize the activities of a CIA-type person who is in this country as a foreign intelligence officer, like a Russian KGB officer or a Chinese intelligence officer or even, an intelligence officer from even a friendly country, from France, perhaps. Our job is to defeat their efforts at trying to collect United States secrets. The CIA officers overseas collect foreign intelligence, foreign government secrets for our benefit, for the benefit of the war fighters, the president, so he can stay up on top of the world situation. The CIA are spies overseas for us. They're our spies. It's the FBI who hunts down the spies.
However, the CIA and FBI work together as needed to protect common interest. An example of this collaboration was the 2-year-long investigation where FBI and CIA personnel successfully identified CIA officer Aldrich Ames as a KGB mole. Ames, who was directly responsible for the execution of several Soviet and Russian assets and operatives, was charged and convicted of espionage in 1994 and is serving a life sentence. We know about this case because Ames was prosecuted in criminal court. As a matter of fact, retired agent Del Spry received the FBI Director's Award for Excellence in Counterintelligence Investigation and the CIA Director's Meritorious Service Award for his efforts in this matter. Here's a quote from retired agent Del Spry. Episode 37, CIA Portrayal, Aldrich Ames.
Most of the time, we cannot speak about the accomplishments that we've had because they're classified and will be classified till long after we're gone. And so it's kind of a neat world to operate in. And there's been so many heroes in that world that have been unrecognized. Those guys, they have done such incredible things on behalf of the entire U.S. intelligence community, and they will never, ever be able to talk about it. And no one knows what these guys did. They can never tell people the incredible things they've done, and the fact that they did it and the fact that no one knows just makes them, to me, makes them heroes. That's exactly what they are.
I can attest to this veil of secrecy because my best friend and former college roommate also became an FBI agent. Early in her career, Carol Phillips Sidnor was assigned to work counterintelligence matters in the Washington field office. Later in her career, she received the FBI Director's Award for Excellence in a counterintelligence investigation. I'm very proud of her accomplishments, but to this day, I have no idea what she did to earn that distinguished recognition, and probably never will. One thing I do know is that the work of Carol and her CI teammates, no doubt, helped protect the national security of the United States, because that was their mission. From the FBI website, what we investigate, counterintelligence. Spies might seem like a throwback to earlier years of world wars and cold wars, but they are more prolific than ever, and they are targeting our nation's most valuable secrets. The threat is not just the more traditional spies passing U.S. secrets to foreign governments, either to make money or advance their ideological agenda. It is also students and scientists and plenty of others stealing the valuable trade secrets of American universities and businesses, the ingenuity that drives our economy, and providing them to other countries. It is nefarious actors sending controlled technologies overseas that help build bombs and weapons of mass destruction. And because much of today's spying is accomplished by data theft from computer networks, espionage is quickly becoming cyber-based. The FBI agents working counter-espionage cases are not collecting information concerning the domestic activities of regular U.S. citizens. Information is gathered only for those who are participating in the theft and release of information and documents from the U.S. government or U.S. companies that is considered classified, sensitive, or proprietary. Americans have been caught in treasonous acts, selling their company's secrets to our foreign adversaries. Men like FBI agent Robert Hansen, CIA officer Aldrich Ames, and Navy officer John Walker provided information to the former Soviet Union, and their portrayals resulted in the deaths of unknown numbers of military soldiers and sources. Here's a quote from retired agent Joel Wolfinger, Episode 79, Family Espionage, John Walker Spy Ring.
When we heard the damage assessment, we had a real downer because the NSA guy said it was catastrophic, and it made us feel kind of guilty. We were getting what we want. You know, we were counterintelligence people, and we were living for good cases. And this was a great case, really a great case. But it was at such a loss to our country. I mean, it was such a damaging thing. We were glad in the end to be responsible for bringing him to justice. It was a great case.
FBI Film and Fiction Review, The Americans. The FX TV series, The Americans, which ran for 6 seasons from 2013 through 2018, followed the complex marriage of 2 Russian KGB officers posing as Philip, played by actor Matthew Rhys, and Elizabeth Jennings, played by Kerry Russell, a husband and wife with 2 kids living in the Washington, D.C. suburbs of Virginia. a modern American family of spies. The show starts in the early 1980s during the Cold War. Philip and Elizabeth were initially assigned their identities and their union arranged, but during the clandestine operation, their relationship develops into a genuine love. As the stakes get higher and the likelihood increases that they could be discovered by the FBI, especially their special agent across-the-street neighbor, Stan Beeman, Noah Emmerich, Philip and Elizabeth are torn between their KGB duties, their love for each other and their kids, and living the American dream. Every episode highlights the moral dilemma of masquerading as someone else and lying to everyone you know. I binge-watched the entire 6 seasons during a 3-week period. I found the series to be an extraordinary peek into the world of counterintelligence, CI. Yes, the show used dramatic license to increase the drama and action. Almost every show featured at least one brutal murder. I never worked CI during my career, but notwithstanding the recent accusations of Russians poisoning expatriates overseas, I want to believe that their spies living in the United States aren't killing Americans on a weekly basis, and we aren't doing the same to them. The interactions between FBI employees, the look and the feel of the FBI squad, the family sacrifices agents make, and their commitment to their mission were brilliantly showcased in every exciting episode. Plus, watching the Americans is like taking a weekly mini-course on tradecraft. My rating for the Americans? No footwear was removed during the viewing of this series. Number 13. The FBI can wiretap anybody, anytime. Electronic surveillance. Electronic surveillance, the recording and monitoring of individuals, conjures up images of government spying that make U.S. citizens uneasy. Is Big Brother out there watching and listening? Even the gag name FBI Surveillance Van, some people use for their Wi-Fi username, can have people laughing uncomfortably. Most Americans don't think having their civil liberties and privacy violated is funny. Almost every FBI TV show or movie has a scene where agents, wearing headphones, are sitting in a parked van listening to a conversation taking place in a nearby restaurant. In most instances, the fictional agents are monitoring a consensual interaction between two parties, the subject of an investigation and an informant or undercover agent, UCA. In addition to recording the discussion, the agents are listening to a transmitter relaying the audio in real time, so the safety of the source, or UCA, can be monitored. In this scenario, where one of the parties engaged in the conversation has given prior consent to the monitoring or recording, a warrant is not required. This guideline includes when the party providing consent is an FBI agent. The special agent in charge of a field division, with concurrence from the local United States Attorney's Office, can administratively approve consensual monitoring for non-telephonic body recorders and transmitting devices, and telephonic consensual monitoring of a non-sensitive nature. The recording methods noted are not what is commonly referred to as wiretaps. A wiretap is the interception of wire, oral or electronic, communications where there is no third-party consent involved. It's when a bug is installed in the ceiling tiles of a union meeting hall where a business leader is being extorted, or when a digital device is installed behind the radio panel in a luxury car where drug deals take place, or in a lamp in a hotel room where a public official is accepting a bribe. However, to listen in on private conversations taking place outside of the presence of a cooperating witness or UCA, the FBI must obtain authorization from a federal judge. The guidelines and protocols for the use of these sensitive electronic surveillance techniques are strictly defined under federal statute. Title 18, U.S. Code, Section 2518. The application is made in writing and under oath. The agent or agents involved in the installation and monitoring of the wiretap could have the evidence obtained suppressed, or the worst scenario, be charged with a criminal violation if the proper protocols and rules of disclosure are not followed. Before a federal judge can consider authorization of a wiretap, a detailed application must be submitted establishing the facts of the investigation and the underlying alleged felony offense, probable cause that a felony has occurred or will occur, and information supporting that wiretap may provide additional evidence of the violation of federal law. The FBI agent seeking authorization must also provide a description of the investigative techniques that were tried and failed, or articulate why such techniques would most likely be unsuccessful. However, even when obtaining a court order authorizing the FBI to install covert listening devices and monitor conversations, steps must be taken to ensure that only conversations about potential violations of criminal law are recorded. If the subject being intercepted hangs up from a call with his business associate wherein they discussed criminal activity and then calls his mother to wish her happy birthday, the call to Mama cannot be monitored or recorded. FBI personnel must immediately minimize the intrusion of non-pertinent conversations by terminating the interception, although they may check back in during the call to find out if the topic of conversation has changed or if new individuals have joined in. To monitor and control how the wiretap is being conducted, the approving judge will require periodic detailed reports regarding the progress and results of the information being obtained and the need to continue the use of electronic interceptions. Every pertinent call must be recorded and logged into an easily retrievable database. At the conclusion of some long-term investigations, several hundred recordings may have been made. In addition to relying on memory recall, the FBI has developed systems for indexing and accessing specific keywords and phrases to ensure investigators and prosecutors are able to put their hands on pertinent testimony. During a trial for a case where hours and hours of conversations were preserved, it is important to know what was said on a recording and what was not captured. Lawfully authorized electronic surveillance and advanced technology tools are crucial to the FBI's ability to collect evidence and intelligence inside an organization or criminal enterprise too dangerous or operationally impossible to infiltrate. So good news. If you are not engaged in felony criminal activity, the FBI won't be wiretapping you. But if you are, you'll be pleased to know that under federal statutes authorizing intercepted communications, you and any third party overheard will, at some point, be informed that the FBI has been listening to every illicit and conniving thing you said. Retired Agent J.J. Claver, in episode 123, Electronic Surveillance, Fort Dix 6 Case, talked about being a tech agent on the Technical Operations Squad, collecting evidence and intelligence through the use of lawfully authorized electronic surveillance.
Within the FBI, it's referred to as a TTA, a technically trained agent, and it has evolved over the years, the selection process, but essentially, once an agent has a minimum of 5 years investigative experience, working whatever they're working, in the first, few years of their career, they can apply through the tech program to become a TTA. And once selected, they then embark on a very intensive training program that is a combination of on-the-job training, what's referred to as OJT, and specialized classroom training that's conducted down at Quantico and the surrounding areas where parts of the tech program are located. When I went through the training, it was initially a 3-week basic electronics class and then an additional 5 weeks of specialized training. And that was the very basics of the tech training. And then there's additional specialized training, especially today, as the technology has become much more complicated. A lot of it is, pretty much everything is digital now and internet-based, IP-based, everything is data. So it's a continual learning process as a tech agent. You're continually training. There's continuous introduction of new technologies from the FBI.
Many of the people listening have no idea what we're talking about. So why don't we give them a little idea of some of the things that a tech agent does?
Every field division has a certain number of tech agents. Big divisions like Philadelphia will have an entire squad of agents. And what those agents do, you're almost acting in a consulting role. You are applying the FBI's technologies in evidence and intelligence collection to pretty much every type of case that the FBI could work. So you're supporting all of the case agents in the division on all of the squads, be that a drug squad, public corruption squad, white collar crime squad, counterterrorism, whatever the squads are that have agents working cases, the tech agents and the tech squads support those agents in the application of the FBI's technologies. And that includes things such as cameras, microphones, audio and data intercepts, tracking devices, email intercepts, anything where a case agent needs to collect evidence or intelligence to support their investigation. That's all done through the tech squad when you're talking about the technologies that are used. It's not physical surveillance, so that's done by other squads, but it could be electronic surveillance. It could be audio surveillance. So you're either installing microphones or you're collecting audio from cell phones or from other communication devices, tracking devices, concealed devices that are placed on a car. Could be even in packages that are moving and you want to track the location to assist with surveillance. It's a wide variety of collection techniques.
So when you see, say, in a movie, and they talk about the FBI has put a bug in the clubhouse of organized crime group, your team, your squad would have installed that equipment and assisted the case agent in the monitoring devices that would be used to overhear those conversations.
Exactly. So the tech agents and the tech squad, they are providing the audio in that instance to the case agents, the case squad. So in an instance like that where you're talking about planting a quote bug, which could be cameras, microphones, to collect audio and video, the tech squad would gain entry into the location where these were going to be put in, and that's referred to as surreptitious entry. So it's essentially you're breaking into a place, but you're doing it in such a way that the inhabitants or the residents, or if it's a business, the people working, don't know that you were ever there. So it's not like committing a burglary where you can kick the door in and go in. You have to get in and out, and you have to install your equipment in such a way that they never know you were there. And that means defeating locks and alarms, and even means getting around dogs. Anything that could be an impediment to getting in there unseen, you have to get around. And then installing the equipment that's going to capture that audio and video. It's going to transmit it out in some form back to a location where it can be monitored under what's called Title III of the Federal Criminal Code, which enables law enforcement with a court order to intercept audio and video in a location and then record and monitor it. Now, the tech agents don't monitor it. They don't listen to the audio and video. That's up to the case agents and the case squad.
One of the things that you just said that's very important for us to get a little bit more detail on, and that is permission from the court. I think a lot of people have this understanding in books and TV and movies. They kind of show, the FBI just tapping people's phone or putting listening devices into, their homes or offices. And there's so much scrutiny and procedures and court action that is necessary before we can do that. Could you talk a little bit more about that?
Yes, and in fact, that is something that is taken very seriously by the entire FBI, but particularly by the tech squad and the tech agents. Because when you're the agent who is going in and installing a device, and I've done that hundreds and hundreds of times, if there is something illegal about that, then you are the one who can be charged with a federal crime. It is a very serious matter, the unauthorized interception of communications. So the tech squad and the FBI in general has very, very strict policies and procedures in place to make sure that all of the legal requirements are met prior to even starting to go down the path of installing a device that's going to record audio or video or tracking someone's location. It is something that is taken very seriously, and I've never encountered one instance where anything was done without the proper court order, whatever that court order is going to be. If it's a search warrant or a Title III order that allows entry into a place.
The method used by tech agents to gain entry into a site can be as simple as pretending to be someone who is supposed to be there and is hardly noticed. In episode 87, Kansas City Mob Skimming Casinos, retired agent Bill Owsley explained, with his associate, retired detective Gary Jenkins from the Kansas City Intelligence Unit, how tech agents were able to install a bug in a mob boss's meeting place.
I want to backtrack a bit because I know everybody is very curious as to how you were able to get those microphones into a club that is frequented by the Kansas City mob. I mean, how does that happen?
Well, it's a topic, as you know, Jerry, we don't like to talk about, but in this case, I wouldn't be giving anything great technique away because of the way it happened. We call in the experts from Washington, the tech people, when we have something really major. Every office, as you know, has a tech agent, but when it's a special deal and an entry is going to be possibly difficult, so they sent out their crew, and they had a expert lockpicker, and they reconnoiter the area. They look at what the lock is. They do all of their secretive work. Then we put together the plan. In this particular case, the fellow from Washington thought that he had a particularly easy plan. We're looking at, of course, the schedule of the opening and closing hours of a restaurant. So we have some pretty good idea when it's going to be closed. If we can figure in a holiday, that might give us even an extra 2 days. But anyway, that's part of the plan, because certainly we can't go in just any willy-nilly night. We need to know that we're going to have time. So that's scheduled. The tech agent's plan was pretty simple. He and a female agent went over to the location, walking up the street like they may have had a few drinks, ducked into the doorway of the target restaurant, embraced, and as they were embracing, he picked the lock of the door. That's how they got in.
Wow. And what about everybody connected to the restaurant and the mobsters? How did you know they weren't going to show up all of a sudden?
Well, that's where Gary and his group and our group got together. They assisted us in these installations, and we picked all the logical people who had to be checked on, and while the tech agents did their work, the rest of the squad, we were on surveillance watching these people with the help of the intelligence unit. In fact, I think you had some people in uniform, didn't you, Gary, in case we got in trouble?
Yeah, that was one thing that we always did. When you guys made an entry, usually the sergeant would put on a uniform, go check out a marked car, and just kind of sit in the area and monitor your guys' radios and the police radios, and just in case somebody called in.
Usually, tech agents make their installations during off hours. When that's not possible, they make sure the real purpose of their presence is never suspected. Retired agent Mark Ruskin, in episode 81, False Flag Espionage, Classified Materials Theft, spoke about how tech agents were almost caught installing electronic surveillance equipment in a hotel lobby.
So next day is Tuesday afternoon, the tech agents are setting up in the lobby of the hotel. They've got a ladder there, they're installing video cameras,
and they're arranging with the concierge to have an FBI agent wearing a concierge uniform the next day to greet Oakley when he comes in with the envelope with the floppy, so everything can be documented correctly. So there's 5 tech agents working in the lobby on Tuesday afternoon when who walks in through the door but Oakley, a day early, with his envelope and the floppy. The tech agents see him walk in, and the one on the ladder, I think, almost fell off the ladder when he saw that.
So they were wiring up the lobby, preparing for the next day.
Correct. And he shows up a day early. I guess he's so eager to make the deal, he doesn't want to take any chance that it's going to go south. So he shows up a day early, and the case right then and there is almost blown out the window, except for the fact that the tech agents, of course, are dressed in civilian, working type clothing. He must have just assumed that they would make in some repairs to the lamps and ceiling overhead. So he walks straight to the front desk, drops off the envelope, talks to the concierge a little bit, explains, and then walks out. Disaster averted, but just barely. Hindsight tells us that they should have done the installation at 3 a.m, not in the middle of the afternoon. But again, that's 20/20 hindsight.
And at this point, the concierge is an actual hotel employee and not another agent playing the role.
Correct. So it wasn't as good as what could have happened, but at least the concierge was on the ball enough to not ask too many questions.
Once the equipment is installed, it's the UCA's responsibility to distract the subjects and persuade them that everything is legitimate and it's safe to talk. Retired agent Juan Jackson, in episodes 72 and 73, Corrupt Cops, Operation Shattered Shield, discussed the plan he devised to convince the corrupt police officers he was meeting with that they were not being recorded.
It worked out well enough for us to be able to now pitch them that I want to meet them to discuss how I want this operation to go down.
And where was that meeting?
This one was in the Hilton Hotel. We had to secure the room, put everything in place that we needed to do to make sure we could record and document a particular meeting, SWAT and everybody else next door in case it went bad. All that was set up, securing those 2 rooms in advance of the meeting. We did everything we could to put things in place. We had some listening devices and lamps and different things like that. My job was to make sure that they could face the cameras. So you can do everything you can by placing chairs and everything else there, but you never know what bad guy is going to do what when they come into a room. So you're hoping that you can steer them in the right area that can face the camera. So they walk through the door, they meet me. And I go, before we get started, before anybody says or opens their mouth, because I don't know you guys and you don't know me, we're all going to strip down to our underwear. That way, I know you don't have a wire on, and you're not trying to set me up, and you know I don't have a wire on, and I'm not trying to set you up. Lynn was the first one to speak, and he says, absolute. He was already leery of the meeting. He stepped down and started talking without first clearing the air a little bit, then the meeting might not go well. So here we go. Of course, all this recorded. Everybody back later got a real kick out of seeing everybody stripped down to their underwear.
You did not let the case agent or the AUSA know that you were doing this?
No.
That you were going to do this? Did you know that you were going to do this?
I knew. No one knew but me. And then after that, I told them, because I really felt confident in how well Tech Squad works, I said, look around the room, open all drawers, closets. And that's what they did. They started pulling open drawers and lifting up the lamps, which is kind of funny, looking for listening devices or recording devices or cameras planted they were going to find. After that, we sat down, and Lynn was the first one to open his mouth. He said, if you had not done that, I would have not felt comfortable in talking to you.
FBI Film and Fiction Review, White Collar. Neil Caffrey, as played by actor Matt Bomer, is my kind of criminal, a con artist committing scams and schemes all over the world until he's caught by Special Agent Peter Burke, played by Tim DeKay, who had been chasing him for several years. In the 2009 to 2014 TV series, Caffrey is convicted and sentenced for numerous charges of fraud, forgery, and theft. He is sent to federal prison for 4 years, but escapes from a maximum security facility near the end of his sentence to look for his missing girlfriend. Agent Burke recaptures Caffrey and offers him a deal. Assist the FBI in identifying and apprehending other white-collar criminals instead of returning to prison to serve the remainder of his sentence. For 6 action-packed seasons and 81 episodes, the unorthodox duo teams up to solve a wide variety of crimes. The white-collar crime cases investigated by Agent Burke often made use of electronic surveillance, as is typical in white-collar crime cases. However, the investigations he and Caffrey conducted were a bit more dangerous and violent than the ones I worked on my economic crime squad in Philadelphia. During the series' run, the number of conmen casualties increased each week. Nevertheless, I enjoyed watching the show before it completed its cable TV run. The show is currently streaming on demand. Perhaps one day I'll binge watch the episodes I missed and relive my glory days chasing fraudsters. My rating for White Collar? I kept my shoes on my feet, but during the show I loosened the laces, just in case. Number 14. It's common for FBI agents to be in gun battles. Weapons and shootouts. Shootouts are frequently featured in FBI crime dramas. Although firefights with bad guys do occur, most FBI agents have never fired their weapon in an adversarial situation. This statement is typical of most law enforcement officers. In a Pew Research Center survey conducted by the National Police Research Platform, only a little over a quarter, 27%, of all officers say they have fired their service weapon while on the job. FBI agents are required to carry their guns while on duty. According to a historical timeline on the FBI website, agents were granted arrest powers and congressional authorization to carry firearms in 1934, after the murder of an agent during the Kansas City Massacre of 1933. The timeline notes, weapons are necessary tools for a dangerous job, depriving the accused of their liberty and bringing them forward to face justice. When I joined the FBI in 1982, I was issued a Smith & Wesson .357 Magnum revolver, which I carried in the field for nearly 10 years. Most agents are now using a Glock 19, which is a 9mm semi-automatic pistol, as their primary weapon. They also train with and are authorized to carry M16 rifles. Agents must attend at least 4 mandatory qualification sessions a year under the direction of FBI-trained and certified firearms instructors. During these training sessions, agents shoot their issued and personally owned weapons and the rifle. They may also shoot the shotgun, but only for familiarization. Studies have shown that the weapon is not as accurate as the rifle. During my time in the Bureau, the shotgun was the go-to weapon for power and impact. Some of the training sessions include combat courses and shooting at night to replicate all possible situations an agent may encounter in the field. Some firearms instructors also stage shoot, don't shoot scenarios at training or at a gun range to give the setting a more authentic feel. Although well-trained and equipped, agents accept the incumbent risk of protecting the public. FBI agents have been killed in the line of duty, and the FBI honors 36 special agents who have died as the result of a direct adversarial confrontation or by the hand of an adversary. As noted in the Wall of Honor tributes on the FBI website, these 36 brave agents are memorialized at FBI headquarters and their respective field offices, so their ultimate sacrifice will always be remembered. I've attended the funerals and visited the grave sites of 3 of the FBI's 36 service martyrs. Special Agent Jerry Dove, a classmate and friend from my new agent training class, 8210, our class year and class number, was killed on April 11th, 1986, in southwest Miami, Florida, during a gun battle with robbery suspects when he and other agents were conducting a mobile surveillance in connection with a series of violent bank and armored car robberies. Special Agent Charles Leo Reed died on March 22, 1996, as a result of gunshot wounds received in Center City, Philadelphia, in connection with an undercover drug investigation. Special Agent Barry Lee Bush was shot and killed on April 5, 2007, in Reddington, New Jersey, while working a criminal investigation involving a series of armed bank robberies in central New Jersey. Attending theirs and countless other funerals for local and state police officers killed in the line of duty has been a stark reminder of the magnitude of the oath of service every law enforcement officer is sworn to uphold. The most common circumstance for danger is when an agent executes arrest and search warrants. Therefore, planning and preparation are paramount to all FBI operations. Arrests are complex and sometimes volatile operations. It is required that all possible outcomes be considered and anticipated. Case agents must draft a written contingency action plan based on Bureau Standard Operation Policies, SOP, or guidelines for the execution of arrests and searches. This document, which lays out detailed information concerning the subject and the location, including available medical facilities nearby, is reviewed and approved by field office management prior to the execution. The plan's purpose is to address possible safety and accountability concerns. However, there are factors that can never be predicted, primarily and foremost the independent reactions of the subjects and individuals at the scene. Retired Agent Ed Morales, in episode 118 and 119, Fatal FBI Miami Shootout, talked about training and muscle memory taking over during a gunfight.
So the light is flashing, they're giving instructions, and the response was boom, boom, boom. That broke the silence. Before I even exited my car, I heard the gunshots. I'm thinking, God, this is incredible. That's a huge noise. I mean, I knew gunshots. You remember gunshots from firearms training and stuff like that, but
what it's like when you forget to put your ears on it, firearms.
Exactly.
It's loud.
And you know what? But as loud as that was, it wasn't loud. I mean, it's kind of weird. Again, that's a survival trait, I guess, a fight or flight response. Again, no earmuffs. I could hear it, but it wasn't painful. I mean, it wasn't so loud that I'm thinking, oh my God, I forgot to get my earmuffs, But it was again, the fight or flight response. It's called auditory exclusion. Your hearing kind of dims down a little bit. I mean, some senses go up, some senses go down. But I've been around gunshots without ear protection, and you practically jump out of your skin, and you go, "Whoa, what the heck was that?" This time, I knew what it was, and I wasn't jumping, and it didn't hurt. I felt no pain. That's why I didn't know I had been injured. My brain was trying to bridge the gap. I'm thinking, how did I end up on the ground? I couldn't even conceptualize the idea of getting shot. I'm thinking I ran into the back of Gordon's car. But it wasn't until I visually examined my arm that I accepted the fact that I had been shot. But I felt no pain. I'm thinking, well, how can you tell you're injured if you feel no pain? Again, that's a fight or flight response to getting injured, by the human system, So anyway, I just ignored it. Ron said, Ed, put your gun away. It's over. Mentally, I said, okay. So I put my revolver in my holster. And out of all those thousands of hours of training, I snapped the strap on my holster. I snapped the gun in place. All that training, muscle memory.
Yeah.
And then after that, I took about 4 steps back away from the car, and I collapsed and fell on my back.
Shooting review teams. All FBI shooting incidents, even the accidental discharge of a weapon by an agent, are investigated and reviewed. When a weapon is fired in a situation involving a criminal matter, a shooting incident review group is deployed to where the shooting occurred, and information is gathered to determine if the agent involved was operating within the scope of the FBI's deadly force policy and in accordance with FBI training and procedures. Agents are permitted to fire their weapons only if they have a reasonable belief that a situation presents an imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury to themselves or others. A simple accidental discharge can be investigated by the special agent in charge. However, if the incident results in injuries or fatalities, FBI headquarters deploys a team to review the incident. All shooting incident reviews are made with the cooperation and assistance of local law enforcement to further determine if any local or state laws were violated. As in the case of any other type of investigation, all employees, personnel, and witnesses at the scene are identified and interviewed regarding the incident. Investigators also look for safety and training issues that may be revealed during their inquiry. The completed report is reviewed independently by the Shooting Incident Review Group, SIRG, within the Bureau's Inspection Division to analyze and evaluate the application of deadly force in such incidents. In episode 161, Broad Street Shootout, retired agents Jim Sweeney and Richard Macco talk about the Philadelphia homicide and FBI investigative review of the deadly shootout that left 2 bad guys dead and seriously injured 2 agents. Before we move on to the trial, could you talk a little bit about the shooting review? Because I think that's one thing that the public doesn't understand, how seriously the Bureau takes any discharge of a weapon and what they do in order to do an internal investigation.
Well, first of all, because there was a homicide involved, nobody in Philadelphia can be allowed to be involved in the shooting review. It's done by what they call FBI inspectors, who are just normal supervisors who are trained to do inspections. They get picked to do shooting team duty, and they're all sent here to Philadelphia. So in theory, nobody knows anybody, and they're outside objective people coming in to do the shooting review. A lot of us have been through it before in 1990 when we had the Red Roof shootout. But in addition to the Bureau doing their review, because it was classified as a homicide, the district attorney's office has to do a homicide investigation. And eventually the office got a letter from the district attorney saying that the homicide committed by the agents was justified. And that was done within a month. The FBI shooting review didn't clear us until August. So we had the shooting in March, the DA's office ruled justified in April, and then finally the Bureau came through in August and also said justified.
We had to give sworn signed statements. Mine was taken while I was in the hospital, like Friday before I left. They came right up to do that.
SWAT and HRT. Being a member of the FBI's Special Weapons and Tactics, SWAT team, is a collateral duty. A SWAT team member's primary duty is to work investigations. They are street agents first and are assigned to a squad where they investigate specific violations under the Bureau's jurisdiction. SWAT duties are second to their regular responsibilities. Office management is supportive of agents on SWAT and allows them flexibility to be dispatched to critical incidents. Time away from working their cases is also authorized for training. SWAT team members train together several times a year to maintain skills and be prepared to respond wherever and whenever the SWAT team is called out on a mission. The Bureau has designated a number of SWAT teams in major metropolitan areas, such as New York, Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., and Miami, as enhanced SWAT teams. The SWAT teams in these offices make themselves available for missions anywhere in the world. They, therefore, receive additional funding, resources, and training to be able to travel overseas at a moment's notice. SWAT team members are referred to as operators. Each team has members who specialize in specific techniques and entry methods. Each team has at least one medic. A SWAT team assigned to a field division is different than being a member of the FBI's hostage rescue team, a tactical unit capable of responding to major critical incidents throughout the United States and the world. HRT is a Tier 1 counterterrorism team. Members are full-time with no investigative duties. Their priority is to train daily at the FBI Academy in Quantico, where they are based, or at training venues around the world. They train with elite teams in the U.S. military and with some of their foreign counterparts, engaging in the best training opportunities available, such as explosive breaching, fast roping, and survival and pararescue, to ready themselves for whatever terrorist attack or critical incident might happen next, or to bring stability to an area devastated by natural disasters. The HRT also provides protection to dignitaries and security at major events like the Olympics and the Super Bowl. Here's a quote from retired agent Jim McGee, Episode 51, HRT, FCI Talladega Hostage Rescue.
The missions are going to remain the same. There's a greater emphasis, of course, on the threat from terrorism. There's a greater emphasis in international deployments, but at the same time, the HRT has deployed to quite a few domestic situations over the past 20 years. The missions are not going to change that much. The equipment has gotten better, of course, and that's to their advantage. Some of the weaponry has changed. The shoulder weapons have changed. As far as the warrior mentality, the physical requirements, and all the other characteristics I've discussed, those have not changed. Those are the same.
The HRT and field SWAT teams carry the same automatic pistols, Glock 9mm, as do FBI street agents. HRT and SWAT operators also carry sniper rifles. Retired Agent Bill Vanderpool, Episode 145, Guns of the FBI, Firearms Training, discussed the firearms mistakes he sees in TV shows, books, and movies. Because of your expertise in FBI weapons and firearms training, when you watch a TV show or a movie or read a book about the FBI and there is a scene about guns and shootouts, what are your thoughts? What makes you roll your eyes because it's so inaccurate?
Well, as far as firearms are concerned, a lot of the actors really don't look like they are shooting. They don't look at their sights at longer ranges as carefully as they should. But one of my absolute pet peeves on any cop show is they'll have a semi-automatic handgun and they'll enter this building with it and go through 2 or 3 hallways, and then they get in front of a door. They think this guy's behind, and they reach down and then rack around in the chamber. And that's, of course, crazy because you're not going to go into a dangerous situation without the gun fully loaded. Strangely enough, when I watch a television program or a movie where even with my loss of hearing from shooting for so many years, if they say rack around into a shotgun or so, I can hear the fact that round did not actually, they didn't actually chamber around in the, that it didn't have that extra click or so. So you get used to those things. And then the guns they use are not correct in a lot of cases. My daughter says I could always tell a book that Dad's read because he's got little crossouts and little marginal notes in it with all the mistakes. And in fact, I have been asked by a lot of different authors to read their books ahead of time to check it for accuracy. And I do that gladly.
And what are some of the biggest mistakes that you see in books that you've read?
Basically, the handling of the gun or the fact that the gun is misnamed. For instance,
The guns we use today are in millimeters, and the basic one is 9 millimeter. That is not a percentage point. You don't have a decimal point in front of the 9. It's just the regular number 9 millimeter. But you see people with a 0.9 millimeter. Well, technically speaking, that bullet would be about the diameter of a very, very thin needle. Little things like that. They could have asked someone to look it over and find some of the mistakes ahead of time, you know.
FBI Film and Fiction Review, Shooter. Actor Mark Wahlberg plays military veteran Bob Lee Swagger in this 2007 conspiracy action thriller. When Swagger is set up as the sniper who, during an assassination attempt against the President of the United States, inadvertently shot and killed the Ethiopian Archbishop, the only one who eventually believes he is innocent is rookie FBI Special Agent Nick Memphis, played by actor Michael Pena. The two men join forces to determine who framed Swagger and why. Swagger, a marksman and trained mercenary, sets into motion a revenge plan that results in an implausible high body count. This big-budget movie was filmed in Philadelphia, and I had the opportunity to work with the production crew, actor Michael Pena, and director Antoine Fuqua during the filming of the assassination scene, which took place on the mall in front of Independence Hall. Members of the Violent Crime Squad were technical advisors for the scenes depicting the FBI SWAT team. I must confess that a large group of Philadelphia Division support employees and my middle school-aged twin daughters were extras in the movie. Admitting that my opinion may be compromised by my personal association with the movie, I didn't think the movie was that bad. My rating for Shooter: I loosened the laces on both shoes, and at the end, I managed to still have one on. Number 15. FBI agents fly around the world conducting investigations. Domestic investigations. TV shows often have scenes where agents are hopping onto private planes to be shuttled to meetings and interviews in the United States and around the world. One of the most significant domestic advantages of the FBI is its multi-state jurisdiction and ability to pursue investigations across state lines. However, this doesn't mean that agents assigned to cases with witnesses and documents around the country can simply jump on a plane to conduct interviews and gather evidence. Due to case efficiencies and budget constraints, many investigations require that requests for investigations be sent to FBI offices throughout the country. Such a request is known as a lead and are assigned by the other office to a lead agent who interviews witnesses, conducts surveillances, or obtains documents on behalf of the agents assigned to the originating office, OO. For example, if an agent in Philadelphia needs a car rental representative in Chicago interviewed about a vehicle used in a bank robbery, but she can't convince her supervisor or ASAC to spend the money to send her, she'll instead prepare a communication to have an agent in Chicago conduct the interview for her. If necessary, she'll call the other agent to give him a clear idea of what details and documents she seeks. When travel is appropriate and authorized, she is required to notify the field office of her presence in the territory. The FBI's 56 field offices are headed by a special agent in charge, SAC, or an assistant director in charge, ADIC, who would not be happy if an FBI agent from another division was conducting investigations without making notification. And you can rest assured the agent is not flying around on a private jet. That agent flying out to Chicago has a round-trip ticket on a commercial flight with an economy seat. There are exceptions. the FBI does own and lease planes for immediate deployment to respond to crisis events all around the world. If necessary, agents on rapid deployment or fly teams may hop a ride on a military transport or even on the FBI director's G5. International investigations. As in the case with domestic travel, most investigations in foreign countries are conducted by an agent sending a lead to one of the FBI's approximately 60 overseas offices called legal attachés, legats. These agents are the personal representatives of the director of the FBI abroad. Legats also have approximately 24 sub-offices in key cities around the globe, providing coverage for more than 180 countries, territories, and islands. Each office is established through mutual agreement with the host country and is situated in the U.S. embassy or consulate in that nation. The majority of these offices are staffed with only a small contingency of agents, 2 or 3, and 1 or 2 support personnel. In addition to covering leads, the purpose of having the FBI represented in these outposts around the world is to uphold the core mission to protect Americans back home by developing and fostering strong liaison with foreign law enforcement, intelligence, and security services all around the world. From the FBI website, contact us, overseas offices. Our Legal Attaché program is sponsored by the International Operations Division at FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C. This office keeps in close contact with other federal agencies, Interpol, foreign and police security officers in Washington, and national and international law enforcement associations. International liaison and information sharing are conducted in accordance with executive orders, laws, treaties, Attorney General guidelines, FBI policies, and interagency agreements. As you can imagine, this system can be slow and frustrating. In the movies, agents can go anywhere they want and interview anyone they want in a foreign country. But that's the movies, not real life. Depending on the workload, the location of the legat, and the Bureau's relationship with the particular foreign country, the turnaround time for obtaining the results of an investigative request may be lengthy. Here's a quote from retired agent Mike Carbonell, Episode 15, Toddler Kidnapped for Ransom, and Ira Einhorn.
When you deal with legats, it's a pain, legal attachés, because what I would have to do is I'd have to send a lead to London, and then they'd have to get it, and then they'd go to the Swedish police and ask them to interview Anika Floden. So whenever you send a lead internationally, unless it's terrorism or something, it takes 6 months at least till you get an answer back.
If an FBI agent needs to travel to a foreign country to interview a witness or subject, she must first submit an official request through the Department of Justice to obtain host country clearance. In many situations, upon approval and arrival in the foreign country, the agent is still not authorized to actually conduct the investigation, but optimistically anticipates that they will be allowed to accompany the foreign country's law enforcement officials during the interviews and investigation. If this request is denied, the FBI's foreign-based legal attaché will instead arrange for an official list of questions to be provided to foreign police or security officials who will conduct the interview and report back to the FBI. I experienced this myself while conducting an international advance fee investigation. The Iranian financier I needed to interview was living in France. However, France is one of those nations that frown on the FBI coming into their country and conducting investigations. So we instead asked our witness to travel to Spain, where the legat was able to assist our team, the AUSA assigned to prosecute the case, my postal inspector partner, and a court stenographer. The Legat made the arrangements for us to hold our deposition in his office at the U.S. Embassy in Madrid. He even arranged for telephonic connection with our target and the defense attorney back in Philadelphia. At times, it's also possible to take investigative steps while continents away from the action. In Episode 7, Tracking Top 10 Fugitives, retired agent Jeff Covington explained what an unlawful flight to avoid prosecution, UFAP warrant, is, while talking about working on a violent crime task force.
This person has committed a crime somewhere, a violent crime, and they have fled their jurisdiction. Now, to explain how the FBI gets involved in these things, we have something called unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. And it's Title 18, United States Code, Section 1023. What it allows the FBI to do is to work with our local partners and take that felony warrant, say from Philadelphia, the guy's warrant for murder. If we find or have some indication that person has fled as soon as he crosses that state line, he is considered an unlawful flight candidate. We take the local warrant, go to the magistrate with the approval of the United States Attorney's Office. That unlawful flight or UFAP warrant is issued and is good forever, wherever they go in the United States or in the world. We can pursue them. One quick story. We had a guy that committed a homicide. He left the country and left the state rather. So we got an unlawful flight warrant. And that was the job of the FBI agents. We'd actually get those warrants. So we thought the guy had left, went to Australia. How are we going to get him down there? Well, FBI agents are in 56 cities and over 60 countries. Overseas, they're called legal attaches. They don't have the law enforcement powers over there, but they do have something very powerful as liaison. So we depend on people like New Scotland Yard, even the KGB, those kinds of people in foreign countries. The guy was in Australia. He called Mom on Mother's Day. We get the number down in Australia, Canberra area, in furtherance of that unlawful flight warrant. And that's something we can do under that statute. We send a communication to our legat in Canberra. He contacts the Royal Constabulary. And I believe he went with them. They kicked the door in. There's the old boy. He's there. They arrest him, take him into custody on the strength of that unlawful flight warrant. He was locked up down there. Office in Philadelphia was contacted. We contact the Philadelphia Police Department. They get an 8,000-mile trip. We don't go. As part of the agreement between us, they have to go get him. So they have to bear the expense of going and get these guys from these other countries. A couple of guys from their special unit went down 8,000 miles, picked him up in Canberra, Sydney, somewhere, and they brought him back here to stand trial for murder in Philadelphia.
Extraterritorial jurisdiction. Extraterritorial jurisdiction establishes an exception to the policies and procedures of investigating a case overseas. In the mid-1980s, Congress passed laws that authorized the FBI to investigate when Americans are attacked overseas during a terrorist attack. If there's a bombing, a hostage-taking, a kidnapping of an American, and the incident is related to terrorism, the FBI has been granted, through congressional legislation, what is called extraterritorial jurisdiction. At the invitation of and in concurrence and cooperation of the country where the incident occurred, FBI investigators may enter the country and actually conduct investigations. Although extraterritorial jurisdiction provides the authority of the United States to criminalize actions that occur outside the American borders and then investigate and prosecute them, the statute does not and cannot authorize the encroachment of the sovereignty of the country where the activity occurred. It must be stressed that to work these overseas investigations and partner with the nation's law enforcement and security personnel, the FBI must first obtain permission from the host government to enter the country. From the FBI website, what happens when an American is harmed overseas? When Americans are seriously harmed overseas, the appropriate U.S. government agencies quickly pull together a coordinated response to the incident, and the FBI often plays a critical role in that response, whether there is one victim or hundreds. We get permission from the host government and always work with that nation's law enforcement and security personnel in concert with the U.S. Embassy and the ambassador. Our jurisdiction doesn't extend to non-terrorism related homicides, robberies, rapes, and muggings of Americans. These are usually handled by local authorities. We can, and sometimes do, offer investigative or forensic assistance in these cases if asked. The FBI may also enter into an extraterritorial investigation at the direct invitation of a foreign nation seeking access to the Bureau's expertise and substantial investigative resources and personnel. In response to these requests for assistance, the FBI may send a fully equipped fly team of first responders to the crime scene or disaster site. FBI critical incident managers trained to handle crisis logistics are ready at a moment's notice to deploy boots on the ground anywhere in the world. In addition to investigators, these human resources include analysts, hostage negotiators, evidence response teams, ERT, and fingerprint examiners, as well as SWAT or HRT tactical teams for safety and security of the FBI personnel working in the country. Working successfully overseas is primarily about the relationships established between the FBI and its law enforcement and security partners. Maintaining and nurturing these liaisons is the key. Retired agent Lauren Anderson, in episode 156, Casablanca Bombings, Paris Legat, explains how the FBI coordinates its overseas activities with the State Department and CIA. There may be people listening who don't know of the responsibilities of the State Department and how the FBI must coordinate their overseas investigations through the State Department and the embassies. So could you just quickly explain that so they understand?
Yeah, that's a great point. Thanks for having me clarify that. So when an FBI agent is assigned to an embassy or consulate overseas, although they are subordinate to the director, and they are considered the director's personal representative, much like an ambassador is the president's personal representative. We are, however, subordinate to the chief of mission, or also known as the ambassador, which means we have to keep that individual briefed. Now, the State Department's regional security officer, who's also the same as we call it 1811 job category as FBI agents, is responsible for the security of the embassy itself, the classified documents, and the embassy staff. And in most embassies, they are supported by a Marine Security Guard contingent. And we had one in Morocco. So Doug, as the RSO, his role was to account for all the Americans and account for the security of the facilities and ensure that every single person, if they were at home or were somewhere else, were safe. And if they needed protection, they got protection. That's largely their role. They can get involved in investigations, but their role is typically to ensure the security of the embassy and the embassy personnel and classified material. The chief of station for the CIA is the primary person responsible and the primary point for relationships with the intelligence services in any given country. They are the lead, just like the FBI is the lead in the United States. So if we're doing our jobs effectively, we have to coordinate extremely well with them. Where there is a difference and where that line, there is a line in the sand, and it's true in every country, and it's how each of us had to negotiate that, is that when you get to something that's considered criminal activity, going back to 1985 and 86, there was legislation passed that gave the FBI extraterritorial jurisdiction to investigate, respecting the sovereignty of other countries, a certain category of crimes. So acts of terrorism, kidnapping, hostage-taking, homicides in the conduct of that. So we, on paper, without knowing if we had American victims, clearly this would have been an FBI lead if the Moroccans allowed us to work with them. That's key. The CIA can be there, but in many countries, the countries that I have worked in, will keep talking to the CIA until you cross that line where you're going to start dealing with prosecutors and the judicial system. Then oftentimes, at least in the system I was in, they have to take a step aside. and the primary information comes to the FBI. So, for example, in France, once that line was crossed with a terrorism case, they knew they're not going to talk to the CIA anymore. I mean, they are as a practical matter, but all the information is going to go through the FBI and funnel to the CIA station. So it's a little bit complex.
The FBI realizes that by sharing investigative knowledge and providing training for their foreign counterparts, the evidence collection methods used overseas will meet similar standards used by law enforcement in the United States. Retired agent Bob Clifford, in episodes 96 and 97, Hijacking, Egypt Air Flight 648, explained how the FBI offers to assist foreign governments with overseas investigation, allowing agents to preserve evidence.
Again, this is late 1985. Earlier that year, for the first time in U.S. jurisprudence, a law was passed giving the United States extraterritorial statutes. Because up until this time, Americans could be assassinated, kidnapped, taken hostage by terrorists overseas, and nothing could be done to pursue or prosecute them. And so Congress passed a law in 1985 giving jurisdiction to the FBI that whenever an American is the victim of a terrorist attack, a hostage-taking, an assassination, attempted homicide, the FBI has the jurisdiction to investigate that crime under the law of the United States. And if that foreign location, Bolivia, Malta, Greece, wherever this attack has occurred, if a prosecution is not possible, either the country lacks the political will, the judicial infrastructure, or will not prosecute, then this case can be prosecuted in the United States. But we must remember that all the rules of U.S. jurisprudence, all the rules of prosecution, chain of custody, witness testimony, all the items that would take place in a trial in Los Angeles, New York, must be present in a trial in the United States. But at this time, Malta is going to mount its own prosecution. But because the U.S. does have some jurisdiction, the FBI offers to assist the Maltese in the investigation. And thankfully that offer of assistance is accepted. So the FBI sends over explosive experts, ballistics experts, to lend assistance in that crime scene processing to the Maltese authorities. And the reason we do this also is because we also want to conduct an investigation in concert with the foreign government, doing our best to protect that prosecution, that evidence, that testimony, in the event that a prosecution eventually, for whatever reason, will be mounted in the United States for that attack.
Working together on matters of common interest allows each country to combine their considerable resources to fight terrorism around the world. Retired agent John Cosenza, in episode 16, Extraterritorial Jurisdiction and Global Threats, talked about working an active terrorism investigation in Italy and other foreign countries.
How TV and movies show the FBI conducting international investigations, and they make it seem so easy when in most cases it's really just a liaison function. Now I have to eat my words because in this particular case, it was actual active investigation. Can you go over that a little bit more and tell us the significance of this case, and if there are other cases, especially after 9/11, where we are working hand in hand with foreign governments in foreign countries on these type of terrorism or counterterrorism cases?
Sure. It happens more today than it did in the past. If we're invited in with a foreign police force or a foreign government, then we can certainly work the case with them. In this particular instance, we were deputized in the case specific. I mean, we couldn't receive that type of information on other cases. With the terrorism cases, though, a lot of times, the Bureau is asked for assistance, and we're ready to provide it. We're always ready to provide it. These cases cross borders. They're international. This case was a little bit of an example. In the early days, there were cells all over Europe, and when they would meet, they would all come together with all the heads of the cells, and there were 6, 7, sometimes 8 police forces involved in the surveillances and in the, the debriefings. But yeah, the Bureau today is, especially extraterritorial cases, if there's a crime against an American and based on an act of terrorism, then, if it's a friendly country, a lot of times the Bureau will come in and work with them. We did that in Cobor Towers in the late 90s. We did it at Dar es Salaam in Tanzania when the embassy was attacked. We had a whole group of investigators doing interviews and investigation hand in hand with the Tanzanian police forces, and it worked out well. They were actually outstanding. They didn't have the equipment or the resources that we had. They were professional policemen and detectives, and we were able to really work well with them.
Can we then assume that, as far as France and what's going on in Belgium, that there is some type of involvement from the FBI in the United States in some of those investigations too?
Jerry, I would assume there's a lot of working together and sharing of information. Other than that, I really don't have the knowledge anymore as to how closely they're working. I would assume that they're sharing quite a bit of information.
I hope so.
Yeah, which is huge. I mean, it's there's always gaps in your investigations, and when you can meet with another police force or intel service that can fill those gaps, and you can fill gaps for them, that's really important.
The restrictions placed on FBI investigators operating in other countries is more easily understood when similar limitations are applied to foreign law enforcement agencies traveling within the United States. In Episode 111, The Looming Tower, John O'Neill, Yemen, and 9/11, retired agent Ray Holcomb talked about FBI agents being armed while assigned to dangerous overseas posts.
In most of these cases, we were allowed to bring our weapons and carry our weapons in most of these third world countries.
Could you explain why that's significant, that you were allowed to carry your weapon?
Yeah, it's very significant because it will reverse this and imagine that some nationals from another country, let's say some French nationals, were attacked and killed in New Orleans, and the French wanted to send over an investigative team, and they wanted their investigators to carry sidearms and maybe even M4 rifles. And could you imagine the reaction? The U.S. government would never allow that. Most governments in the world would not allow that. However, a lot of these attacks were taking place in third world countries where they welcomed our assistance because they were so strapped for resources. And these investigations were always spearheaded by State Department, but they would say to State Department, we cannot guarantee the safety of your FBI people if they come here to work these cases. The next question then was, would you allow our FBI people to carry their weapons? And oftentimes we were allowed to. So here we were in another country, packing our weapons. We'd be discreet about it. We made every effort to conceal our weapons, but we were armed. Depending upon where we were going, we would wear body armor.
FBI Film and Fiction Review. Catch Me If You Can. The 2002 feature crime film, Catch Me If You Can, starred actor Tom Hanks as FBI Special Agent Carl Hanratty, a veteran agent determined to apprehend young conman Frank Abagnale Jr., played by Leonardo DiCaprio. Christopher Walken and Martin Sheen also played roles in the movie, which was directed and produced by Steven Spielberg and DreamWorks. The film was based on the memoir of Frank Abagnale Jr., who recounts his true life adventures as a check forger when he was a young adult. At the time, he was allegedly the youngest person ever to make the FBI's 10 Most Wanted list. During the movie, young Abagnale skillfully convinces others that he is an airline pilot, a doctor, and an attorney. His successful impersonations allow him to steal millions of dollars while evading capture by Agent Hanratty, who chases him to glamorous locales around the world. The movie portrays Abagnale's exploits and Hanratty's pursuit with action, excitement, and humor. In spite of the fact that Hanratty is played as a typical humorless portrayal of an FBI agent, I enjoyed the film, perhaps because it focused on the scams and schemes I used to investigate. My rating for Catch Me If You Can? No footwear was removed during the viewing of this movie. Number 16. FBI agents investigate murders. Violent crime. Most crime dramas about the FBI portray agents hitting up the investigation of a local murder. The fact is, in real life, most FBI investigations do not feature a dead body. The lead investigators for most murders are local or state law enforcement officers, and the murderers, when apprehended, are tried in state court. There are, of course, circumstances where murder is a violation of federal law and when a murder can be prosecuted in federal court. In these situations, the presence of a corpse is usually not the primary felony the agents are attempting to investigate and solve. The most common situations where the FBI enters into a murder investigation are when a federal fugitive warrant has been issued for the apprehension of a person known to be responsible for a murder, but who has fled across state lines or out of the country. Based on this information, a local or state police department may request that the FBI file for an unlawful flight to avoid prosecution, UFAP, warrant to be issued by a federal judge. These warrants allow the Bureau to enter the case and begin a fugitive hunt for the individual at large, using FBI-authorized tools and methods to track the target's whereabouts. However, technically speaking, the Bureau's task is the apprehension of the interstate fugitive subject and the execution of the UFAP warrant, not the investigation of the actual murder. Once arrested, the subject is usually remanded to the custody of the local or state agency and tried in state court. The FBI authorization to investigate a murder is most clear when the homicide occurs on federal property or on an Indian reservation and under special maritime or territorial jurisdiction. When the murder occurs on board a U.S. Navy or U.S. Merchant Marine ship in international waters or on U.S. military bases worldwide. These federal laws make murder a federal crime. But you may be wondering about news reports regarding murder investigations in which the FBI is involved. In these circumstances, there is always a federal violation also in play when the victim was killed, such as a hate crime where the person's civil rights were violated. A teller or security guard is murdered during the robbery of a federally insured bank, or a kidnapping where the victim was taken across state lines. Even with the FBI's participation in an investigation of these types of murder scenarios, as previously stated, it is often determined that the matters be prosecuted in state court instead of federal court. There are also a number of violations specifically relating to murder of certain U.S. persons based on their positions and roles in the U.S. government. Under these circumstances, their murders can be charged as a crime under federal laws. These include the murder of the president and other elected or appointed federal officials, such as cabinet members and members of Congress. It is also a federal crime to kill a federal judge, a federal prosecutor, or to murder a federal law enforcement official, such as an FBI, DEA, IRS, or Secret Service agent. In order to protect against threats or retaliation intended to influence or coerce the handling or outcome of investigations, these laws also extend to the agent's immediate family members. These cases are rare, but the laws are in place if ever needed. There are also federal laws enacted to charge murders that occur to promote a criminal enterprise, such as organized crime and drug trafficking, as federal crimes. The federal statute, Murder in the Aid of Racketeering, refers to homicides committed to maintain or increase standing in a criminal organization. In an attempt to protect against the tampering of government processes, specific laws are included to counter intimidation designed to prevent victims, witnesses, sources, and informants from testifying in court. The murders of court officers and jurors in retaliation of testimony given at trial are also federal crimes. Here's a quote from retired agent Dan Riley, episode 77, Hitman Wayne Silk Perry, Witness Retaliation.
So the D.C. police basically at that point were kind of at wit's end. They were experiencing so many murders that they were just trying to keep up with the numbers. And they asked us to see if we could take him on as a target, and that's what we did. I mean, he was the first person that was supposed to face the death penalty in D.C. Whether or not he would have gotten it really would have kind of depended on how good our case would have been, which I think would have been pretty good. Perry pled guilty to 5 CCE homicides, which are murders in the furtherance of a continuing criminal enterprise. It's a sort of a drug homicide, for lack of anything else you'd call it.
The FBI crime fiction connection to serial killers is supported by federal laws that make murder related to the sexual exploitation and abuse of children and rape or sex crime felony violations. Based on the interstate commerce aspect of the transactions, murder for hire and murder cases where the U.S. Postal Service is used to send items to cause the death of the recipient are also federal crimes. So yes, the FBI does investigate murder, but under specific circumstances. It is important to remember that the FBI does not operate its own local morgue or coroner's office, and therefore must work closely with local and state first responders, police departments, and medical examiners on all investigations involving a homicide. These are all initially local and state cases that can be worked jointly with the FBI until it is determined if the person responsible will be charged in state or federal court. FBI personnel who participate in the investigation of a murder that is later tried by the state are often invited to be members of the prosecutive team, assisting the local district attorney and called as fact witnesses to testify during the trial. Retired agent Eddie Fryer, in episodes 57 and 58, Polly Klaas, Child Abduction and Murder, discussed working as a member of the prosecution team in a state trial.
If you could share with everyone why the state prosecutor prosecuted this case, even though the FBI federally was so involved in it. Could you talk about the distinctions?
Sure. Quite often the old standard, if you will, in terms of when the FBI assumes primary jurisdiction on a kidnapping case is whether you have a very strong interstate nexus. Usually that meant was your victim taken across state lines, or were there some other very significant interstate aspects to the case? Maybe money transferred, or some of the subjects in your case were located across state lines, that sort of thing. And that usually gave the FBI a very clear jurisdiction on the case. This case really did not have any interstate aspects to it. It pretty much, at the end of the investigation, it pretty much confined itself to Northern California, though we had many counties involved that had witnesses, the suspect, the victim, the crime itself, the bodily recovery, all the major crime scenes pretty much were confined to Sonoma County or Mendocino County. And so even though a lot of the work was done by the FBI, a lot of the search warrants were federal search warrants, a lot of the subpoenas and other court orders were, from the federal side of the case. the assumption all along, Jerry, unless there had to be some sort of interstate aspect to it, we were working on the premise that it would eventually be prosecuted locally. But that didn't deter the FBI's commitment in this case. Again, remember, reflecting back on the number of cases that were unsolved, I think our commitment was we need to solve one. We need to solve one that is as egregious as this one, as traumatic as this one. Let's put everything into it and try to solve it. And we were lucky enough to do that.
FBI Film and Fiction Review, Mississippi Burning. Mississippi Burning is an American crime thriller released in 1988. The script is loosely based on the murders of 3 civil rights activists, James Chaney, Andrew Goodman, and Michael Schwerner, who were abducted and murdered in Neshoba County, Mississippi, in June 1964. Actors Willem Dafoe and Gene Hackman play FBI agents Alan Ward and Rupert Anderson, respectively. The 2 agents are assigned to go to Mississippi to investigate the disappearance of the 3 civil rights workers. Agent Ward and Agent Anderson attempt to interview potential witnesses, but no one is willing to cooperate, including the local police authorities, who don't appreciate the FBI interfering with their business. Fearful of retaliation, even members of the African American community, the civil rights workers were there to help, are afraid to speak up about what they know. Frustrated with the lack of progress in the investigation, the 2 agents argue over the right strategy and tactics to motivate people to talk, and at the conclusion of the film, a more aggressive method is successfully used to secure the evidence needed to apprehend those responsible for the deaths. Despite complaints regarding the movie's deviation from historical accuracy, Mississippi Burning was a hit, receiving 7 Academy Award nominations, including Best Picture. The film won for Best Cinematography. I agree that the acting was superb. However, the questionable methods used by the agents to obtain confessions provides an inaccurate portrayal of FBI procedures. My rating for Mississippi Burning? I kept my shoes on my feet, but during the movie, I loosened the laces just in case. Number 17. A forensic examiner does it all, collects evidence, and investigates. Forensics and technology. Due to popular investigative TV dramas, some armchair detectives may have unreasonable expectations regarding the collection and analysis of evidence in real life. They believe that real-life forensics should produce the same results as they do on their favorite show. The most frequently recognized misconception is that DNA and other forensic evidence is always present and can be analyzed quickly. This unrealistic expectation is known in the legal community as the CSI effect and has seriously impacted what jurors expect to see presented during a trial. Jurors on a criminal trial have been known to question why prosecutors did not present the types of forensic evidence that they had seen on TV. They are suspicious of law enforcement officers who did not apply forensic techniques that were created by scriptwriters, not scientists. We will address some of these in this chapter. The CSI franchise, see Film and Fiction Review at the end of this chapter, while no longer produced, can still be viewed on cable and streamed on demand. Plus, a brand new crop of cop shows and investigative dramas exist today to ensure that a new generation is also being informed by fictional forensic breakthroughs. In 2 different episodes of the CBS show FBI, the intelligence analysis made references to audio DNA and making a positive identification using biometric software to measure a person's gait, with the statement that the way a person walks is as unique as fingerprints. She was instantly able to positively identify subjects from a voice recording and a grainy surveillance video using facial recognition. That's fun TV stuff, but the application of these emerging technologies for everyday law enforcement use is exaggerated. Creative license was definitely applied in the reliability of these tools. The question is, do most viewers understand this? The FBI laboratory. Another thing that TV dramas inaccurately portray is that an FBI field office has its own laboratory facility. There's only one FBI laboratory, and it's located in Quantico, Virginia, on the same site as the FBI Academy. The FBI laboratory provides forensic examinations, technical support, expert witness testimony, training to federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies, and operational response to events such as terrorist attacks and natural disasters all around the world. Forensic examiners can be special agents with a science background or, more likely, highly educated scientists and expertly trained technicians. However, a forensic examiner is not a one-stop shop. Unlike on TV, each forensic examiner at the FBI laboratory has a specialty, whether it be DNA, hair and fiber, fingerprints, ballistics, or blood splatter analysis. They aren't experts in everything. Their testimony is narrow in scope. We discussed composite characters before, where, due to time constraints, one character is developed to represent all the people who would normally be involved. So, in most crime dramas, there's usually one forensic examiner who does it all. The FBI lab can be used by authorized police departments and provides examinations and testimony in state court at no cost to the summoning law enforcement agencies. FBI personnel from the lab have testified in many high-profile state murder cases in which the FBI's only involvement in the matter was that forensic analysis presented during the trial was conducted at the FBI lab. The expectations for DNA analysis is the most challenging misconception. A DNA match can only be made if the suspect's DNA is on file in the Combined DNA Index System, CODIS. The offender index contains DNA profiles of individuals convicted of violent crimes. Unlike the fingerprint identification system, CODIS does not maintain DNA profiles of the general population. The public's interest in DNA analysis has increased with, after many years, the capture of the elusive Golden State Killer based on the use of a public genealogy database to identify him. Another test of reality is the overall existence of DNA. Sometimes in real life, no usable DNA evidence can be collected. Sometimes no blood, no hair, no fibers are found at the crime scene. Perhaps no fingerprints either. And that's okay. However, investigators and prosecutors must somehow convince jurors and even the victim's family members that no one was negligent. Sometimes no DNA was present or there wasn't enough available to test. Perhaps the suspect was lucky or extra careful, taking countermeasures such as wearing gloves or destroying or removing evidence such as rugs and bedding from the crime scene. Bad guys watch CSI too. ERT and dive teams. In the field, highly trained FBI personnel assigned to an evidence response team, ERT, collect forensic evidence from crime scenes and searches. In most instances, being on an ERT is a collateral or ancillary assignment, and ERT members are responsible for performing their regular investigative and administrative duties. However, when activated, ERT members use their specialized training to document and collect evidence from crime scenes and crisis situations. From the FBI website, Evidence Response Team. The ERT program supports teams in all 56 FBI field offices. These highly trained and equipped teams operate at an exceptional level of competence to ensure evidence is collected in such a manner that it can be introduced in courts throughout the United States and the world. ERTs strive to be the model for crime scene processing from the standpoint of safety, expertise, training, equipment, and capability. In addition to the ERT, the FBI also assigns and trains employees on hazardous evidence response teams, HERTs, and underwater search and evidence response teams, USERTs, also referred to as dive teams. These teams provide traditional and hazardous evidence collection capabilities to support FBI investigations. Handling evidence and chain of custody. Another thing that TV shows and books get wrong or ignore is chain of custody and evidence preservation. It's not enough to pick up an item at a crime scene and drop it into a plastic bag or a tissue pulled from the agent's pants pocket. Requirements are stringent. Evidence must be preserved and sealed in special evidence bags, and the handling and custody of the evidence documented. If the chain is broken, it may not be acceptable to be entered as evidence in court. In real life, an ERT member collecting evidence would carefully photograph and label first, maintaining possession of each item. Handling evidence this way is known as following the chain of custody, where items are maintained from the time they are found at the scene through that time where they may be presented in court as evidence. This ensures that law enforcement has total care and custody of that evidence and that the evidence has not been tampered with and was collected and preserved properly in a secured evidence vault or safe, so the analysis from the evidence can be trusted and relied upon in court. From the time the evidence is collected in the field, the chain of custody requires it must be strictly handled and maintained through collection, preservation, and submission. It may first be acquired by a local law enforcement agency before being sent to the FBI laboratory by the local FBI office. One single piece of evidence may have several different exams that need to be conducted. As that piece of evidence is transferred through the laboratory, chain of custody has to be maintained to make sure that everyone who has control and custody of that evidence is known and documented. Once the evidentiary examinations are complete, the evidence, along with the chain of custody forms, is returned to the submitting agencies. The agency will secure the evidence until it is presented at trial. If the chain of custody is broken at any point along the way, the defense may request a suppression hearing and the evidence could be deemed inadmissible in court. Therefore, maintaining the chain of custody is critical to the entire investigation. Retired agent and former director of the FBI laboratory, Joseph DeZeno, in episode 93, FBI Laboratory, Kaepernick Murder Case, discussed how to safeguard against unreasonable evidence expectations during actual criminal trials.
Jurors are expecting things from laboratory analysis that really don't exist. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
We're well aware the jurors watch CSI, and by watching CSI and all the other shows that involve forensic analysis, they come to some degree of understanding a little bit, tiny bit of the science, but they expect that if they're chosen to be a juror on a case, they expect the evidence to be presented how they do it at CSI, and generally that's not the way it is. There is a grain of truth running through those shows about how the exams may be performed, but generally the expectation that the jurors have of the speed and so forth about how the exam is done is nothing like it is in real life. And we understand that they expect that. We have to be aware of that when we testify, to explain to them so that they can understand what's being done. It may be complex science and DNA analysis. You have to explain it to them so that they can understand it at a very basic level, so they can use that information to help them make their decision, whether it goes either way in the case. So making sure that the jury understands how you do things and a little bit about the science may allay the fears that, oh, this wasn't done like CNI, so we can't believe it. But after you try to explain to them what's done and how it's done, hopefully they will understand your job a little bit better and why evidence exams aren't always obtained in 6 hours. It takes days, weeks, months sometimes before we obtain a result in a case. So it's a very real CSI effect. We see it, and also the bad guys watch CSI too, and they may take precautions to prevent spreading evidence. So it's something that the forensic community is well aware of.
So when you're watching a movie or a TV show or reading a book that talks about laboratory analysis, what are some of the things that really make you want to scream out loud?
Well, one thing is the speed of which things are done, portrayed on television and sometimes in novels. Many of these techniques take time, a lot of effort in order to perform the examinations, and the speed at which they're done in real life as opposed to the speed at which they're portrayed in movies is often far different. That's one thing. And then the other thing I think that is interesting is forensics is a very specialized world. So if you're in the FBI laboratory and you're performing nuclear DNA analysis, that's all you do every day, all day. You don't even perform mitochondrial DNA analysis. It's very specialized. Same if you're doing fingerprints. That's all you're doing is fingerprint examinations. Whereas on some of these shows, the people who are performing exams, they do the fingerprint exam, then they might do a hair exam, then they might do a document exam, and then they get in the Learjet and they fly across the country and they break down the door and arrest the suspect. And that's just not the way it's done. Very specialized work, not only in the laboratory, but also in the field.
In cases where witnesses to a violent crime are too frightened to come forward, forensic evidence may be the only thing to connect the suspect to the victim. In episode 77, hitman Wayne Silk Perry, Witness Retaliation, retired agent Dan Riley talks about how important forensic evidence can be, especially when investigators can't rely on the cooperation of witnesses.
The next thing that we found out about was a Mazda van that they were driving around and using as kind of the FBI laboratory referred to it as a murder van.
Great.
Yeah, when we recovered the van, we'd been told that it had been cleaned after the murder of Garrett Terrell, one of the drug dealers that worked for Martinez. We had our forensic team go over it top to bottom, and they said that it looked like more than one person had been murdered inside the van. We did recover a bunch of blood off the back of the front driver's seat. And so I thought, based on the information that we started to develop about how the murder happened, that blood should have been Garrett Terrell's blood. But unfortunately, we ended up with a lab report that said found on Terrell's body was unique carpet fibers from the van. Not only carpet fibers from the storage area of the van, which was the back sort of baggage compartment of the van, but carpet fibers from the front part of the van. So in other words, two sort of unique styles of carpet fiber that were on Terrell's body.
So you knew definitely he had.
Yeah, we knew he had been in the van. And we also found in the van fibers from his clothing. that he had worn that night. And we also found his fingerprints in the van. So we knew he was in the van. That was how we were starting to put the thing together in terms of forensics. But it was frustrating for me at the time because DNA was brand new in terms of usage in our cases. At that point, I was frustrated by the fact that we didn't have Terrell's DNA inside the van. So I knew anything we came up with, we were going to have significant forensic evidence to prove a case against Perry, because we really were in a position where we weren't going to be able to rely very much on civilian witnesses, regular witnesses. And Kearney said, well, I think the only place that his blood could have ended up would be down in the wheel well in the passenger side rear wheel area. And so I went back into the van after all those months that we had it, and went back into the wheel well area, and sure enough, there was a whole pool of blood down at the bottom of the wheel well. And I recovered several blood samples from that pool of blood and resubmitted those for the DNA, and of course it matched Terrell. That's really kind of what really closed the gap on the forensics that we had.
Agents who have received extensive training on the proper procedures used to collect evidence are especially frustrated by scenes in movies and on television not adhering to protocol. Retired agent Deborah LaProvat, in episode 151, Kleptocracy, International Corruption, and Recovering Human Remains, talks about CSI and the evidence collection mistakes she sees on TV shows. Is there anything that you see, say, in a TV show, in a movie, that has to do with evidence collection that just makes you kind of roll your eyes and say, that's not how it works?
You know, I'm a big fan of CSI, the original, not the 5 copycat shows, but the original. But yes, you know, it's like they will be walking through a house with a flashlight when they could simply turn the light on. You know, I get it's much more dramatic walking through a crime scene with a flashlight, but seriously, it's night. The crime's already happened. Obviously, if you're there, you have a search warrant or some probable cause to be in the property. You're not looking for the suspect, and they're still walking through with a flashlight. And I'm like, but you could just flick the switch and turn the light on, right? Because as all the ERT people out there know, you photo in and you photo out. So you should be taking photographs right now, and you can't do that with the lights off. You know, it's that, or when people go into a crime scene by themselves.
Oh, yeah.
I was at the Academy watching Silence of the Lambs and laughing with the rest of us, thinking, sure, let's not get somebody with 20 years of experience. Let's pull somebody out of new agent class and have them investigate a complex serial murderer. Of course, she goes into a storage facility by herself. So, I mean, it's that kind of thing. Or, you know, they're not wearing gloves. Our photographers are wearing gloves because somebody's going to have to touch something. It's little things like that that irk me when I'm watching some of the crime shows.
FBI Film and Fiction Review. CSI, Crime Scene Investigation. CSI was a TV franchise that aired on CBS for 15 years, from 2000 to 2015. The series did not feature the FBI or FBI agents, but is included in FBI Myths and Misconceptions, a manual for armchair detectives, due to the significant impact it had on real-life forensics and how the evidence collected for FBI cases is often scrutinized as a result of the unreasonable expectations of jurors who have watched the TV show. During its time, the original show, CSI Crime Scene Investigation, also known as CSI Las Vegas, starring well-known actors William Peterson, Marg Helgenberger, and Ted Danson, spun off into a franchise located in 2 additional American cities, CSI Miami, 2002 to 2012, and CSI New York, 2004 to 2013. The first 3 CSI series followed the work of forensic scientists who determined the causes and culprits involved in the strange deaths featured on each episode. Cyber forensics and behavioral psychology were showcased in the 4th spinoff, CSI Cyber, 2015 to 2016. Each forensic team members did it all, collected and analyzed the evidence from a wide variety of crime scenes, and conducted the investigations that solved the crimes. These 4 shows were popular with television viewers, but presented fictional laboratory techniques and non-existent forensic methods and cyber procedures that, unfortunately, viewers believe are factual. My rating for CSI? Has anyone seen my shoe? Bones. On each episode of the Fox television crime drama Bones, the subject matter, dead bodies and human remains, was always morbid and often unpleasant. However, the show was also a love story, albeit one with dark comedic moments. The drama was produced by crime novelist Kathy Reichs, who, in addition to writing books, is a forensic anthropologist and former professor. The main FBI character was Special Agent Seeley Booth, played by David Boreanaz. Fortunately for him, the FBI had on retainer the services of forensic anthropologist Dr. Temperance Bones Brennan, played by actress Emily Deschanel. During the series' 12 seasons, 2005 to 2017, the world-renowned FBI laboratory was delegated to a backseat role as Dr. Brennan and her colorful team of scientists at the fictional Jeffersonian Institute worked alongside Agent Booth to provide complex and innovative scientific analysis to help him solve cases. Although in real life, a gun-toting forensic anthropologist would never be partnered with an agent in the field, and the FBI lab would have handled most of the scientific investigative analysis featured on Bones, the FBI at times has collaborated with and utilized the expertise of scientists at the Smithsonian Institution. In episode 160 of FBI Retired Case File Review, retired agent Warren Flagg spoke about investigating a pet cemetery scam where, during the trial, the Smithsonian Institution provided a deposition determining the identification of dog and cat bones from an illegal mass cremation. My rating for Bones? I kept my shoes on my feet, but during the show I loosened the laces, just in case. Number 18. Bomb tech is a dangerous job. Special Agent Bomb Techs, SABT. Of course, anyone handling sensitive blasting caps, potentially unstable chemicals, and homemade explosives is encountering potential risk. However, the image often shown on TV of a MacGyver-type character cutting green and red wires while attempting to dismantle a bomb is an inaccurate cliché. Technology such as remote equipment has significantly increased the safety margin for bomb technicians, a specialized law enforcement position. There are 2 primary responsibilities for an FBI Special Agent Bomb Technician, known as a SABT. 1, they coordinate liaison, training, and response with their local police and military counterparts. 2, they routinely respond with their law enforcement partners to calls about suspicious packages and bomb threats. They conduct these duties whether or not there is a federal nexus or connection. SABTs are always standing by, supporting the local police departments on site at major events such as the Super Bowl, the Olympics, political conventions, holiday parades, and even the Academy and Emmy Awards. Based on their assessments of the post-blast crime scenes they process, SABTs may also be called to testify in court. All but the smaller FBI offices have 1 or more full-time SABTs. Here's a quote from retired agent Kevin Miles, episode 86, Master Bomb Technician, Khobar Towers Attack.
Now, essentially, you've got what's called left of boom and right of boom. Left of boom is everything you've done before the suspicious package or IED functions as designed. Then you've got right of boom. That means the device has functioned before the bomb squad has gotten there, and now we have a crime scene.
Suspicious packages and bomb threats. At one time, a bomb tech wearing a bomb suit and carrying X-ray equipment would approach a suspicious package to determine what it was. Nowadays, however, it is rare for a bomb tech to directly handle a suspicious package or an unexploded, improvised explosive device, IED. Safety is at the forefront. Remote equipment is used to examine possible explosive devices and, if needed, to render them safe. Everyone is evacuated to a safe zone, and a robot is engaged to carry the suspicious package to where a powerful water charge can remotely disable or detonate the device. Post-blast crime scenes. When the SABTs arrive after a bomb has exploded, they spend their time monitoring the post-blast crime scenes. The actual site is processed by the evidence response team, all of whom are also post-blast trained. However, the SABTs are present as specialists trained to examine items recovered from the crime scene and quickly determine, say from how a piece of metal was bent and shaped, if it is significant evidence in relation to the bombing. If the matter goes to trial, an SABT will be asked to testify as an expert witness, explaining in state or federal court what the explosive device was made of, how it was constructed, how it functioned, how close it was to the detonation, and other pertinent identifiers. It should be noted that explosive examiners back at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, who receive evidence from the field, are responsible for testing the items for explosive residue material and for providing expert testimony about the chemical elements of a bomb. In most cases, they are able to analyze and determine the composition of the explosive device. FBI bomb techs also provide training to the military and law enforcement partners in such specific disciplines as basic and tactical post-blast school, large vehicle post-blast school, and underwater post-blast crime scene school. One of the most important lessons taught is how to avoid contaminating the crime scene by always wearing gloves, Tyvek suits, and protective shoe covering. Weapons of mass destruction and InfraGard coordinators. In addition to the SABTs, the FBI has weapons of mass destruction and InfraGard coordinators dedicated to monitoring the use of destructive devices that could cause harm and mayhem on a large scale. InfraGard is a partnership between the FBI and the private sector, and members share information to mitigate threats to our nation's critical infrastructures and key resources. From the FBI website, What We Investigate, Weapons of Mass Destruction. Each FBI office has a Weapons of Mass Destruction, W&D, coordinator, whose primary function is to coordinate the assessment of and response to incidents involving the use or threatened use of chemical, biological, and radiological nuclear materials. Each WMD coordinator is tasked with establishing an appropriate liaison with regional, state, and local emergency response personnel, as well as with critical facilities within each field office's jurisdiction, in order to facilitate notification and response to WMD incidents. Most FBI divisions also sponsor within their territory one or more chapters of InfraGard. According to the InfraGard website, there are currently 82 chapters throughout the United States. Members representing private companies, universities, military and government agencies, cyber professionals, and state and local law enforcement meet to discuss threats and other matters that impact their organizations, providing industry-specific insights and advance national security. Retired Agent Kevin Miles, Episode 86, Master Bomb Technician, Khobar Towers Attack, discussed the movie Hurt Locker and working as an FBI Master Bomb Tech.
The movie Hurt Locker.
Oh, okay.
Did you see it?
I actually watched that movie in a small theater in Beverly Hills, California, when it first, actually before it came out.
Oh, excuse us.
Yeah, and I was invited by the news show 60 Minutes to come and view it with a whole bunch of other military bomb technicians to get our take on it and to watch it. Actually, the director was there. And the writer, Mark Bowl, was there as well. And we watched it, and I'll reserve judgment on it.
Okay. I really liked the movie, but I guess that's going to be great because you're going to be able to tell us some of the things that were misconceptions. So let's get into this. Why would anybody in the world want to become a bomb tech? It sounds like a very dangerous occupation.
It's not as dangerous as people think. Back in the olden days, before robots, before bomb suits, it was pretty dangerous. You didn't have the equipment that you have nowadays. But all that people know about bomb squads and bomb technicians is what they see in the movies, i.e. the Hurt Locker, where the people are doing things that in real life are very rarely, if ever, done anymore. I mean, in a lot of ways, being a police officer or a firefighter is even more dangerous than being a bomb technician because, we know what we're doing and we know what we're facing. We have the equipment, we have the training, we know what we're getting into. So, it's a dangerous job, but it's not as dangerous as it used to be. When I first came on the bomb squad, we didn't have robots. We didn't have robots, and we didn't have anywhere near the equipment we have now. And there was a lot of what's called hand entry, which means actually putting your hands on suspected IEDs or real IEDs and taking apart by hand. That's not done anymore. And if it is, it's a very, very, very rare occurrence. So anyway, it was very fascinating to me. Well, I've always told people that being an FBI bomb technician, being an SABT is without doubt the best job in the Bureau. And the reason is no one knows what you do and they're afraid to ask. They give you a wide latitude. They say, please don't blow yourself up. Please don't blow our vehicles up. If you know what you're doing, abide by your training, and you use your equipment the way it's supposed to be, you'll be fine.
In the United States, explosives can be purchased by companies with proper ID, licenses, and storage facilities. According to Master SABT Kevin Miles, there are only two other ways to acquire explosives: steal them or make them. During my career, I did not have the opportunity to be present at a post-blast crime scene, but I enjoyed hearing the stories recounted by the Philadelphia SABT and his bomb-sniffing dogs. FBI Film and Fiction Review: The Kingdom. The Kingdom is a 2007 star-studded movie about a team of elite FBI agents sent to Saudi Arabia to solve a mass bombing and find the terrorists responsible before they strike again. The movie starred Jamie Foxx and Jennifer Garner as ERT-trained agents. Chris Cooper played the bomb technician. The film did a great job of showing how an FBI team deployed overseas conducts a post-blast crime scene investigation. I was told that the production team and Chris Cooper spent time with FBI bomb techs and the ERT members assigned to the Los Angeles division, preparing for those roles before filming began. It was obvious to me that they put a lot of effort into making the movie appear as real as possible. I recognized several scenes apparently inspired by the real-life investigation of the Khobar Towers and the USS Cole bombings. As portrayed in The Kingdom, FBI ERT members can be deployed around the world at only a moment's notice. However, not without State Department approval and host country clearance. In the movie, a U.S. senator attempts to stop FBI ERT deployment, when in reality, it would have been the ambassador who had the authority to deny FBI entry into Saudi Arabia. The film was accurate in showing that, in most instances, the agents are not allowed to carry their weapons overseas. However, they would not have handed them over to a foreign law enforcement agency. To evaluate the accuracy of the post-blast crime scene actions of the agents with boots on the ground, I called retired agent Kevin Miles once again. He was one of the FBI technical advisors for the film. According to Kevin, many of the investigative procedures were accurately portrayed, even the autopsy scene with Jennifer Gardner's character. Kevin explained the ERT collects evidence from wherever they find it, even if that means removing shrapnel embedded in the bodies of victims, alive or deceased. I enjoyed the film until the over-the-top gun battle in the streets of Riyadh at the conclusion. That part was movie make-believe to the extreme. In reality, Kevin explained that FBI investigators and ERT members were forbidden to leave the Khobar Towers compound. Can you imagine foreign law enforcement officers shooting up a neighborhood in the United States and then returning to their home country the next day without reprisal? My rating for the kingdom. I kept my shoes on my feet, but during the film, I loosened the laces just in case. Number 19. Bad guys plot revenge against the FBI agents who put them behind bars. Retaliation. A frequent storyline for books, TV, and movies is a bad guy setting up an elaborate scheme to play mind games with and exact revenge against the FBI agent who is responsible for sending them to prison. The FBI is very cautious about protecting its agents from harm, but threats are rare. Agents receive immediate transfers to safety if a credible threat is made against them or their loved ones. It may surprise you to learn that in many circumstances, the subjects of FBI cases will maintain cordial contact with case agents during and after serving time in prison. These bad guys often call agents to let them know the name and location of the federal penitentiary where they're assigned, and continue to keep in touch for many years following their release. During several of my FBI retired case file review interviews, agents spoke about their friendships with former subjects and informants. I interviewed a former subject turned cooperating witness in episode 44, Carl Lanou, Cooperating Witness, Telemarketing Fraud, during which we spoke about our continued association. We have since conducted a well-received presentation together at a local university on how not to get scammed. Placing an FBI agent in harm's way is one of the conventions of the thriller genre. The hero at the mercy of the villain is an obligatory scene and one of the highlights of crime novels and films. So I doubt if the revenge cliché will ever or should ever die. But at least now you know that because agents often use respect and empathy, as explained in chapter number 9, in their interview techniques, in most cases, subjects understand that agents are just doing their job. Witness intimidation is another story. Whether they be subtle messages warning against snitching or overt threats to discourage cooperation with the FBI, witness intimidation threatens the integrity of our criminal justice system. The FBI and law enforcement agencies in general rely and depend on the cooperation and testimony of witnesses. As is the case when an agent is threatened, witnesses may be formally relocated by the FBI or placed officially in the Witness Security Protection WITSEC program. Garland Swisek, in episode 158, FBI Hollywood Sting, The Last Shot, explained why he was never concerned for his safety when he was investigating the Boston mob.
And even after it was over, I ran into Lemmy when we were doing the preliminary hearings on the trial, and he attended those before he got dropped from the case because he got sick. I ran into him in the elevator, and he just said, "Hi, how you doing?" He didn't, act threatening to me. And even though my name became known when the trial, I was never worried they would take action against me because I was FBI. They weren't going to do anything to me. Now, with Frankie and Hillary, they would have killed them when they thought maybe I might be a cop. Frank Slimmy Sr. had told Hillary, if you're bringing my son into something, we'll kill you. We'll kill you. This better be legit. This better not be anything that gets him into trouble. Hillary went into the witness protection program. And for a number of years, I stayed in contact with Hillary, or Hillary stayed. He would call me because he still had your number. He'd call you, and I'd ask how he was doing, but I haven't talked to him in several years now.
Why do you think he wanted to keep that connection with you?
We got along. In preparation for the trial, the trial was 6 weeks. And we were back there in Boston together during the trial. And also, during all the preparation, preliminary hearings and so forth, we got along very well.
FBI Film and Fiction Review, The Last Shot. In the 2004 star-studded comedy, The Last Shot, actor Alec Baldwin played the role of real-life retired agent Garland Swikehart, who sold Hollywood the rights to his life story, including his role in the investigation codename Dramex for Drama Exposé, where he posed as an investment consultant for wealthy individuals who wanted to produce a non-union film. In the movie, the FBI plans to target a violent Boston mobster played by actor Tony Shalhoub. At the beginning of the movie, bad guys chop off Baldwin's character's finger. You'll be relieved to learn that scene was creative license at play, and the real Swikehart still has all of his digits. Matthew Broderick starred as the screenwriter-director, unaware that the producer was really an FBI undercover agent. Actress Callista Flockhart played his girlfriend. The Last Shot was a comedy and, consequently, purposely took the action over the top. It was, therefore, surprising to see so many scenes somewhat accurately depicting the critical parent-like behavior of bureau management and other issues that come up when conducting an undercover operation. My rating for The Last Shot? I kept my shoes on my feet, but during the movie, I loosened the laces just in case. Number 20. FBI agents are perfect and never get in trouble. Public criticism. The most powerful weapon the FBI possesses is the agency's decade-long earned reputation for integrity. For the most part, the Bureau leaves bad behavior to the Secret Service. Just joking. Unfortunately, some agents have made serious mistakes and boneheaded transgressions and have violated the understanding that the behavior of every FBI employee is a direct reflection on the Bureau's core values. It's expected that everything an FBI agent says and does will project a positive image and mirror the viewpoint of the front office. That's because agents take that whole fidelity, bravery, and integrity stuff very seriously. Translated to real-life situations, those words connote loyalty, confidence, and, integrity. Notwithstanding the misconduct of a few bad apples, there is a saying in the FBI, don't embarrass the Bureau. And there is also the belief that agents must strive to uphold the proud reputation of the FBI established during more than 110 years of service. This institutional reputation is what allows an agent to knock on a door, make a phone call, or walk into an interview room and receive instant credibility. Not wanting to shy away from disconcerting moments in FBI history, I have conducted podcast case reviews recounting the investigation and conviction of several Bureau bad boys. Robert Hanssen, who sold secrets to the former Soviet Union and KGB, Mark Putnam, who murdered his FBI informant and lover, and Ken Withers, who stole $200 million of Pakistani heroin from the Philadelphia office's evidence room. I included these investigations because I believe that it's important to emphasize that they are anomalies to FBI agent behavior. The FBI selects future employees through stringent hiring standards. The vigorous recruiting, background, and selection process for special agents helps the FBI weed out potential problems, or at least keep them to a minimum. The FBI's Internal Affairs Department is called the Office of Professional Responsibility, OPR. When I was an active employee, OPR would issue a quarterly report of bad behavior and the punishment dealt out to the employee as a warning to all. By the way, the fastest way an agent can earn a letter of censure and suspension, known as time on the beach, is by misuse of a Bureau vehicle. Oh, the stories I could tell about Bu car infractions. New agents are warned never to do anything untoward in, on, or near a Bureau car, because even if the conduct isn't a fireable offense, management can always hang an agent with the misuse of Bureau car violation. Now, some may want me to add the conduct of certain FBI leaders during the 2016 presidential election to the above list of Bureau bad boys. However, it is my opinion that, although ultimately damaging to the non-political reputation of the FBI, the actions of these leaders, whether made with integrity or without bias or not, have nothing to do with the work of the average agent in the field. At the time of publication of FBI Myths and Misconceptions, a manual for armchair detectives, the jury of public opinion is still in deliberation. History will determine the final verdict regarding the intentions and motivations of the FBI leaders in question, as has been the case at other times in the past when the FBI has come under scrutiny. The list includes former Director J. Edgar Hoover's investigative mandates in relation to the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. and the Civil Rights Movement, the Watergate investigation that ultimately led to the resignation of President Richard Nixon, and the FBI's involvement in the deadly aftermath of militia standoffs such as Waco. Nevertheless, the FBI will continue to serve the people of the United States, and the retired agent case reviews of the hundreds of cases of courage and sacrifice highlighted within these pages and the FBI Retired Case File Review podcast will continue to speak for the commitment to justice held by current and former special agents of the FBI. FBI Film and Fiction Review, Breach. The 2007 American spy drama Breach covers the real-life investigation of Robert Hanssen, the FBI agent charged and convicted of spying for and selling secrets for more than 20 years to the former Soviet Union and KGB. Based on a series of compromised double agents, the FBI was aware that there was a mole among them, and Hanssen became the number one suspect. The movie follows the assignment given to FBI Surveillance Group Specialist Eric O'Neill to garner Hanssen's trust. O'Neill ultimately was able to obtain information from Hanssen's Palm Pilot that would enable the agents to capture Hanssen in the act of clearing a drop. Eric O'Neill was played by actor Ryan Phillippe, and Chris Cooper starred as Robert Hanssen. The movie showed the FBI's determination to make sure Hanssen suffered the consequences of his betrayal. My rating for Breach? I kept my shoes on my feet, but during the movie I loosened the laces, just in case. In episode 31, FBI Betrayal, Robert Hansen, retired agent Mike Rochford discussed the movie Breach and how, for a couple of months before Robert Hansen was arrested, FBI support employee Eric O'Neill monitored Hansen's office activities.
O'Neill was able to get a hold of his Palm Pilot, which gave us the date of his next planned drop with the KGB or the SCR.
In the movie, that was
Right.
one of the suspenseful and exciting parts. Now tell us again what position O'Neill was. My understanding from the movie that he was not an agent.
No, he wasn't. He was an SSG surveillance. And so what we wanted to do was get somebody that was non-threatening and going to be able to see him every day, even though Rich Garcia was his supervisor. And Rich had to run a whole division, and he didn't have time to be in touch with Hansen every day. So we wanted to get somebody who was working in his office on a daily basis and could report to another agent at the end of the day what was going on. That's largely what the movie Breach is based on, O'Neill's undercover interactions with Bob. The movie attributes a lot of things to Mr. O'Neill that probably were done by agents, but that's
movies.
One of the most perilous ways an agent can be compromised is in an inappropriate relationship with a source. Agents are mandated to have a second agent attend meetings and to witness payments. Even when developing a close bond is acceptable, clear limits must be established. Ignoring and crossing boundaries between agents and informants has been the downfall of many. FBI Film and Fiction Review, Above Suspicion. Above Suspicion is the true crime book published in 1993 that covers the tragic outcome of the forbidden relationship between FBI agent Mark Putnam and his pregnant informant, Susan Smith. It was a book by author Joe Sharkey, and there's a yet-to-be-released movie by the same name, starring actors Emilia Clarke and Jack Houston. Putnam was a fairly new agent who, after graduating from the FBI Academy in 1987, was assigned to a 2-person resident agency in Pikesville, Kentucky, high in Appalachian coal country, where he received minimal training and supervision. The satellite office was several hours away from Louisville, the main field office. Putnam opened Susan Smith as a source, supplying information about drug deals. They began a torrid affair that he soon regretted and hoped would end after he was transferred to another office. However, when Susan Smith learned she was pregnant, she threatened to tell Putnam's wife and his FBI superiors. In a moment of panic, he strangled her and tossed her body into a ravine. Initially, he was above suspicion due to his position and reputation. The book and movie recount the shocking conclusion of the FBI's investigation into the disappearance and suspected murder of Smith, and how the scandal and murder affected the small mining community. I didn't read the book Above Suspicion, and the film is not out yet, so I'm unable to rate either. However, retired agent Jim Huggins provided his thoughts. In episode 66, Mark Putnam, FBI informant murderer, retired agent Jim Huggins talked about his experience as a technical advisor during the filming of the yet-to-be-released movie Above Suspicion.
How did you feel about the film and all the other films and books that have been written about this case?
I think there were a couple TV shows I saw which were not accurate at all. One of the books that came out earlier was way off base. They were trying to give the theme that this was a premeditated murder and the FBI was trying to cover it up and protect their own agent, which is totally bogus. I was really interested in becoming involved in this movie to make sure that with a great director like they had and the producers who were all interested in telling the true story, and they gave me complete leeway in making suggestions and changes to the script. I think in the end that they got it exactly right. I think it's going to be an outstanding movie, although it's a very sad case for everybody concerned. It will show how it all happened and how the FBI conducted the investigation that ultimately led to Mark's confession and later conviction. Now, they've got some dramatic scenes in there that didn't happen, but it's nothing to deviate from the facts of the case. It's just action shots where the shots fired here and there when they're chasing a bank robber, that kind of stuff. But
Right. They always throw that.
In fact, I told Philip Noyes, the director, I said, Philip, you can't shoot a guy running like that in the back. He said, well, how would you do it? So I got him to change it around a little bit so it would make half sense. But I said, no one ever fired a shot. He said, but you got to have some action, mate. He's an Australian guy. He said, got to have some action, mate, or people won't sit in the movie for 2 hours. But there's just little things like that. Did nothing that detracted from the facts. The movie comes out as just two people and how they came together with their own ambitions and how that it all just fell apart.
There are no acceptable reasons for an FBI agent to leak information to journalists or the public. Any FBI employee who believes that an investigation is being improperly handled and wishes to report possible illegal actions or mismanagement has more appropriate avenues to consider under the Whistleblowers Protection Program. Retired Agent Angelo Lano, in episode 63, FBI Watergate Investigation, spoke about being suspected of being deep throat and what he thought when Mark Felt admitted years later to leaking information to the Washington Post.
Well, let's talk about the leaks, too. Of course, there's deep throat. Somebody is leaking information to Washington Post reporters. You mentioned them yourself, Woodward and Bernstein. You were falsely accused of possibly being deep throat?
I think some professor out at, can't remember the name of the university. I think it was the University of Chicago or something like that. They had pursued a review of the entire case, and they came up with a couple of suspects, and I was named as one of them.
What did you think about that?
I thought it was lousy. It wasn't me.
So when you found out that it was an FBI agent, the second in command, Mark Felt,
he actually was one of several that we later determined from headquarters that had been speaking to people in the press. I mean, there were leaks to Time magazine. There were leaks to the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times. Mark Felt was responsible for a great deal of it, I'm sure. But there were instances where there was other information passed, and we felt it was coming from somewhere else in the department.
And when you say the department, the Justice Department or the FBI?
The FBI.
Wow.
But it definitely wasn't any street agent because we work with grand juries. We work criminal cases most of our life. Why would we go out and jeopardize our own case? Why would we tell the public, what we're investigating? I mean, just like what's going on today. Why would you tell anybody what you're doing? Grand jury is supposed to be secret until the end result comes out.
So years later, when it was determined that it was Mark Felt, what did you think about that?
I wasn't too shocked. I always felt that it was somebody higher up into the Bureau, somebody with access, just like we all had. And, of course, he was just, one person who was upset over the fact that some outsider was appointed or was going to be appointed director and not him.
FBI agents hold their leaders to a high standard and expect their decisions and actions to be based on sound judgment and good intentions. FBI Film and Fiction Review. Mark Felt, the man who brought down the White House. This 2017 biographical political thriller takes a heroic point of view as it covers the story of the unveiling of the mysterious Deep Throat, most likely because the movie was based on the 2006 autobiography of FBI agent Mark Felt, played in the movie by actor Liam Neeson. In 1972, someone working under the name of Deep Throat was providing unauthorized information to Washington Post reporters Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein. Felt confessed just before he died that he was the individual who helped the journalist unravel the Watergate scandal, only steps behind FBI investigators. At the time of the leaks, the entire country could only speculate about the identity of the anonymous source with an inside scoop on the investigation. The film follows Felt's clandestine meetings with the journalist and attempts to lay out his reasons for doing so. The scandal ultimately led to the resignation of President Richard Nixon. Diane Lane and Tony Goldwyn also star in the film. Real-life FBI agent Angelo Lano was portrayed by Ike Barinholtz in this true crime drama. My rating for Mark Felt, the man who brought down the White House? I kept my shoes on my feet, but during the movie I loosened the laces just in case. Afterword. Recognition of creative compromise. As stated at the introduction of FBI Myths and Misconceptions, a manual for armchair detectives, when writers are crafting their books and scripts, the most important thing is the story. As I've conducted my own examination into the FBI cliches that have developed in film and fiction, I realize that there is a precarious relationship between reality and the creative process. The writer's job is to pull the reader or viewer into the story and eliminate distractions that may shatter those connections, even if it means cutting facts and creating alternative ones. This is the case even when the story is true. That's why the words "based on a true story" or "based on real events" are sometimes noted on the cover of a book or movie poster. The following language was used in an option agreement for the rights to an agent's life story. It is the producer's intention to portray option materials as factually as possible, with the understanding that producer has the right to make changes. No approval rights are granted whatsoever in connection with any script, created, or motion pictures produced hereunder, which rights shall be held solely and exclusively by producer and shall include, without limitation, control over all dramatic elements of said scripts and motion pictures and/or television series. Based on the contract, the agent will have no control in whether or not he or the FBI is accurately portrayed in the series. When FBI agents read or watch these modified true tales, it often frustrates them. I recently read an agent's harsh condemnation of a mini-series regarding a major FBI investigation. It has been acknowledged that the TV show took artistic license to make one of the agents appear to have a bigger role in the actual case than he did. The argument was that in the series, the agents who actually led the task force weren't acknowledged. However, those decisions to create one composite character were made by the show's writers and producers. FBI agents who have sold their rights to their life stories to Hollywood quickly learn that they no longer have control over how their stories are told. However, even with fictionalized cop shows, when the FBI is shown doing things that would never happen in real life, the dramas are a turnoff for those in law enforcement who might be watching. However, such creative compromises are made in the entertainment world every day. Books and films succeed or fail based on their ability to capture and engage an audience. These creative compromises regarding how the FBI really works are used to move the story at a certain pace, create conflict, and provide entertainment. That's the key. Hopefully, the writer will also try to keep the story as true to life as possible and honor the agents who do the job. So, in conducting my research and pulling together these top 20 cliches and misconceptions about the FBI in books, TV, and movies, I must also consider that perhaps readers and viewers are more concerned with being entertained than being educated. As a writer of crime fiction myself, I have to be willing to go beyond the facts, to use creative license, to add a little juice to pump up routine FBI tasks. My crime novels pull from my personal experiences. After years of writing just the facts, FD 302s, I had to allow myself to reimagine real-life scenarios and know that was okay. My Philadelphia Corruption Squad series, featuring Special Agent Jerri Wheeler, is a police procedural with a redemption theme inspired by actual FBI cases, but with the boring parts of working a case left out. Because I'm writing in a fictionalized setting, I'm able to expand the stories and take my characters to where I believe my readers want the story to go. Her painful past and flaws have her doing things that would get real FBI agents into serious trouble. It should be noted that although Special Agent Jerri Wheeler may, at first glance, seem familiar, my husband wants me to make sure readers know she's not me. Ha ha. FBI Case Review Podcast. If you're a loyal listener and longtime subscriber, thanks for listening. If you're not already listening to FBI Retired Case File Review, why not? I love reading crime fiction, especially police procedurals where the story follows the investigators as they attempt to solve a crime. I figured people who'd like to read stories about the FBI would also like to listen to them. So I decided to produce a podcast where I would interview retired FBI agents about their cases and careers and review crime fiction. I thought it would be a good niche idea. True crime is an exploding genre, and there are already many popular true crime podcasts, but none that exclusively feature FBI agents and the crime fiction, true crime books, and memoirs that they had written. I also wanted to discuss what books, TV, and movies often get wrong about the FBI. But would I be able to attract an audience for the show? I posted my first episode to iTunes, now also known as Apple Podcast, on January 22, 2016, and FBI Retired Case File Review now has a robust domestic and international following. But soon things got serious. In the summer of 2016, then FBI Director James Comey held an unprecedented news conference where he announced a prosecutive decision not to recommend criminal charges against Democratic presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. Such announcements are usually made by the Department of Justice, by the Attorney General, or a United States Attorney. The remarks he made catapulted the FBI into the volatile political climate. Other issues have occurred that continue to keep the FBI in partisan news stories. My FBI True Crime and History podcast, that began as a marketing tool to introduce myself to potential readers of my crime fiction, morphed into what it is today. My personal mission to show the public who the FBI is and what the FBI does, and assure them of the integrity and the independence of the Bureau. I believe it's essential for the public to have a transparent view of the FBI. I find my retired agent guest by looking for interesting cases and agent profiles featured in The Grapevine, the monthly publication of the Society of Former Special Agents of the FBI, and from following the much welcome suggestions received from listeners. I then use my investigative skills to locate the case agents. I also search the internet for articles about retired agents, and I, of course, reach out to my FBI friends and former coworkers and ask them, beg them, to share their fascinating stories and insights. I'm honored to share these FBI stories with the public. Podcasting makes me happy. I would be disingenuous if I didn't add that I initially developed my podcast to distinguish my work and establish my authority and expertise in the crime fiction field. I truly appreciate the fact that the success of FBI Retired Case File Review has allowed me to reach potential readers and build a community of supportive fans. One of the reasons I'm especially proud of these interviews is the fact, in the Bureau, when they promote FBI successes, they usually leave out the names of the investigators in the press release. In conducting these investigations, many agents have dedicated their lives, sacrificed their marriages, and spent time away from their kids. To talk about a case without acknowledging the sacrifices made by those FBI agents and employees who work those cases is not good. The public needs to know that the FBI is made up of people. They need to learn who the FBI is and what the FBI does by hearing directly from those involved, not just from reading a sanitized narrative announced by the head of the office. Based on current times, this type of transparent look at the FBI is needed more than ever, don't you think? Each of the FBI retired case file review episodes can serve as the inspiration for a crime novel, movie, or TV show. More than 200 violations of federal laws are under the FBI's jurisdiction. Even agents and law enforcement agencies with 2 or 3 decades in the trenches express how much they enjoy listening to these fascinating case reviews. The true stories allow them to experience what it's like to hunt down a spy during a counterintelligence espionage case, or comb through a file cabinet of incriminating documents in a white-collar crime corruption investigation. This fact helps me appreciate how much writers and readers must also be starved for the opportunity to practically eavesdrop on the FBI, to be a fly on the wall to history. I'm excited by the future story concepts these true crime and history reviews might prompt. I label FBI Case File Review the diet or light version of true crime. Most true crime podcasts feature mass quantities of blood, gore, murder, and mayhem. However, in most FBI investigations, there's not a lot of bloody bedlam, but there is intrigue and suspense. Perhaps my brand of true crime, with a large heaping of history, offers even more captivating ideas and premises for authors to explore. At the time of the publication of FBI Myths and Misconceptions, a manual for armchair detectives, I have interviewed nearly 200 retired agents about some of the Bureau's biggest historically significant cases, as well as many fascinating but not as well-known investigations. Among the many agents I have had the pleasure to speak with are the case agents of the Miami shootout, Unabomber, Bernie Madoff, Polly Klaas, Robert Hansen, Watergate, Jeffrey Dahmer, and Oklahoma City bombing investigations. FBI Retired Case File Review is available on my website, jerriwilliams.com, Apple Podcast, Google Podcasts, Spotify, and other popular podcast apps, as well as YouTube. The show's healthy growth comes from good old-fashioned word-of-mouth promotion. FBI Reading Resource. Of course, another way to make sure you're getting accurate information about the FBI and being entertained at the same time is to read books about the FBI written by FBI agents. I'm always excited to speak to other retired agents also writing books. More of us are becoming authors, whether writing fiction or nonfiction inspired by our cases. I've made it easy for you to find them by curating a colorful, exclusive listing of crime fiction, thrillers, true crime, and memoirs by the retired agents featured on the FBI Retired Case File Review podcast. I call my book list the FBI Reading Resource, and it's available to members of my reader team. When you join my reader team, in addition to the FBI Reading Resource, I'll also send the FBI Reality Checklist, a printable PDF of the 20 cliches and misconceptions featured in FBI Myths and Misconceptions, a manual for armchair detectives, and my monthly email digest, where I make it easy for you to keep up to date on the FBI and books, TV, and movies. You can join my reader team when you visit my website, jerriwilliams.com. There's also a direct link in the back of this book. Bypass the entertainment and news media. My initial observation at the beginning of FBI Myths and Misconceptions, a manual for armchair detectives, was that what most people know about the FBI comes from popular culture, books, TV, and movies, as well as the news. If you're curious about the FBI but have no plans to apply, write a book, or produce a TV show or movie, you still don't have to rely on information created by individuals and organizations with no connection to the Bureau. There are several additional resources available to the average person wanting to learn more about the FBI. Ask an agent. People assume that what agents do is a secret, that it's all covert. But that's not true. Yes, there may be agents who are assigned to counterintelligence or counterterrorism cases that will never be in the public domain. However, for the most part, an FBI agent can discuss any FBI investigation that has been fully adjudicated and is in the public domain. Just turn on your TV. There are entire true crime TV networks and cable news outlets featuring sound bites from retired agents. So if you ever meet an FBI agent, ask your questions. Most will be happy to provide answers. FBI.gov website. To learn more about the FBI directly from the FBI, you can visit and browse FBI.gov. I find it easier to locate information by using Google search instead of the FBI website search bar, which doesn't seem to distinguish keyword results for focused articles and simple mentions. In addition to the information offered on the FBI website, details about employment and the wide variety of jobs available in the FBI can be found on the FBIJobs.gov website. Citizens Academy. Did you know that FBI field offices offer an interactive course providing an inside view of how the FBI operates to local community leaders? The classes are held for 6 to 8 weeks, usually in the evening. The purpose of the Citizens Academy is to liaison with business, religious, civic, and nonprofit organizations and develop a transparent partnership between them and the local FBI division that serves the community. Attendees are educated about the different violations investigated by the FBI, learn how to process a crime scene, train with firearms. Some may even tour FBI headquarters and the FBI Academy. Participants must apply for consideration and are selected by the special agent in charge of the local FBI field office. To learn more, contact the FBI field office closest to where you live. Investigative Publicity and Public Affairs Unit. I believe the major cliches about the FBI are addressed and resolved in FBI Myths and Misconceptions, a manual for armchair detectives. However, writers and producers who have additional questions about who the FBI is and what the FBI does may want to contact the FBI's Investigative Publicity and Public Affairs Unit, IPPAU, located at FBI headquarters. As you may recall from the introduction, during the last 5 years of my FBI career, I served as the media representative and spokesperson for the Philadelphia division. During this time, I worked directly with the FBI headquarters public affairs staff on a regular basis. The agents and public affairs specialists in the unit respond to inquiries from the news media, but they are also actively handling questions posed by authors, writers, and producers who seek information to assist them in creating accurate portrayals of the FBI and its special agents. The IPPAU's mission is identical to mine, to show the public who the FBI is and what the FBI does. I accomplish these tasks through my books, my blog, and my podcast. The IPPAU does it by working with the news and entertainment media. Their goal goes beyond illuminating the FBI brand. They are also striving to build and maintain the American people's trust in the Bureau, with the awareness that the public's cooperation will assist the FBI with its operational mission. Working with the news and entertainment media doesn't mean that news articles, books, or TV shows and movies will always reflect the FBI in a positive light or provide a flattering portrayal of the work that agents do. But the Investigative Publicity and Public Affairs Union liaison with reporters, producers, authors, and writers and filmmakers helps make sure the truth is out there. It's up to them to determine when and how to use the information provided. Based on its limited staff and resources, the IPPAU cannot ensure cooperation with every project. However, as determined on a case-by-case basis, they may be able to provide information on FBI policies and procedures, provide access to FBI facilities and personnel for filming and interviews, fact-check articles, manuscripts, and screenplays, and provide guidance on FBI history and current operations. From the FBI website, frequently asked questions. How can screenwriters, authors, and producers seeking authenticity work with the FBI? If you are a writer, author, or producer who wants to feature the FBI, we may be able to work with you to create an accurate portrayal of the Bureau. We've been doing it since the 1930s. Specifically, the Investigative Publicity and Public Affairs Unit, IPPAU, and our Office of Public Affairs is a small staff that spends a portion of its time working with domestic and international screenwriters, producers, and authors, and other industry personnel associated with TV programs, documentaries, made-for-TV movies, books, and motion pictures. In addition, the unit is the same one that manages national and international publicity for wanted fugitives, including the 10 most wanted fugitives, most wanted terrorists, and missing children, and it also coordinates with other proactive initiatives. It has been an honor and pleasure to use my 26 years of service in the FBI and my unique experiences interviewing nearly 200 retired agents to write FBI Myths and Misconceptions, a manual for armchair detectives. By debunking 20 of the most common cliches and misconceptions, I hope I've been able to show you who the FBI is and what the FBI does. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed FBI Myths and Misconceptions, a manual for armchair detectives. Please take a moment to write a short review and post it on the online retailer where you purchased the book. Reviews help readers find good books. Also, visit my website, jerriwilliams.com, and join my reader team to receive the FBI Reading Resource, books about the FBI written by FBI agents, the printable FBI Reality Checklist, updates on the FBI and books, TV, and movies, and more via my monthly email digest. Also, check out my FBI crime series featuring FBI agent Kerry Wheeler, assigned to a Philadelphia corruption squad. The books are available as ebooks, paperbacks, and audiobooks.